Speaking of place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking of place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking of place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think about biology.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
but not. It's still not as. It's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you: could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path. The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
We here, DJ Hampton Stampede. We in the building. Women's POV.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Let's get it poppin'. This was the first time y'all heard that song before. It's Uchi Wally. Miss Nay, what's poppin'?
What's poppin', y'all? How y'all doing?
Everything's everything. What's up, man?
Good.
What's been new, man? What you peddling these days?
Nothing. I'ma go make an appearance back home in NY this weekend. See if I can link up with one of the bookstores out there.
Just do what?
I want to get my book out there, back in my hometown.
Yeah? What book is it? Tell the people.
It is this Peace, Happiness, Love, A Journey to Healing. So I talk about a lot of stuff that y'all probably have heard me talk about on the podcast as well.
Okay. Where can they find it?
On my website, www.ShanaeFulton.com.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Tay, what's poppin'?
Y'all, hey. How's everybody doing?
Pretty good, man. What's new with you?
Ain't nothing, man. Getting this money. What's good with y'all?
Yeah, how you getting this money?
I'm getting this money. Out here educating the people on how to prioritize their sexual health and wellness. Y'all can find out more on thepleasureplug.fun. You need that, I got that. Period.
You sell dildos and all that type of shit?
Listen, I sell body washes and body butters too. But yeah, you need that, I got that.
Okay. Bro, what up, though?
Good evening.
You online?
I am.
No, like, are you pledging?
Oh, no, nigga, I don't believe in that shit.
The president is in the building. Bro, did you take a W last Thursday?
I thought I did. The young man got mental health issues. I didn't want to take it too far.
Wow. Indeed. Love, what's popping?
What's up, Hamp?
Shit, man, where you going, man? What cheap island trip you going on?
I'm not.
Okay.
I just feel like getting braids. What you mean?
You're not
like
going
it?
anywhere? It's decent. You're not
Thank
going anywhere?
I do have a work trip that I have to go on. Yes.
Bruh. I knew it. I knew it.
I've been on work trips for the past several months. They ain't changed my hair
at one time. Y'all ain't even know. So
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Dana,
like that.
what's up?
What's up? What's going on? I missed y'all last week.
Indeed,
we missed
indeed.
you too, Dana. Peaceful Dana.
What's so peaceful?
It's going to be a good night. We have a wonderful topic up here, and I ain't trying to fight with you niggas tonight. You know, this is going to be a nice, peaceful evening. You trying to hypnotize me?
We're getting
sleepy. Hey, it's going to be a good conversation. All of that. Peace.
What's up?
Sick of y'all niggas.
There you go. You ain't gonna be able to contain it for long. Sis, what's popping?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's up, man? Why you looking like tired and all that?
It's just dark in here. I'm good.
Okay.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
We are here, man. So women's POV. I feel like it hasn't been all of y'all in a minute or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
It's true.
I had a couple guests, but once Love told me everybody was coming, I said, okay, well, let's see what we can cook up. You feel me?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
All right.
Shit like that. Shit
So
like that.
let me say what's up to the chat real quick. Ant became a Ant became a
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
DJ Riff.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Lionel, what up? T always putting in work. Tatum was popping. Okay, everybody in here. Josh was good. Be original. Always salute Team BR Women's POV. The chat. Peace, DJ.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
My brother Joel, Rasheen, Timothy, Mike. Mike been missing, or he just ain't been commenting as much.
I think he's been missing.
Mike been missing.
Come on, Mike. Put him in the. Mary, what's popping?
What's up, Mary?
Hey, Mary.
Bub, what up, though?
Hey, Bub.
We in here, man. We in here.
And
We in
Mrs.
here. We
Bub.
locked in. Miss Trinidad, I see you. I was trying to get her on earlier. They were like, please don't bring her up. I'm like, why? Mulatto was good. Blue Jay. Oh, yeah. I got you. I got you. No worries. I'm going to lock it in. Hank, what up, though? Hank be riding out with me, pause, on the midday shows. When Love jump off, I always know Hank gonna lock in with me. You feel me? So, I appreciate it. Yo, I gotta get Miss Trinidad up here. This shit can't be right, man. All right, man. Damn. So I phrased it, why am I not getting approached? But I don't necessarily mean it to be inflammatory for the ladies. Is that phraseology assuming?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very has assumptions in there.
What is the assumptive nature of the question?
That men don't try to talk to us at all, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I think they do try. It's putting the onus on us.
That's how I like it.
For not being approached, as opposed to why aren't men approaching women? That's the better
right.
question.
Right. Because it looks like something's wrong with us.
Yeah.
And that's the case.
Is that so? Men not approaching and women being a part of that issue, are they both true? So what I'm asking is, men aren't approaching, but are women a portion of the reason why men aren't approaching?
Who they not approaching?
No.
Like, are we making it hard for them to approach? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Kind of.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah, I can say possibly.
I'm open to talking about it.
Okay. So if you had to say, would you say men aren't approaching because men aren't approaching? Or are you saying men aren't approaching because women are unapproachable? That's better. If you had to speculate.
The first.
Men aren't approaching just because they aren't?
Yeah.
But there are some outliers in that.
Nay. This is your 100th show.
Oh my God. Okay.
That's some shit only work in a fake world.
No, that's not true. I think men aren't approaching because they aren't approaching. I'm speaking from my own experience where I have made myself unapproachable at a point. That's my anecdotal experience.
Okay, so men aren't approaching because men aren't approaching, or men aren't approaching because women are seen as unapproachable?
I guess I'm gonna say it depending on the woman, but go ahead.
Or it could be that. It could be that. Well, I know.
Hold on, Tasty.
Okay.
Now you about to get put in the back. Please answer the question. It's too early for this. Come on.
Okay. Men.
All right, I can't do it. Dana, go back there and have a talk with her, Dana. All right.
So I'm gonna say HAMP. Actually, they ain't even done nothing wrong.
I get fired too.
I know, right? They ain't done wrong.
Damn.
I think men aren't approaching HAMP. Go ahead, do this.
T.O.
Shit like that.
Now, whoever got blessed with the membership, the key is to maintain it. You feel me? Appreciate you, my brother. T.O. showed the most love, and it might. Man, real shit, man. And on so many platforms showing love, man. That's what support look like. Pay full price. You heard?
That's what's up.
Go ahead, love. What you think?
Well, I think it's the form. I think men aren't approaching because they're not approaching. And I have heard personally, and I've seen on a lot of social media posts that the thing is now that men want women to initiate. They want to feel like they're attractive. It's like they're kind of replacing us. This is sometimes what it feels like based upon what I have literally heard with my ears and what I've seen in social media posts. I remember the rapper, The Game said he wants to be treated basically like a female. I want to be wined and dined. He want to give me this soft girl era. And I think a lot of men, especially the newer ones, they want us to approach them and court them.
Word?
Wow.
And you saying that women ain't have nothing to do with that change?
I don't think so. I don't believe so. No, I don't believe that we as women said we want to approach you, or we feel better, or we want to. I don't believe women have ever said that.
Okay, but so the men aren't approaching because they think they deserve to be approached, or is it fear based?
Yeah,
fear based.
I think they deserve. They feel they deserve because they're the prize again. Remember we talked about this before. They're the prize.
My bad. That's actually my second question. I want to get the answer to that first question. Ro, men aren't approaching because they aren't approaching, or they're not approaching because women are unapproachable?
It's both. It's a certain type of man. If you get
Ro.
It is. If you get a man.
Ro.
Put you in the back row.
This ain't your job where you just tell everybody what to do and go home.
I'm just telling you it's both.
I know I put president on your name, but now you taking it to the head. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just telling you it's a certain type of man, certain type of caliber.
So if you had X and Y, Ro, are men not approaching because they're not approaching, or are women unapproachable?
I want to say women are giving the perception they're unapproachable.
Damn. Word? Okay. Do you think that's more of the issue as opposed to men just?
I think that's more the issue, and that's why they're broken into those two type of men.
Okay.
And they fear the rejection behind it.
Damn. Okay. So, but Rolf said it's on the women though. Okay. Interesting. Tasty. What you think?
I can't. I agree with Ro, honestly, because I think I said last week or another week that I know I don't put myself in the position to be approached a lot of times. So I think that could be it. That women sometimes we're not intentionally putting ourselves out there to be.
Now, Tay, are you simping? Because you just told me last week you go to Home Depot sometime.
I do, but that's like not every.
That ain't putting yourself out there. I don't know what it is.
Come on, I have a house, so I gotta be in there. So it ain't like I'm just in there to get a man, but I do like intentionally, ask for help or,
All right, so you.
I don't do it as often as I should.
Okay, I understand. Okay. Sis. Oh God. Sis.
I'm just processing this question. I don't know. You see a difference when the approach when women get older, when they gain weight. I don't see a difference in how many approaches or approaches from a man before that. Like I'm not paying attention to whether or not women are approachable or what's going on like that.
So
If I'm
back in the
speaking,
day when you used to sneak them niggas downstairs, how did that happen?
which ones? Your friends or
This in the building.
Get the fuck out of here, man. This nigga is not welcome. Big ass mouth.
Bring her back.
Nigga, I hope you get a fender bender tomorrow, nigga.
Bring her back. Free my nigga sis.
I hope you go outside. I hope you go outside and your goddamn tires is flat.
don't say that. But for real, I don't see where.
Hush. Dana.
Yeah. I don't think that there's no such thing as
who the fuck brought her love?
Listen, that's my sis. She gonna be on here every week she can.
Yo, go ahead, Dana.
I don't think there's anything. Excuse me, I'm getting my voice back.
Go ahead, Dana.
Crazy.
I don't think there's any such thing as an unapproachable woman to a nigga who wants to approach a woman. So I feel like if we're not being approached, it's because the men don't want to approach us. But I'm not gonna elaborate. I said it.
Okay, so you think no matter how your conduct is, a nigga supposed to fight through all that and approach?
Conduct? What do you mean?
Well, like if you drunk, slurring, and he want to, like, you saying there's nothing a woman can do to stop a nigga from approaching?
No, that's unattractive. That doesn't make me want to approach you, but there's nothing that if you're interested in me, I'm talking about you being like scared or nervous or timid or shit like that, but not necessarily like I'm not attracted to you because you're belligerent and ugly and acting a fool.
But you're saying so your conduct does have something to do with whether or not a man will approach, though, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying regardless, though, it's still on the men.
It's still on the man, yeah.
Okay. Because I was just trying to clarify, like you said, there's nothing that would stop a nigga. I'm like, how are you conducting yourself?
I said if he wants to. I said if he wants to approach a woman, there's nothing that's going to stop him from approaching her if he has the desire to do it. But he has to have the desire to do it. So he's not going to have the desire if you're unattractive or belligerent or whatever those things that you said.
Have you guys ever considered, like, as a night progresses, a man may be wanting to approach and then watching you think that could be a deterrent?
Like he's intimidated?
No, like let's say he watched you across the room. Maybe, he looked, your hands was on the floor. The back that ass up came on. And now, I'm just thinking through it, Dana. Now you like, niggas ain't approaching. Well, your palms is dirty, mommy.
Well, that doesn't make me unapproachable. It makes me unattractive to you. But those aren't the same thing. They're not synonymous.
No, a woman with her palms on the floor is that I don't know if that's what you want to approach. But that would make you unapproachable if you become unattractive, right? I mean, it's like semantics a little bit, I feel.
No, it's not, because they're not the same. They're not the same.
Okay, so you saying palms dirty or not, you are approachable.
If he wants to approach her, yes, but that he may not want to approach her because that may be unattractive to him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you saying, but what do you think about said? Go ahead. What do you think about said conduct, though?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
What do you think about said conduct? Because if you become unapproachable, for the regular reason was like, what do you think about that type of conduct, though? I feel like, I don't know. I'm just thinking because I hear what y'all saying. No, but if you wilding, butterflying, twerking, your palms is dirty. Like that doesn't speak to you being unapproachable.
unattractive.
Unattractive to you,
Unattractive.
but not unapproachable. That doesn't mean that I'm like I got a resting bitch face, or that I'm giving off some kind of vibe that says get the fuck away from me, or I gotta stink. You know, that to me that's unapproachable. I look like I don't want you to fucking talk to me. Get away from me. But that's not the same thing as being unattractive to someone.
Okay, so you're saying if your palms is dirty, if anything, you might be more approachable because you dancing with niggas like that.
That's not what I said.
Strippers are approached.
Let somebody else respond.
Strippers get approached all the time.
Well, but they're strippers though, bro.
But they get approached after their job.
But their job is to suck dick and dance and appetize men.
And have the after party.
Both can be true.
But I mean, that's their job to be approachable though. So their palms being dirty is different than Love's palms being dirty in the middle of the club.
Okay.
You don't think so? I'm asking. Like that's the job.
That is the job. I feel like that's the job, but I've seen men approach them after their work. Like not on some, I need, I want to pay you to do something, but I want to take you out. I want to do stuff. I want to hang out with you.
And would you talk to those same men that approaching strippers?
No.
That might be a particular type of man. Sis, why are you squinting?
I'm trying to understand because I just think it's a different. The way you look determines who's gonna approach you and how many and how much and where and like that's just genuinely what I think. We don't walk around with the resting bitch face, or we're not mean. I get to a bar, I'm very friendly.
Really?
Yeah, I'm smiling.
Not the cap.
How friendly?
Seriously, I'm trying to process all this.
Okay.
I mean, the last time I went, hold on, you reading super chats?
Yeah, real quick.
All right.
The last time you went, Hank the basement of 2000. Nay, where's my goddamn book? Unapproachable. Why is my goddamn book unapproachable? She didn't send that book. She's the pals of the 2000s. Hank, you will get the book when Q asks for Nay's hand. Jeremiah with the $5 says, be completely honest tonight. Capiche? Double R Films of 2000. She gets looked for at last call or with her hands on the floor. Okay, yeah. That's like a Hail Mary, right, Rasheen? T.O. with the $2. The strippers are approaching them. LOL. That's true. They've been working it all night. Damn. Okay. All right. So why aren't men approaching? Love?
Oh, I believe that a lot of them believe that they don't have to. It's all about what they want, though, too. I think that men approach certain women for certain things. And now let me break that down real quick. If a man can approach a woman and not be serious about her and have no intention on taking her personal, and at the end of the day, they just want a good time. And so if you know the caliber of woman you're approaching, you're not going to just approach any old body, any old woman. I mean, you're going to approach a woman, that you feel you can, if that's what the space you're in. Just approach someone who just wants a good time. If you are, relationship based one relationship, you're not going to approach, the stripper, to just give an example. Or the woman that is out there with her palm. I don't know what that means, honestly, palms on the floor, but that sounds really bad. Okay, twerking. Okay. Yeah. So a man more than likely that's looking for a relationship and really has kind of marriage mind, he's not going to look for the woman that's twerking all night and their palms on the floor or whatever. So I think men do approach, but they approach for different reasons. So I think men are approaching, and I think when we are saying men aren't approaching us, it's more than likely men that we want to approach us.
So are men approaching or what?
I think they are. I think men are approaching, but it's like, what type of man is approaching us?
It just may not be the one you really want. It's just the old man.
Yeah, I don't really want him.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Men are approaching.
Yeah, I believe they are.
So.
But love, you just said they don't a couple weeks ago.
Again,
So,
I'm saying that because listen, what I'm saying is it's not the type of man that I want. And so it doesn't count. Are you frozen here? Or is it me?
No, he's falling asleep on you.
Oh, you're so corny. You're so late. No, I'm being serious. So if you think about it, you know, we get approached, but if it's not to the caliber of man that we want, it's like, man, men aren't even approaching me. But if we boil it down, it's the type of man that we want.
So let me get.
So they are approaching. It's just not who you want to approach.
Yeah, it's just not.
Yo, okay, slow. I noticed. This is what I have to do with you. Slow down.
I didn't say anything that's too fast.
I know what I'm saying is you just said they're not approaching some weeks back.
2 weeks ago, I did, and I explained what I meant by that.
So specifically, you are getting approached, even though you say you weren't, but it's not the men that you like.
It's not the caliber of man that I want.
But you're getting approached.
But I'm getting approached. It's just not the man not type of men that I want.
Okay. Tay, and you. So I don't know what the question is. Okay, so they're approaching. So it's just you don't like them. Is that what it is?
That's me or Tay. Okay, good.
Yeah, to a large degree, you just don't really want to lay with them.
So this is the thing that gets me. I talked to Love about the topic. So what's the point? I wouldn't have ran the topic if you're like, yes, they are approaching. I just don't like them. God,
because that's my answer, Hamp, not Nate or Nate. Okay, not Rose or Taze or ask them. I'm giving you my perspective. Can I give a well-rounded perspective and answer?
President, how am I supposed to navigate this shit, Prez?
That is her perspective, but
I ran the topic by her, Prez. Like, why didn't she tell me that beforehand?
I think maybe she wanted to have a discussion about it because, in her opinion, that's what it is. But some of us feel like they aren't approaching.
The same thing I just said. But now you want to put your president in the back because she agrees with me.
It's due to us, like I said earlier.
Okay, so they are approaching, but what's happening, bro?
I think that at the end of the day, it is because of us. Whether, like Tay said and I said, you know, if you're not out there, you're not putting yourself out there and they approach you, you're not interested and they can tell. And then, like I said, the other side of men are the men that feel like they should be getting approached. It's a certain caliber of men, though. Like I said.
Okay, all right. So let me put my thinking cap on because this nigga just said 2 weeks ago she ain't getting approached. Now all of a sudden she getting approached left and right, but she just don't like the nigga. And I just talked to her about the topic. He said nothing about not getting approached and etc. So now it threw me for a loop. But unlike y'all, I can pivot. Ali was popping with the $5. Damn, Love, you are approachable tonight. You make me want to leave.
He would say some R&B shit.
Yo, Ali, you gotta. All right, who gonna sing this?
You make me want to leave the bottom with. Start a new relationship with you. This is what you do.
You get a strike doing that shit. Golly. Okay, hey, we might need to keep them braids in, man. We're gonna get rid of you, man. Shit. You getting braids in, girl. You getting mad with the 5 membership. Appreciate you, good brother. Joel with the $5. Joel says, so a man can approach a woman and do say something that makes him less attractive, but a woman can't do anything to become less approachable. Come on. Yeah, Joel is a smart ass nigga, B. Nav with the $10. Women don't see you if they aren't attracted to you. So it's like it doesn't count. It's the same with sex. If you don't like it, it's not a body. What? Jesus, Nav. I hope you ain't. I hope you're wrong. Star Baby with the $5. What's popping? Bring up a guy that's up to see his perspective. We need both sides. Star Baby, hush. It's your first time here. They coming up. Pause. I got a legend in the back right now. Omac with the $5. Men approach women when they like the initial package first. Second, how she reacts, and third, when she talks. Too many women are in delusion with their beliefs. Double R with the $2. Is it true you attract the energy you put out? I don't think. Damn, is that true?
I like that perspective.
That's what I said. Yeah,
I do.
So y'all getting rats approaching you?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I agree.
Yo,
That's what that means.
Now hold
I
on.
definitely agree with that.
I know you do, Nate, because everybody says that. It says
No,
you get back what you put out in the world, sis. Like karma.
Maybe we are the reason. We could be part of it. I mean, if we're giving off the impression that we're not interested or we're not ready, which in a sense that was me for a minute, then guys like, why am I going to approach her? Because then he's going to feel that rejection from you. So to Rose's point, it can be a little bit of both. Two things can be true at the same time to an extent.
You ain't say nothing just now.
I did. You just didn't like my answer.
I told y'all stop trying to sneak that bullshit in. You know what I mean? I told y'all create an all women show where y'all could say nothing like some and maybe and depends. Damn. So okay, so you get out what you put out in the world, and then you got niggas that you don't like approaching you. Damn, so who fault is it?
Well, can we talk about the caliber of man though? Because for example, the kind of guy I don't want approaching me is a married one. Okay, let's just, and I'm gonna be honest, it fucking happens, and it makes me mad. So no, that's the immediate shutdown. So yeah, in that instance, I'm shutting them the fuck down.
And those be some of the boldest ones.
That's usually
that was my problem.
That comes my way.
And what's wrong with them?
I don't
You're
want
married.
Somebody else's. I want my own husband. I don't want nobody else's. No thanks.
Okay.
No, thank you.
And that's who's approaching?
For me,
me, yes.
Okay.
Unavailable.
Damn. Hey, love, can you send Gway the link?
Sure.
Okay. So is the consensus that men are approaching, just not the ones you want? Is that what we rolling with right now?
Are we allowed? Let me ask you, HAMP, are we allowed not to say always? Like, there's different scenarios. Like, yes, we get approached, but then we don't get approached a lot, right? But when we do get approached, they're married, emotionally unavailable, marital or relational unavailability. I mean, there's different scenarios. So it's not just like one size fits all. I just wanted to put that out there.
So you're saying you don't get it, but you see, the reason why it's an issue is because you're like, we don't get approached a lot now, like, and then it's not by the men you want, and then they're unavailable in some way.
Married.
Yeah, or you said emotionally unavailable. I heard what you said. That's why I said unavailable in some way.
Yeah.
Damn, this would be pretty difficult to navigate. It sounds complicated.
Welcome to being a woman. Welcome to our world.
Well, now I'm in a conundrum because if it's
that's what I'm saying, Dana.
if it's a matter of the energy that you put out, that's what you get back. I'm like, damn, I don't like nobody that like me. That's what my problem is. So what the fuck?
so you come up unapproachable.
I didn't want to say that out loud on this panel, but I mean, I like one, but overarchingly, I don't like the people that like me.
Damn. That's Dana. I'm not, but this is all over the place, yo.
You're not bugging, but it is very situational, like the lady said.
All right, and so why don't you like? Okay, so let's say he's available. Why don't you like him?
Because, for me, a lot of the guys that approach me, if they're like Tay said, if they're not married, it's too many rules to dating. Nothing can just happen organically anymore. People want to have like pre-dates and do like just weird shit. Like, you can't text somebody twice. You can't double text. And I don't know. It's just too many weird rules to dating. Nobody can just have conversation and cool out anymore. Like, or sometimes, they may not necessarily be married, or they'll tell you that they're not in a relationship, but somebody else thinks that they're in a relationship with them. So, it just gets a little messy. It gets a little messy, but
or recently divorced, or just breaking up, or random stuff. It's challenging.
It's just not a good vibe. Okay. I always say that I've met really great guys, but we just haven't meshed well.
Yeah, I think guys hate hearing that shit. He's so good, but he just ain't good for you, right?
Well, sometimes he's ugly.
Okay.
You could be a good man and be a booger wolf.
Okay.
Wait, I'm peaceful tonight.
But if he got nice qualities, you might end up liking him.
She ain't giving him no chance.
You said if he has what?
If he has nice qualities, you might end up liking him, and something about him would seem beautiful and attractive.
Or loving him.
Oh my God.
I've done that. Listen.
Now that's one thing I like about Dane. She don't cap about niggas having to be attractive. Like,
you gotta have something to look at. But
hey,
there's
other nigga was sweet. Dana, I'm just saying.
Even sis said rolling over looking at a Barilla every morning ain't gonna cut it.
Nah.
Love. Okay, when these niggas are approaching you all of a sudden after 2 weeks, why don't you like them?
So obviously it has to be a conversation. What they have going on in their life, it's different things. Like, I don't want a man with small kids. I don't. Where I'm at in my life right now, that's just something I don't want to deal with, because typically a baby mom is right behind it. So no. I have standards. I like consistency. There's just certain things that I need and I want. And if you're not showing forth consistency in your actions, like.
But this is approaching. How do you know all that?
Oh, I mean, I don't. Yeah, approaching is something different. Like, they can approach and we can have a conversation. But if you have a missing tooth, I like teeth. Teeth are important to me. So if you physically got a missing tooth or a dead tooth or rotten, you need good teeth.
What?
So I guess it's physical. So also, you have to approach with proper English. I'm like, yo, ma. Like, don't talk to me like that. You have to approach the right way. That's all. So if you're talking about purely approach matters.
She ain't say, I ain't hear nothing, man.
I said physical. What did you understand? Teeth.
I'm broke, baby. Ain't got no money? Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money. Bodies!
John, what's popping, my boy, with the 20 ball. John's not getting approached by who they want. Ellipsis. Does that say something about the woman? I'm popular $2 for $2. He said some shit then. He playing Madden or something. See the pals with the $2. KS says you guys need to share men. Tasty.
Mom lied to me. I'm here because I have to do this. Because we have
that noise.
What's that noise?
Somebody watching TV?
Can you mute everybody?
Tell you what, wait, you watching TV?
Yeah, no.
All right. Therese, what's popping, my boy? Salute, Hamp. Much love and respect to the panel. Loving the look, Tay. This topic is interesting. KP, what's up? With the $2. He says, the gynocracy, no country for good black men.
What does that word mean, Hamp?
I don't know.
Oh.
Somebody look it up. KP reads the source every day, so he like to use new words to fool people. I'm Twan with the $2. Somebody look that shit up. Did women or men make the rules to dating difficult? Women. Double R with the $2. How do you get the right man to approach you? There we go. Nav for the $5. Love, you don't need no teeth to eat no coochie. Yo, Caesar's Palace for the $2. Dana, take me as I am, no matter what. Right? You know they watch every episode, Dana. So you know anything you say.
I didn't say nothing.
This shit like get read to Miranda. Anything you say can and will be used.
I don't like this one.
Marcus Evans with the $5. Brother Ham, I feel your pain tonight. Try to have a great show. Yo, Marcus, I think. Cause I don't know what's going on, man. I'm confused. Gway, I don't know what the fuck is happening, Gway.
Hey, Gway.
Hey,
I don't know if men aren't approaching. It's not the right man. He's snaggletooth. In a city with an average income of $90,000. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't. Is it y'all or is it the men, man? Let me know, man.
It's us. Let's be honest. I mean, chaotic.
Don't worry about him. Don't focus on him.
I was looking at something.
Go ahead, finish.
I think it's us, to be honest. I mean, all the other stuff that was said is true. You know, men are approaching women. It's just like maybe it's not the type of women type of men that women like or attracted to. So I think that is true. But in the general sense that women are attitudes, you know, men are afraid to approach us nowadays because they're scared because, you know, all the Me Too stuff, women lying on men. You know, it's just a lot of stuff that's going on, and women have been propped up to think that, you know, they don't need men and that men need them. So why would they want to make it easy for them? You know, because they've been told that they are the prize. So because they feel that way, so they behave in a certain way. We see that all over social media. I don't know what people are talking about. I don't know what social media they be seeing, but we see that all over social media all the time. Average just acting a fool, you know. I mean, that's just common sense, you know. So, but that's my thought on that. I think women are the one with the problem these days.
Jesus Christ. Any reply? Go ahead.
Yeah, great. But at the end of the day, would you want a man who is afraid to approach you?
I mean, no, but I think that the only way that can be possible if you are approachable in the first place. You know, a lot of us have been around where we see men approach women and they act a fool. You know, even if you don't like the guy, you know, you can still be nice, you know, and let him down pretty much easy, you know. I mean, but a lot of the times women act a fool, especially if the guy's ugly or they don't like him. They create a scene. We're seeing that all the time. You know?
I hear what you're saying,
I've
but
never
can we
seen
also
that. Never in real life. Never.
I understand what you're saying, but can we also consider the men who have come up on the show or who have made a case for other men who are just shy, who are the nice guys, so they're timid, so they don't want to approach, and they feel like, you know, the circumstances have to be such and such, or maybe you know, women should shoot their shot and yada yada yada. That's a timid man, right? But that's not because a reaction to something that a woman has said or done.
Yeah, but that's the minority of men, though. You know, we're talking about. We're talking about most men. Like, I think that's the minority of men. To be honest, I think a lot of men who have tried, because so if you say they're timid, right? So if they see men who are approaching women and who are being not so timid and going up to the woman and approaching her, and they seeing like the feedback is not so great, them who are already shy or don't already have the guts to get up there and even talk to a woman, that's not going to make it easy for them either, because they're seeing these guys who are, you know, having the courage to walk up to a woman, even if they're not cute or not, and approach them, and they're seeing the results of that. So that's not going to encourage them to want to walk up, you know, because they might see themselves as not being so handsome, or, you know, might not have the confidence. So, you know, for them, it's not like, you know, yeah, you know, that guy got turned down, who's brave. So let me, who is not so confident, go in and try to approach that woman.
It sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
Well, let's consider this. Oh, go ahead, love.
I just have a question. So, if a man sees another man and the woman says no, thank you, like that's just a part of, I don't say the game. That's life. That's a part of the game. Not every woman that you approach is going to say yes to you. That's part of sales. And I think the sales percentage is what, 20, is it 20% win or less than that? Less than 20% maybe. You just gotta shoot your shot. Be judicious though, because you don't want to just sit there and just hit anybody. And I think one panel, the men even said, you just gotta keep on trying. Something like that. I'm not quoting verbatim, but that was something. You gotta keep on trying to get your percentage up. But I guess the question, Gway, for you is that when you see men approaching women, have you personally seen a woman degrade a man for approaching her? Was she a friend of yours?
No. We were actually at we went out to eat somewhere, and she was it was at a very nice restaurant too. And she was just, she didn't like the guy. I mean, he wasn't cute. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't. But I mean, I just think that she could have like talked to him in a more nicer way than creating a scene.
Like, did she call him out his name? Like, what did she do to him?
I mean, she would just be berating him, like, like, what gave you the guts to think you can even walk up to me and talk to me? That's the problem with men these days. Anybody think they could just talk to anybody? Do you see how I look or how, like how I dress?
And you think that happens a lot? Boy, you think that's a majority of what happens? That in situation, I think that's a majority?
No, but I think the attitude too, though. We can't leave that aside. I mean, let's be honest. Except for people who don't.
You had to make the rest of that up. That ain't true. Go ahead, Chaotic. You should tell she adding on. That's not true.
So
not true.
That's your personal opinion. You're entitled to
not
that.
True.
I did have
you made the rest of that up.
I kind of had a question for something that you had said. You said something about men and the prize. What was it you said? I just want to hear what you had said before, Gway.
Oh.
About what?
Women. She said women think they are the prize.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it shows up in how they treat men.
They behave.
Okay, so I want to talk to that because I remember we did a previous episode talking about men being a prize, and I remember saying that women should be, because it's supposed to be men are like the hunters and everything. We're supposed to be, I think, but in fact, I feel like we make men the prize. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I think we, as women, we make men the prize because we're always fighting over men a lot of times, and we're fighting for their attention. At least in my opinion.
I mean, in my opinion, I think men are the prize, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, essentially they are.
But
I think women are supposed to be. That was just my opinion. But okay.
Well, I mean, men can still approach and stuff, but I just think,
Mm-hmm.
Damn, yo. So okay. Chaotic. Welcome, sir.
How are you feeling, CT?
I'm pretty good. Thank you so much for asking, Gwef. I'm a lot better. I won't be back until Sunday.
Okay.
Kind of was suspended. I did some stupid stuff. Salute to you, Hamp, and salute to you, ladies on the panel.
Sure.
I'm gonna talk for maybe 5 minutes. And I would like maybe not 5 minutes.
No, the hell you ain't.
Just give me a second real quick.
Run that back.
I really want you ladies to grab another glass of wine, because I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be the guy whisperer. I'm gonna tell you a secret that 99.999% of men in America aren't going to tell you. 27 years ago, no, maybe a little bit longer than that, maybe 28, 29 years ago, I stumbled upon a VHS tape. I had never seen anything like this before. Now, 28 years ago, I was about 10 or 11 years old. And an older family member of mine left this VHS tape in the VCR. It changed my world. Okay? I'm not going to tell you what it was until the end of the story. I'm going to give you some names here. Jada Fire, Lacey Duvall, Pinky.
Shit like that.
We already know.
Ava Devine. The sexual market has become oversaturated. Hear me out. Oversaturated with the digital age. Remember, in the 90s, you had to use a VHS tape. You had to set it up. You had to make sure nobody was in the house. You had to make sure your parents weren't coming home at a certain time. Hear me out. In your local airport, at your work, place of employment, there is a man masturbating to porn right now. Now, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to tell you something that a lot of men won't tell you.
Oh, yeah, motherfucker. That's that shit.
All it takes is for a man to get his phone out. He can look at any type of woman he wants to. Any woman from any era. And he could sit there and jerk off the porn. And all it takes is about a minute and a half. A lot of women, I have to say this, you guys are so unaware of what is really happening here. I look at my millennial friends who I went to college with, most of these women are single. It's because you are not competing. You're not competing against the porn stars who are digital, by the way. Men aren't even fucking them. You're not competing against white women. You're not competing against women from across seas. Now, I rock with American women. But the reason why you're not being approached is because I don't know about you ladies on the panel, but Gway is right. You don't realize that men are the prize. A lot of women, I gotta say this, you're fat, a lot of women don't come out the house looking jazzy and nice. You got to understand, men, we're animals. We're animals. And every second of the day, we are, not second, but listen, every guy pretty much is thinking about coochie throughout the day. You know, a guy could be writing a legal document. He could be a lawyer. He's thinking about coochie. And all he has to do is go into the bathroom and, rub one out, and that's it. So what is the point of approaching a chick who has an attitude, a chick who's fat, respectfully, a chick who came out the house like she just woke up and just, I'm going out the house. Women aren't competing now. It is shocking how women don't know this. And especially
CT. Wait. Thank you for that.
But I wasn't done. I mean, you've been drinking, but I'm gonna give you.
No, I have not been drinking. I've been drinking
earlier today. You were drinking earlier today.
No, I wasn't. That would be you, sir.
No,
anyway.
No.
So you're saying that men?
Talking about
because I want to keep the conversation going.
I wasn't done.
Come on, man. We didn't want you up here giving your long soliloquy. I'm asking. I'm trying to engage you, though. No, I'm engaging you. I'm going to ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
This is why men aren't approaching you, gentlemen.
That's fine. I don't want you to approach me. I'm asking you a question.
I'm married and no.
Perfect. Can I ask you this question now? Sir, cut it. You're being soft. You're being really soft right now. Listen, please. So, the question I have for you is, are you stating men aren't approaching women because they don't have to, because they can jack off? And that's like a personal problem to me.
Capital Y, yes.
So y'all prefer cyber women and
yes. Listen, when I was dating do you know how many women that I dated in my past and I would just rub one out because it was just that damn easy? I mean, think about it. Just think about it. It's so easy to rub one out, and a lot of men won't talk about this. And I'm speaking for myself.
That's incel behavior, though.
Okay, you can give it whatever tag you want.
No, I'm not attacking. We're asking.
Video games. I don't play video games, but you guys are competing with video games. You're competing with even knowledge. A lot of guys will sit back and, hey, man, they may be into their hobbies more than you. You gotta compete. And a lot of women don't understand this. And I want more Americans to marry.
So how does a woman, and why should a woman compete with a video game, an inanimate object? Because you can't get a baby from an inanimate object.
A lot of guys don't want babies.
Oh, they don't? Because I thought that men wanted to produce families and have a legacy. So you're saying majority of men don't want legacy anymore?
So we don't have single moms out here? Wait a minute. Hold on for a
No.
second.
I didn't ask you that. I said, no. You said a lot of men don't want kids. You just literally sat there and said that. So you're saying a lot of men don't want a legacy? A majority of men don't want legacy now?
I don't know. I don't have the data, but what I
you
do
just said it.
Well, 70% of our kids are born with into single mothers. So that's the point he's making.
That kind of proves it right there.
That's not what he said.
But he's making it sound like men aren't interested in women. They'd rather do
X, Y, and he's saying the convenience of access.
Ma'am.
So CT, I'll give you one example. Lil Yachty, you know the rapper?
Yeah.
Lil Yachty. If you see him perform, if you heard him talk, you would think he's like an incel, right? But if you see him perform, he has a whole big personality. He'll turn out the big, all those big he gets paid. He gets paid a lot to do, Yachty, right? He says he sits in the house and just plays video games and masturbate. He said he prefers that. And he got money out there. You know what I'm saying? Because the convenience factor is no stress and you get the same nut, essentially. That's what they thinking.
So that's his thing.
That's
That's
the
his
case,
problem.
If that's the case, Hamp, then that's the men, right? Now, before I said it was the women, because we are the ones that have to, accept, and much like what Chaotic said, I agree with that. I agree also with what you put out there is what you get. But if that's the case, Hamp, that doesn't fall on us. That falls on men.
Exactly. Hence what I said earlier.
Think about this for a second. I'm not disagreeing or agreeing, but if it's less stressful, you can get back to reading your book or doing your work or going to play whatever ball because the women are a headache and it ain't worth it because of the rejection, because all of the dopamine hit you get from Instagram. Why not just do that?
I mean, well, if that's what you want to do, then that's fine. But that doesn't fall on us.
No. I'm saying take a second, listen to what CT said, listen to my very minimal add-ons, and then what do you guys think about all of that?
I agree with him. I think that men are not approaching, like I said in the beginning, there are different sets of men. Some of them are not approaching because they feel like it's easier to just be with themselves. Okay. It's easier to sit in the house and be on the computer. It's easier to sit in the house to not do nothing but jack off. It's easy, but that's also antisocial behavior. It does not help
anxiety, bro.
It does not help with relationships. And then when they try to go out there, and I think on here we had this discussion with the other young man, I forgot his name, who said the same thing. He thinks it's easier to be in the house playing his video games than being out here and talking to women and being outside.
Right. And is there anything wrong with that? No, chaotic. Is there anything wrong with a man choosing to do that?
There's nothing wrong with it.
I would like to address Ro real quick. See, the beauty of women is your predictable. M Twine with the $5 super chat. If women have the rest in bitch face, what would make the man you want to have the energy to approach you? Ooh, good question. Unpopular Truth with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, guys. That's them old heads that say keep on trying, the ones y'all don't want. Okay. Unpopular Truth, the $5 super chat. Y'all attitudes on here are the same attitudes in the streets. Thank you so much for the super chat.
UT hitting the
Bino with the $10 super chat. Gway be capping. Ladies, don't let her fool you. She was the same person that said I should look in the mirror. She is no different than the ladies up there on the panel. Oh, stop it, Drake Bino. Nick the Magnificent, the $2 super chat for being a member. Says Big Hamp and panel salute. Thank you so much, man, for this.
Word. I got like 6 more.
Marcus with the $5 super chat. Question for Brother Hamp and Chaotic. Why do y'all think some of the women on the panel are not completely honest on this topic? Oh, that's a good one. I got the answer for that one.
He asked that same
Popular
question.
Truth says CT knows something. Yes, I do. Now for the $5 super chat. Same way these dudes be having to compete with these battery operated toys. Oh, y'all having y'all nightstand. Oh, Joel with the $5 super chat. Women play video games and or rub one out every so often too. Does that make y'all themselves? No. Similar question I asked last time. Pocket vagina. I would like to address Ro real. Oh,
go ahead,
Marcus.
No, go ahead. No, that was the one he asked us the question. But go ahead.
Now, Ro, this is the beauty of women: predictability. Now, of course, you're gonna say, "Well, That's antisocial behavior. That's incel behavior. Oh, just like in the 90s when girls made fun of boys for playing video games all day. But not me, I didn't play video games. See, you're trying to shame men, but men don't care. And let me tell you something else. Some of the greatest antisocial people have ushered in the computer age, the quantum computing age, etc. Steve Jobs was known for his minimalism, for his antisocial behavior in the workplace. Go online and type in Steve Jobs.
And I watched the movie and read his book, but on his deathbed, he said he regretted all of it. Leave it alone.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll take your word.
You could go read. You can go read his document. You can listen to his documentary and watch it. Yeah. But go on with your point.
I'm not arguing with you, but what I'm saying is this: you ladies have to come to terms with what a lot of guys are saying, especially a person like me who's just open about a lot of things. A man would just rather rub one out and be done with it, because you got to think you're only gonna look as pretty as you were yesterday. When a man could just get on the computer and I could look at Pinky from 20 years ago. I could look at Tiana Trump from 10 years ago. You got to sit back and think, man. You could always go back in time and rub one out to an 18, 19-year-old Tiana Trump.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't sound like, what you're saying, it doesn't sound like what we're talking about. I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. The points that you're making are valid, but that has nothing to do with what we're actually talking about. Because you're talking about men who are not interested in dating. We're talking about men who are interested in dating and who are being social and who do want to approach women or don't want to approach women, but they're interested in dating. You're talking about people who are. I'm not done. You're talking about people who have no interest in socializing or engaging the other sex. So yeah, the point is, the question is, what is the point that you're making as it relates to what we're talking about?
Okay, ma'am. I literally said that a person like me, I got my fair share of coochie, and I loved dating when I was in my 20s.
You gotta stop coming here lying. You gotta stop coming on here lying. You know good and hell well, Chaotic. We go through this every fucking time. Never mind, I'm being peaceful. Let me mute and let you finish.
No, but what I wanted to ask earlier, what okay,
exactly so men aren't approaching you ladies because it's cackling. So here goes the thing.
Wait. Let me ask a question real quick.
I wasn't even done answering.
Are you serious? You've been talking for like
just ask him. Chaos, just answer a question. Go ahead, sis. Go.
I just want to know what's wrong with women doing what men do, what those men do. Just choose not to go out and look for women, play with themselves at home, play video games. Why can't women just?
You can't do it.
The men on here that you just said we don't compete, we don't get dressed, we don't go outside, we're minding our business. Why do y'all care?
Ma'am, I'm obviously speaking about the women who do want to date. What I am saying for the 50 billionth time, if you are interested in dating as an American woman, maybe you should take pointers from the kings and queens of society. Here's my thing. I don't like, for example, Kamala Harris at all. However, if I was a woman, I would say, you know what? Let me look like her when I go out the house.
Hell nah. She with that old ass white man. Are you bugging? What are you doing?
That's why. At least she has a man. She has a man. White man, purple man.
Are you saying it's our appearance, CT?
Yes, your appearance. Yes.
I'm popping every day, so
thank you, Miss Nay.
But no, because I think I'm popping every day. I dress up.
No, you have to get rid of those locks and get nice.
No, I'm not getting rid of my locks. I have them.
Let's not feed into this because Chaotic ultimately what you said is ultimately still was null and void. I mean, at the end of the day, now you're saying that we need to look like Kamala.
What's the title? Why am I not getting approached?
Again,
I've gotten approached with locks. I've gotten approached.
I'm trying to tell women why they are not getting approached, and then they're getting mad at me for telling them why they're not getting approached by a man.
You're not going to get approached by a man that is sitting in the house and playing a video game. Okay.
Bro. So let me just clarify a point real quick.
I know you don't have to clarify him. He's saying the reason we need to make ourselves in this sort of this box where these men are that don't even want to be out in the first place. So it does not make any sense.
So all right, real quick. Caesar's Palace with the $5. Guys, ice cream dates, coffee dates, and cheesecake dates. Women say they don't want them. Men see that the juice is not worth the squeeze. Enoch with the $5. Enoch was popping.
You keep talking, man. You keep.
My bad. I forget. Who is it? I forget. Enoch with the $5. What's up, Enoch? Interesting. Is the ease of porn better or worse for our society? Might be worse. But what chaotic? Just real quick, CT. What chaotic was saying is men are choosing the ease of access to porn over dealing with women. And this is men that are successful. He's not just talking about the ones you want to call incels. If you could rub one out and get back to business, men are opting to do that as opposed to dealing with the bullshit. That's what he's saying in terms of men not approaching. And so that's where the conversation happens is, are they not approaching? Are they not approaching you for a particular reason? Are they not approaching women because it's not the juice ain't worth the squeeze, like Caesar's Palace said? That's what he's articulating.
Listen, Nay, I like you a lot. I think that out of all the women on this panel, other than Gway, you don't cackle like, Gentle Love. You don't have an attitude like Dana. I rock with Tay though. She's very peaceful. Sis, you kind of yap at the mouth too. But here goes the thing. As a man, I am telling you these things because I care. A lot of men, we would love, well, not me, I'm married. We would love to approach women. But, it's, if you're wearing a triple fat goose coat and some jeans, and that's not elegant. Look at women in the 50s and look at pictures. This is what women should do. Look at women from the 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe the 80s. Look at them in places like the mall, the supermarket. Look at how thin their waists are. Look at black women, white women. That's what women should look like. That's attractive. But all of this, hair, all these locks and big ass hoop earrings and attitude, it's like a goddamn cartoon character.
Well, you're being ridiculous right now, and you're trolling, but you want people to listen to you because there's no way in the world you're saying that someone with locks in their hair,
I'm about to call her
symbol of beauty. No. Listen, you're being ridiculous, chaotic, because you can't sit there and mock the beauty of a black woman because she has locks in her hair, and that's part of the reason. And then talking about small waist. There's that you talked about Nay's locks, so shut up.
The black woman's small waist.
Because when you met your wife, did she have one closer to 50s and 60s? No, she didn't.
Ma'am, she's okay.
Your wife was trapped in a time warp.
It's not about clothes from the 50s and the 60s.
You just said that.
It's about a conservative business professional look everywhere you go, ma'am.
So we have to walk around in blazers and slacks every day.
In the 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Right. So when you met your wife, she had blazers and it's slacks. You're being ridiculous.
We can't pretend to be valley girls. We're not valley girls.
It's not about a valley.
We can't pretend to be valley girls. As you described your wife. We can't do that because we're Black American, okay? We can't pretend to be valley girls
every single day. Like what you're wearing?
Matter of fact, go get her pregnant because her time is coming.
This is why.
You're about to be geriatric. You need to go in there in the room over there.
Damn, man.
CT, no, he can't. How you come on the show dress? Is that how you dress every single day?
I don't wear this every day, but every single day I am dressed up because I don't want to get caught lacking. It's funny because every time I will go out, if I'm not running, I'll go out looking like a bum, thinking like, okay, I'm just gonna run to the store real quick. Sure enough, somebody from my past, or sure enough, it's somebody that knows me that I ain't seen in a long time. I'm like, damn. So now their perception is, dang man, this dude, is he struggling? Is he a bum or something?
Oh, so it's a perception.
It's a perception thing.
Okay, so you don't want to look like a bum.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
Men,
Oh,
He
I'm
wanted
not
that
listening.
fake black
All
girl.
was
They
it
act like
Steve
a
Jobs?
valley
He was a
girl.
whole
It's all about
millionaire, and
perception.
yeah, but Steve Jobs was a whole millionaire, billionaire, and look how he was dressed. You can still dress in like down.
Wait a
You
minute,
still
ma'am.
dress
Ma'am,
down. Why you feel like you have to
ma'am,
dress in a suit
ma'am,
all
you're
day?
comparing a man who literally put a dent in the universe to me.
Okay,
I'm
so someone like a Russell Simmons, he wear
Ma'am.
yoga attire all the time.
Ma'am, Steve Jobs could wear the same turtleneck every day because he was Steve Jobs. This man literally had tens of thousands of people working for him. He literally had offshoring. His company was global. So he could wear a damn tank top for all we care. That's Steve Jobs. But me, Hamp, we have to look a certain way. Men have to look a certain way when we go out. And women do too.
But Hamp has on a hoodie.
Ma'am, Hamp is his own man. Listen, but what I'm saying is that I go out everywhere, even if it's to the corner store, which I don't like going to corner stores, but even if it's to the corner store, I got a blazer on, some slacks on, etc. Because the Arabs in there, I'm not their buddy. I'm not their cousin. I don't want them talking to me like lackadaisical.
This is off topic.
But
So
you should
see,
be able to be versatile.
this is off topic. This is off topic.
Yeah.
You're married. Who cares what you think about? No, listen. So you're trying to tell me
Call it the M word.
I don't care. One minute, men are sitting there wanting to play video games. They don't want they have the fear of rejection, which is it's fear based, as someone said earlier.
It's not the fear of rejection.
It is piece of it. They said it's easier to pay. It's easier to play video games than it is to go out there and approach a woman. Then you also say that women have to dress conservatively and business casual every day. How are these two entities going to meet if the men feel it's easier? Do you and it seems like you're negating also that men are fear-based and want to be treated as the women nowadays? Because we talked about that earlier today.
Can you do this to the screen real quick? Can you show the screen your nails real quick?
Why?
Because that's one of the reasons why men aren't approaching you.
Because my nails are painted?
Yes.
Well, guess what? My man won't care about my nails being painted or being painted.
Really?
That won't be the reason why a man won't want to talk.
Wait. Do you agree that painted nails are
green? Painted nails, green,
any color, any color.
There are conservative colors, and then there are cartoon colors. If I'm a man, why on earth would I see a woman with cartoon green, cartoon purple? Ooh, I wonder, let me go talk to her. No, it's just like with the hair. If you have purple hair as a woman, that is an indicator of a problem. I don't get what's so hard to understand about this.
Damn. All right, hold on.
Grown ups in between, churning baby.
Lauren Mack with the $2. He says, "Oh DJ, that's my DJ. What up though? Hey, beautiful ladies." UT with the $2. Comprehension is low. I see, shaking my head. Double R Films with the $2. CT is correct. If you really listen to understand. YKS with the $2. CT wife catching strays, shaking my head. Enoch with the $5. YouTube suggestions this for me. Proud of you, Hamp. Keep doing your thing. Thank you. Like that. Enoch, that's my man. So all right, let's slow down. All right, slow down. Okay. Did you guys hear the point where he said they are choosing this because the juice isn't worth the squeeze? Forget it.
How would they know? How would they know if they're playing video games and beating their meat?
It says he didn't just use video games. He said successful men could be reading, they could be podcasting, and so as opposed to going try to do X, Y, and Z, they just rub one out because they get the same benefit without all of the headache. Is that not realistic to you guys?
On the other hand, what about the fat slide that's 15 minutes away? Why won't they just go hit that and go back home?
Question though. What I just said, is that unrealistic?
It's not unrealistic.
It's not true.
Unrelated.
So let me speak for myself. That is a very convenient thing to do if I got shit to do.
Again, what he's saying.
I'm not
there's
asking you
truth
guys to
what he's
refute. I'm just saying, does it make sense though when you hear
It
it?
makes sense.
No,
It does make
It's just
sense.
unrelated.
no, men
No,
are still getting cheated.
so Dana, men will
Yes.
do that over pursuing women because of all the factors. Fear could be one, convenience is another. All of those things matter, right? Didn't Love say that earlier? There's situations, right, where this is why they do X, Y, and Z. It's not just people who can't get vagina. Are we saying that's unrealistic?
Now, I don't think it's unrealistic, but what I don't like about it is that it basically says we're only sex. You only see us for sex. I mean, I get what you're saying. That makes sense. But like, you don't want to just talk to us. Oh, she look like gonna have a good conversation, or you know what I mean. We're not thinking about turnoffs in terms of attraction. We're talking about approaching them to want to talk to them, to potentially date, potential relationship, whatever.
We'll
It's
take
more than
question. Question, Tay, did the 49ers win or lose last week?
sex. I don't know.
So I'm just saying, like, it's just little things, Nate. If we just had to have a conversation, like, we got more to talk about with the fellas.
I mean, but he could tell me, you know.
He could tell you.
Talk about it. I might not have nothing to offer, but we can talk about it. You can talk to me about it.
They won last week.
But that might be tough, though, right, Tay? Like, if you don't got nothing to offer, you're like, oh, okay.
I mean, not about that in particular, but shit, we can talk about more than football or sex. Damn, like, that's
I
all
feel you.
You know what I mean?
This is what I don't understand. All right, I do understand, but I can't seem to get y'all to understand. The people that you're referring to, the ones who would rather talk to the guys, homies over hoes, the guys who would rather play video games, they'd rather beat off, they'd rather watch porn, all of those things. Go do that. That's fine. If that's what you would rather do, if approaching women, if dating is too much for you or it's too overwhelming, it gives you social anxiety, or you're just not that interested because the juice is not worth the squeeze, fine. Be that as it may. Those aren't the men that we're talking about when we're having this conversation about who's getting approached and why we're not getting approached. It's just not the same conversation at all. And I can't stress that enough, so I won't say it again.
Even if we're not getting approached because that's what they want to do, the bottom line is they're just not going to approach us. That's just my point. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. If there's a man that wants a legacy and he wants to have children and he wants to do all that, like Hamp and them said, niggas just really, what they say, you having kids for a legacy. You that's it. Y'all just fucking the fuck, right? So if that's the case, if your only duty is for your legacy and that is to get married and have children or just have children, period, then that's what you're gonna do. So if that's what it is, then that's what it is. Chaotic. I mean, we can't argue.
I don't know nothing about having no children. He's podcasting. But anyway, go ahead and explain further, Chaotic, because we don't get it. Go ahead.
All right. Let me read these real quick. Tony Golden with the $5. CT, you think their physical representation may be an indicator on the time of woman, on the type of woman they may be? Colored nails, and hair equal undesirable / attitude?
Yeah, I want to answer all of those in a minute.
Okay, yeah, we can. I'll come back. Caesar Powell says OnlyFans.
But
T.O. with the $2 says
about the women that showing their titties.
T.O. with the $2 says no, Chaotic. No, Chaotic saying y'all are unnecessary stress.
Then don't date us.
Mike Brown with the isn't that what we are? Mike Brown with the $5. I'm 5 minutes behind, but I've asked this question before. If women don't change and men don't change, who suffers more? We answered that question before. Cellulite with the $5 says easier to jack off rather than go through leaps and bounds for a possible encounter. It's a convenience, not a necessity. Tony Golden with the $5. In 2023, y'all not conversational masters. You have no other relationship skills, no hobbies or interests. Unfortunately, box is all a lot offers. Tony also just gifted a shit like that. All right.
I'll say it again. I'm going to answer that super chat and the other one. So I'll say it again, sis, and I will keep saying it. Men obviously love coochie. Okay? We love coochie for the last time, sis. That's why we get our basic needs fulfilled a lot of times in porn because it's simple. What men on the surface like is a feminine woman. We don't want to date a pinky. We don't want to date these characters in porn who are loud mouth and nasty mouth and attitudes. That's what porn is for. It's for that quick little fantasy. But what men love is a nice, sensual woman. A woman who doesn't have cartoon colored nails, pink hair, a woman who's not boisterous and loud and yapping. No, men generally love peace and tranquility with a woman. We don't, I mean, most men don't like whores. We like them for sexual purposes, but we don't like them as dating partners. And what I'm saying is that men aren't approaching women because what we see or what men see is generally whores, and more whores everywhere. We don't want to see that. We don't want to date that. Yeah, of course you want to get coochie, but you don't want to have that as your wife, generally speaking. So there are indicators. One of the indicators is hair. Another one is eyelashes. Another one is your dress appearance. Those are indicators of being a whore. Those are indicators of a problem. Those are indicators that maybe I should stay away, just like people stay away from cartoon colored snakes too, because those are poisonous. But millions of years of evolution, we know that biologically speaking. So men are not approaching women, generally speaking, because what is there to approach? What is there to approach?
If I'm in the grocery, what you fucking watching while you hiding behind closed doors?
You missed
that
my
does not
point.
make any sense.
I'm telling you, those listen.
You want something that you're not even obtaining yourself.
Oh my God, ma'am!
You're watching porn,
ma'am,
but you want a nice woman.
Man, let me tell you something real quick. In college, there was a girl that I knew, super Christian, but she was a whore in the bedroom. Very
Is this the one
nasty.
who you were outside of the bedroom door listening to her have sex?
I never dated that chick, Dana.
Oh, I just want. That's not the same person.
No, this is a girl that I was having premarital sex with. She was nasty in the bedroom, but when we were out in public, she used to wear dresses to her ankle. She spoke like a good little church girl, and that's why that actually turned me on. She didn't have cartoon color nails. She had nice, beautiful long hair. She was black. She wasn't white. She was black. She was
Why
focused.
didn't you marry her?
I wasn't interested in marriage in my 20s. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So you messed it up. So you're an F boy.
Well, it's 4 billion women on the planet. I mean,
no, what are y'all talking about, man? I'm trying to
XTG, like he's sitting there. I don't even know what he's talking. He's about college days. Who cares?
You know what I'm talking about?
You talking about men want porn. They want whores, but they don't want a whore. So why, like as Rose said, if you don't want a whore, you just want to do it to them. When are you going to settle down and get serious and really go after the type of woman that you want?
Ma'am, I'm already married, but when the woman gets serious,
I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to talk to a man that's single, that's really out there, because you're single. I mean, you're married, been married for a long time. You out the game. I don't want to talk. You offer nothing to us. I want men on the panel that actually can talk about now, not college days.
You're sauced. You're sauced. Calm down. You're sauced. You've been drinking all day.
Sir, you're strolling right now.
Let's all right. I'm gonna drop the link in a second.
We're
gonna do one. Taco Bell. Let me do one at a time. We're gonna rotate the fellas, right, or whoever hits the link, ladies, whatever. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering why these men are opting to use these other avenues to pleasure themselves as opposed to pursuing women. And what I'm saying, guys, is that it's not just these men who can't get vagina. I think I'm just saying that consider that point because it's not a far-fetched thing.
I agree with that.
I I have a question, and I'm gonna talk to you, Hams, because you're making more sense to me. You're saying men that can get vagina, they're like the highest, like top 15%, we'll say, right? You're saying even the top 15%.
So.
All right, the top 20% of men. You're saying even they would rather stay at home, play video games, and beat off than approach a woman. Is that what you're saying, or no? I want to make sure
I'm saying that the probability for that isn't as low as you may assume. And that's why I brought up a very high value person, the entertainer, that literally said that. Because of the pursuit of women, I think it's multifaceted. The want,
okay.
Yeah. The want, the need, how necessary is a woman in his life when a lot of men are now opting not to get married. They don't care about legacy. So if you omit those things and I can rub one out and go back to playing video games or go back to finishing my work, why not do so? I'm just saying, stop. I'm saying it's very dangerous to dismiss something that if you look in the chat too.
The fuck?
I'm just saying, if you look in the chat, no, it's not. If you look in the chat, look what the men are saying though.
Yeah, if that is,
So,
I guess
all I'm saying is, hold on. Do I understand what I'm saying though? As opposed to just coming with a presupposition, that they saying that in the chat.
If that is what it is, and I agree with you. Let's just say I agree with you. That's what it is. Okay, you got it. You're right.
No, because it's a disingenuous agreement.
It's not disingenuous. I agree with you.
How is this likely with 4 billion women on the planet?
I know a specific man in particular that will say that is why. He make it easier.
Go ahead, bro.
So if that's the case, well, what is the point?
What?
What is the point? If they don't want anything to do with us, if they don't want anything to do with us, what's the point?
The point of what, bro?
Why should we even be concerned about that? Why should we compete with somebody that has already made a decision as an adult that's what they want to do?
Well, I guess what we're gonna assess is why is that a viable option? Is the men just straight up saying the hell with it, or is the difficulty of women nowadays just not worth the pursuit?
So my thing
and then last point, bro. You also hear men saying what Love said. They said it. So I had a panel today. It was like 5 or 6 men out of 10 men that came, 12 men that came up there saying that they wait for women to come to them.
Right, and they're gonna be waiting. Because women are not going to always approach. Majority of them are not
who it was.
Was
Hink up there?
Hink is up there. So are we just saying this is just fugazi? Or I mean,
so I looked at the picture, little Yachty. That's the little dark-skinned boy with the bees, the real big bees hanging over his with the bangs. Is that him?
Yeah.
Is that little Yachty?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, child. So I'm asking a question for the men. Is it social anxiety and social awkwardness, and they're hiding that, or they're masking that and saying,
you see what just happened in Lil Yachty though, Love?
No, what happened?
Like you see how you dog, like why dog him?
Because that's the kind of man I wouldn't even want him to approach me like that right there. But listen to what I'm saying to you. Okay. The way he presents himself, that right there tells me some ain't too right or too keen. He doesn't present himself to me presentable. He has big beads coming over his face like a bang. And you say he talks like real, like high, not high pitch, but he talks high. So that kind of man, if he didn't have money, he wouldn't even be in any percentage to get a woman. And so we're using this man who presents himself as that as a yardstick and saying, see, even professional high quality men don't want to approach a woman. Just because
so you're saying, so you agree with chaotic sentiment, green nails, green hair, you deserve to be disregarded, right? Just based on your appearance.
Some people like that. Some that's not
what I'm asking. No, because you just shit on your little Yachty, right?
I did.
So
to
use that okay, hold on. If we keep your same logic and employ it equally, then you agree with chaotic sentiment. Your perception and presentation.
Yes, to that person that was attractive to you. I'm sorry, I think Dana May said it. You're attracted to who you're attracted to. There are artists out there that will see a woman with green hair and say she's so artistic because she may be a hair. I've seen women that are hair. So I'm just saying,
it's a mood
it's
thing,
not,
right?
it's
But
not
but the thing is, you
and
literally just
what?
pointed out Yachty. You didn't
Because-
qualify. Hold on, let me because it's very. I'm just because there's people listening. So you didn't qualify all of that until we shifted it to something that would make a woman would make a man not want to pursue a woman. That's when you then said, "Oh, it's who you like, et cetera, et cetera." You just shit on Yachty without any context.
I did not. I said I don't want that kind of man approaching me. I literally said that. I swear to goodness, I said that. I wouldn't want that kind of man approaching me. I literally said that when I first started talking.
Have you heard him talk? Have you seen him perform?
I did. When I was going to make some more tea, I did. I looked and I was like, "Who is this little Yachty? I wanted to see what you were talking about." And like, again, that's not my cup of tea. He is not. And I'll even venture out to say women on my level too, or maybe even one on this panel. I'm venture to say he's not even their type either.
He's on a higher level than us, and it's not close. So
because he makes money.
There's someone for everybody.
Well, that's what level is, right? I mean, have you heard the man speak?
If he didn't have the money, though, money makes a lot of people attractive.
But you know, if your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle.
I'm just saying, but I get that, but let's be clear.
Can I ask a good question real quick? So how do we account for all the porn watching with the VCR tapes and all the porn watching throughout the past 100 years? How do we account for all of that porn watching?
I'm sorry, because I can answer
No,
that.
just real quick. You don't need a VCR on the toilet now, sis. You can go in the bathroom with your phone and get busy.
Back
in the point is men been watching porn. So
but
how
he's
all of a sudden,
access.
so you guys are putting a different reason why men are watching it now on the table?
As a former chronic masturbator,
clearly are.
I can tell you. Are you gonna let me finish? Or
Sis ain't listening. She got a presupposition that says this is wrong or it's unrealistic.
I'm very well.
But sis, if you consider the access points that exist now as opposed to then, right, and all the setup you had to do that chaotic mention, you wouldn't even be asking that question.
That's not what I'm saying. Is men been watching porn? So how now are they watching porn because now black women are now all of a sudden so undesirable? That's the bull.
Who said black women today?
To address.
Nobody said black women at all.
Sis, can I
talking to black women?
Can I address you now, sis? A lot of men won't admit this, but I will. As a former habitual jack offer, chronic masturbator, I can tell you, ma'am, and I was very young, but I can tell you it was like solving the quadratic formula when you were 7. It was like solving a calculus problem at a young age. That's how hard it was to watch Punani back in the day. But also back in the day, sis, all you got to do is go to auntie's house, go to grandmammy. Oh, I don't want to call your grandmother's grandmammy. Go to grandmother's house and look at the photo albums. Look at the women in the families back then. You can clearly see that the women, they dressed a different way. They weren't hoochie mamas. You probably had some back then, but men had something to approach back then. Even in the 90s, all you got to do is look at the worst of the 90s. Look at a Foxy Brown. Foxy Brown looks like a goddamn nun compared to, who's that whore's name? Sexy Red. Little Kim, I gotta say this, Little Kim is Mother Teresa compared to these whores now. Those were the worst I remember when girls were singing Adina Howard, used to get suspended from school for singing Adina Howard's video looks like a Reading Rainbow episode now compared to the trash that's out now. So it was different back then. Men had something to approach. I'm giving you guys too much secrets.
Well, they don't want to approach them. And it's over-sexualizing in the first place. It's over-sexualizing. You have men that are deciding to watch porn, and you got women that are extreme cases in what you're speaking of, what you call her a whore, where Hamp just got on Love about calling that young man whatever she called him or called him out for whatever.
That's not true.
If you do get a chance to read why he's celibate, it's because he said he was over sexualized, and that's why he doesn't approach women, because he's celibate at this point.
Ro, can I ask you a question real quick? This is way off the topic. Did you just get done deaning some girls?
What are you talking about?
Never mind. Are you in the? Are you? Never mind.
No, you're not.
Oh, okay.
You
You just got the beret, like the beret on. I'm like, okay, that just seems okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to just continue. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole no more. Everybody got an excuse for the reasons why they want to disregard the reason. Then there's no need to even keep talking about it. But we're just saying it's a real thing. So men are considering that over approaching women for various reasons. It could be convenience. It could be fear. Right? Those two things are viable. But the truth is they have that option to get that release. And men that got shit to do consider the women a headache. These are reasons, right? But the women are saying they using all that excuse. They just scared, and they wouldn't be outside anyway. So those aren't even the men that they need to address, because those men aren't even options. So that's what I heard just now from everybody, right? I think that's a good synopsis. But I don't think we should disregard any of it.
Out of 4 billion women, you mean to tell me that doesn't make that doesn't compute? That's stupid.
What doesn't compute?
That there's not a woman out here that's appropriately dressed or approachable out of 4 billion women on earth, and you're telling me you men cannot find one.
The title is "Why Am I Not Getting Approached?" So we're talking about.
I'm speaking to the points you were just
You're
talking
saying
about.
not get one. I don't understand what that means.
He just said why aren't women getting approached? He's giving reasons why, right? We're not dressed right. We're not blah 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 blah, right?
But then you say that's dumb, right? But men are also telling you, but sis, men are also telling you it's true. So how do you get to qualify it as dumb?
4 billion women, men cannot find someone to approach. Is that what y'all are telling us today?
They can't find someone to approach.
Can I piggyback? Can I help, sis?
Yeah, let me just read these super chats real quick.
Go ahead.
I mean, Joe was popping with the $10. Why all this energy about men y'all clearly don't want? What are y'all doing to get men y'all want to approach y'all? Keeping the same energy tonight y'all had when we were up there. Bob, thank you for the cash app, my brother.
No, please.
Tony Golden with the $2. As a single male, I can say CT is accurate. Caesar's Palace with the $2. CT talking too much logic for the ladies. YKS with the $2. They don't want to. They want to hear a panda bear. CT spitting. Bob with the $5. Talking to a woman can be very labor intensive with with zero probability of success. It's a simple matter of time allocation towards pleasure. Tony Golden with the $2. Love checkmated herself, then moved the goalposts. UT with the $2. Hamp got love, LOL, contradicting as always. Bob with the $5. What do you think the most valuable thing you offer to a man? What do you think a man thinks is the most valuable thing you offer? OMAC with the $5. Black women, please understand, a man is attracted to you first. Second, black women, you are position your positive negative reaction to a man coming to you dictates his actions to you. OMAC, just spend $10 so you can type the whole goddamn word. Damn. Oh man, yo. This is I don't know, man. Let me E what's popping. Go ahead,
can I ask a question real quick before E gets in real quick? Just a question. Ladies, can you give me the name of a female president, prime minister, or I'll even do this one, or a senator, any country that does not have straight hair?
Okay.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
No, I know you're just asking. I know you.
No,
Next point. E, what's up, E? What's up, E?
I'm asking a question to happen. They
Yeah,
can't.
we're honestly disregarding your question. E, what's up?
They want to answer that question.
You're being very nasty and derogatory. E,
I'm
what's
being
up?
nasty. I'm telling you,
we are ignoring you.
I am telling you why women aren't being approached. You guys are not copying the kings and queens of society. Is it funny that Michelle Obama?
Come on, man. I'm not allowing this. I'm not allowing this. Yeah.
I thought I was broaching the topic, but hey, okay, all right.
What's up?
Hey, ladies, how y'all guys doing tonight?
E, what's popping?
Good. So I can address. I know we was having a conversation earlier, but I want to approach your actual question for tonight, if that's cool.
Go ahead.
So yeah, so why men are not approaching, or why women are not getting approached? If we be honest, some women just not cute enough. You cool for me to come through at 12 o'clock at night. You cool for me to come smash you when nobody's around. But me coming to talk to you in public, come on, I'm worth better than that. And men actually carry that. And I know some women don't like to hear that. I was talking to this young lady that's 25 years old. I asked her a question. I said, how many times are you getting approached? And she told me 2 to 3 times a week. And I asked her a simple question. I said, why is that? It's just a different experience. I can tell you if I walk up to a black woman in public, it's going to be I can give a corny joke. She might laugh at me or she might talk about me. Versus if I walk up to a white woman, she's slapping her knee because she think that my joke is so funny, and I don't even think it's that funny. She's kind of leaning in. So truthfully and honestly, I know that a lot of people don't want to do the reality, but a lot of people who's not that attractive, truthfully and honestly, carrying themselves like they're the most attractive people on earth.
I got so many questions for you.
I just want to answer chaotic truth. First of all, it was Stacey Abrams because she's a state rep in Atlanta, well, a former state rep in Atlanta. You said somebody having it because I thought I was
I did say senator. I did say senator, but
you did, but she's still a politician.
Stacey Abrams, I got you.
I was like Adams. I said no, it's Abrams. Yes.
Yeah, I know what Stacey Abrams is. I know. Yeah. I'm very familiar with her.
Ashton with the $5 says, "Eat a man married to Chung Lee, ladies. Rip him a new one."
Oh, you okay? So do you have a passport, bro? I'm asking.
My wife is American,
but she's
by way of where?
She's a natural born American,
but she's not black.
So to be American, you gotta be black.
I'm asking you,
don't want to admit
not? Are you
black? I can't.
You like it's ridiculous.
You keep talking, man.
God
and you
damn,
shut the fuck up.
Man didn't even get the fucking finish.
Ham,
he knows
if I may, Ham, can I please explain why I asked the question, sir?
Yes, sir.
No,
now let me just do E-Man's time. 10. What's the time, love? 10.
He can
11,
come back at
11:17.
Yeah. Yep.
E-Man can come back at 11:17. Damn.
What are you doing here? I thought I told you to go fuck your mother.
Damn. J Hub with a 20 ball says, "Drop E. Don't make married men look bad." J Hub. Uh-oh.
I'm broke, baby. I got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money.
Damn, E, you back already, huh?
Yeah, you know people got real hate for me in these streets. I tell too much of the truth.
No, you tell. Okay, so is your wife black?
No, my wife is not black.
Okay, so this 25-year-old you were talking to that gets approached 2 or 3 times a week. What is she? Because you made a distinction. She's black. Okay. And your point in saying because she's young and desired because she's young, is that why you're saying she gets approached twice a week? What was your point in bringing her up?
I think she's approachable. Like I said, she's the type of person that leans in when men talk. She's the type of person. She's the type of person that when she like he don't have to be funny, but she's gonna make him feel like he's the most important person in the room. And men want to feel special. So I get that women want to talk down on men and do this, but if you in the market and you're trying to find a man, you actually being really trying to fight the situation doesn't increases your odds.
Why are you, a married man, talking to a 25-year-old?
Because she worked for me.
Oh, she works for you.
Yeah.
And you think that that's appropriate to ask her that question?
Absolutely. DJ
so?
Hamp, hold on, I can answer your question, ma'am. DJ Hamp told me that he was having this conversation, so she was actually one person that I ran into. It's called conversation.
No, as an employer, as her specific employer, having that conversation sets you up for a situation that may get you caught up. But you not understanding that because you as the man are decided to lean in to the young lady who was okay with leaning in and slapping her hand on her knee for your little jokes, but you the married man.
But you know what I realized?
The problem with you is you're a married man and you having these conversations with your employees while you're married. That's the problem. That's your problem.
When you told me the problem is that you think you know everything, and the reason you can't get no man is because every time a man tells you something,
you don't have to worry. I'm listening to what you're saying.
I don't have a problem. I get it. I get it. You can try to take it off you because the conversation is about the women today.
On me all day. I'm not the married man.
I don't have no problems.
While you was about to get up here and be self-righteous and tell us black women what we should be doing, you sitting up here married to a woman because her race really doesn't matter. It's just the fact that you're being disrespectful, talking to one of your employees and talking about how many times do you get approached by men and talking about how she gets approached because she's approachable.
So there. First of all, Ro, my wife know that I'm very familiar on YouTube and I'm on YouTube a lot. She know that I have these type conversations. Only reason I asked the question is because DJ Hamp had already gave me a heads up of the conversation that we was having. So I get it. You could try to make it about me, but in reality, the question is why.
I agree with your answer. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to get up here and be self-righteous and talk about what we should be doing, you're not even standing correctly where you're supposed to be standing as a husband and being respectful.
See, this is like why a lot of women are so delusional today.
You could have asked your cousin, you could have asked your sister,
you could have even walk a mile in a husband's shoes to try to tell me what I did.
I don't have to tell you anything.
I believe that's kind of why you're single. The reason you're single is because you're trying to tell a man. Why would I want to approach somebody who's trying to tell me how to be a man?
I don't care.
Does she have a man? Does this 25-year-old have a man?
Say it again.
No, because she said she gets the approach.
Hold on, bro. He's trying to think of an answer. Does this 25-year-old have a man?
I truthfully honestly don't know.
You didn't ask her that, but you asked her how many times she gets approached. That make sense.
So, love, let me ask you the question.
No. Question. How does it make sense? You didn't ask her if she had a man, but you asked her how many times she gets approached. I want you to stay right there, please. Stay right there.
I got you, love. Let me answer your question directly. Right. The reason that I asked her the question is because DJ Hamp told me the question. Listen, it's the difference. See, I get it. We was having this whole conversation for me to get to know her life. I wanted calculated information to come in and have this conversation. So it wasn't a full conversation. It was a direct.
So you asked her that one question, you walked away. That is not how conversation works. You don't know if she worked for you, if she's with them, if she has a relationship or not.
Why couldn't you ask any women in your family, though? You don't have any women in your family that are married or that you can.
Oh, yeah, I got that. But see, the thing about it is, once you have employees. I know y'all might not know about this, but once you have employees, you have to. I got you. I'm gonna help you out. I got you.
Just talk.
I got you. So listen, the one thing about typically when you have employees, you're around them a lot more than your family. You're typically around the people that you work with. I know
that's helping you. If that's the case, you would know what's going on.
Exactly. Like,
Let me be a
sis,
little
if you would know if she was a relationship or not.
So let me ask you a question.
As you go along, sir.
I love what y'all said. So, love, let me ask you a question because I did. Do you believe what I said was accurate? Do you believe that men are approaching women and they feel that black women are like very, very aggressive versus approaching other women that are more approachable, that's leaning in? Do you think that's a true statement or a bad?
If I use your example, this 25-year-old black woman that gets approached 2 or 3 times a week, I would say that's false then, because she's a black woman and she doesn't have an attitude and she's getting approached every 2-3 times a week. So
I love it, love. So listen, love, I like that. So, love, let me ask you another question. Do you believe that men say, you know what, she's fuckable, but she's not worth me talking to in public? Like I smash that. You know, if 12 o'clock, I know, she'll answer my text message. I can swing through and I can make some things happen. Do you think some women who fuckable think they should be getting approached?
Do I believe men do that? Of course men do that. Yes, men do.
What do you believe? Why don't you just make your point? What do you believe?
I'm just going to tell him that question even means. But I think it sounds like he wants women to be disingenuous because he's corny and he's not funny. Y'all better laugh if y'all want to be approached. Because he sat there and said these white women slap their knees and went through corny jokes. So we have to be disingenuous.
I'm not coming back. Good night.
Good night, Robert. Nice meeting you.
Damn.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, love. You was in the middle of your sentence. I want you to finish that.
She was talking about how they were being disingenuous and laughing at your corny ass jokes. The white women are because you're ugly, and the black woman won't do that. You're not the authority on who is good looking and who's not. So you're pandering.
Yes, he is.
What the fuck? You're absolutely right.
He already went. He's with
You're absolutely right.
somewhere. He needs
this crazy.
He just come here to try to talk about us, Dana. He already chose.
It's ridiculous.
His legacy is going that way. It's
Dana,
going that way.
So Dana, you're right. Listen, you're right. The only woman that matters.
Damn it, you got me out my shell. What'd you say?
I got you. No, earlier someone said the only woman married is the one that matters, the one I put a ring on. I heard somebody say something in the similar to that, right? So all the women who think my jokes are corny, all the women who think that I'm not certified, you know what? She still got to ask herself this question: why am I not getting approached? Because the woman that, since I am a man that make good money, the woman that I do, she's gonna be put in a really good position. And she's gonna feel like the queen of the world. I know Kayana don't believe in queens, but she's gonna feel like one of the top tier women. Because
Awesome. Go be with your queen.
Let me organize this. So Twizzy said he got roll up out of here, man. And then J Hub said with the $5, stand on business, E. Spoon Zaza with the $5, he said the funniest part is older single women thinking they are the gatekeepers to what married men do and who they talk to. HB2 and HB was popping, my boy, with the $5. He said, did E ask what color her panties were too? And they fucking doubled down on Roaz. Damn. T.O. with the $2. They trying to be me too. They trying to me too. See this pals for the $2. He said, E, you're doing great. Stand 10 toes down.
You're not doing great. He got caught.
Joe with the $10.
The
ladies, there are 4 billion women in the world, and also the ladies tried to wait. Hold on, the ladies. There are 4 billion women in the world, and also the ladies tried to roast E because he's not married to a black woman. Guess he found one of the 4 billion, huh? The fuck kind of logic is this? Jeremiah with the $2. Either man got them in their
feelings.
Jeremiah, update your lingo, cowboy. Lauren Mack with the $2. Dana says, "Stop the cap, keep it on business."
Stop the cap.
Jay Howard with the $5 says, "Rose stays falling in these type of confrontations. Ratchet, Ali, Gway, and now E. Sad." Ronnie, what up though? $2. W for the E man. Jay Howard, what up, my boy? God damn, man. What you want, man?
I don't want to argue with Dana.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Dana, hear me out.
What?
I'm saying this in love.
All right, let me do this.
Dana, you're pushing, I'm assuming 40. I'm not trying to dog you. Dana.
All right, let me.
You have a little bit of an attitude. You have a little bit of a, drinking problem as well, from what I can see. Dana, a woman like you need to go back to the 50s or 60s, dress like those women, look like those women, act like those women. My God, you and, this woman up here, especially you two, you need to act like that to be approachable. You're not 23. You're not 5'11". You're just not. I'm not saying you might be 5'11", but are you a model type 5'11"? I don't know how tall you. I think you did mention you were tall. But what I'm saying is that a lot. See, one thing about me, right, is, and Gway can tell you, I've done streams about this. My God, I've done streams about it for years. I know.
my message?
Yeah.
Yeah. And because I'll give you an example.
No, you don't have to give me an example because I understand. I can comprehend. But let me just say this.
I'm not talking for you. I'm talking for people in the chat. Can I
That's okay. No. That's okay. So we're running out of time. We're running out of time.
People in the chat, please.
We're running out of time. It's 11 o'clock. The point is, I need to conduct myself that way. I need to dress that way. I need to not wear hoop earrings. I need to not wear colored nails, all of that to attract you.
No,
and people who
damn it, you're not listening to me. You're not.
People who feel the way that you feel. I don't have no problem. I don't have a problem getting approached. Who ain't got no bitches? Who got left off bad and bougie? Not me.
Ma'am.
I don't have that problem.
Ma'am.
Don't worry about me. We good over here.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
So I don't need to be approached by you or people who feel the way that you
I'm
feel.
married.
I am not your cup of tea, and I'm okay with that. I'm not a lot of people's cup
I
of tea.
don't even know if he really married.
God damn.
Damn.
I'm about to start calling y'all mammies in a minute. Keep pissing me off. Dang.
Call your mama a mammy.
Call you a midget in a minute.
Jesus Christ.
DJ, a man of my stature, can you imagine me trying to holler at an ugly woman in public? You know what that could do to my.
You said you're a model. You said you GQ model.
A businessman that runs a business.
You up here looking like a baby mama. You ought to stop.
No, she did not. Tell me how to eat. You said that you like a GQ model status.
Nuts.
Listen,
take your hat off.
Serious, man. You said your GQ model status.
Hell no. Take your hat off.
What I'm saying is this right here, is that I know it hurts when y'all hear from the men that really makes the money that you just don't qualify. I know if you dig deep down inside, you like, these are the men that we want. And why they don't want us, we keep getting the Pookies and Ray Rays to approach us. You know what?
Nobody knows how much you make when you approach.
Basically, you're saying it's your money and not your looks.
No, it's more than just that. It's my status. I know y'all don't really understand men's status like that, but we have a certain level of status that ain't got nothing to do with our looks.
It's your money and not your looks.
Because you're leading with that. Because you're not leading with your wit. Because you already said that you're not funny.
Hey, give me a second. I'm gonna rotate you back in. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not funny. You've already said that because nobody's laughing at your jokes. You're not a looker. So you're leading with your money. You're leading with
his money.
All of this bullshit that nobody cares about. So we're not talking about what happens when you approach somebody. We're talking about what happens when you engage in conversation. Because if you approach me, I wouldn't give you the time of day.
Okay, we get it. You don't like black men. We get it.
No, that's not angry man.
No, that's not
angry man.
Why are you? First of all, stop your presses. Slow your roll, because you're not gonna handle me the way you handling these men up here. I'm talking to all y'all.
No, you ain't talking to us. No, not like that.
Come up here regulating shit.
You're not. You ain't come up here regulating nothing.
What are you talking to us about?
Yes, fuck I am.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
talking to all
What
of
you
you.
talking to us about?
I'm talking to all of you.
About what?
All of you.
About what?
First of all, eat a man. Eat a man. Why are you up here? Eat a man. Why are you up here explaining yourself to women who are proving why black men shouldn't be talking to them. Why are you explaining
Why are you up here then?
them?
Why are you up here then?
Why are you explaining yourself to them? Why are you explaining yourself to them, bro?
If you shouldn't be
They up here trying to create a whole. They up here trying to create a whole Me Too scenario just because you had a conversation with a black woman.
No one said anything about Me Too. Why are you up here on our black women's panel if you shouldn't be talking to us then? What is your purpose of being up here?
So here's the thing. First of all, check this out. Angry Man go wherever the fuck he want to go in these spaces.
No, you sure can, because you talking to us black women. So you come up on our panel talking to us. You said, why are you talking to black women? You're up here to talk to us.
Get it fucked up. I go
if
where
you want to talk to black men, go on the other black men's panel. But this is a black woman's panel. Well, come up here and make sense then. You're going to come up here to make sense and say something that's worth listening to.
And last time I checked, black women don't own shit.
You
don't even own your hair.
Saying.
You don't even own your fucking hair.
Fight back, bro.
And what's your point? Because I paid for it.
Yes, we do. We own it just as much as you own that necklace. We own it just as much as you own that necklace.
You don't own shit. You don't run shit except your mouth.
Who don't own shit?
That's all you run is your mouth.
Who don't own shit?
That's all you run is your mouth.
But who doesn't own shit? How do you figure that? What are you talking about?
What do you own? What do you own?
I own this hair just as much as you own that necklace.
What are you
talking about?
What do you own?
I bought it just like you bought that hat and that necklace. What are you talking about? What do you own? What do you own?
The necklace don't grow out of my body.
Fight back, ladies. Fight back.
What are you talking about? I bought this like you bought that necklace. Is my comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Don't grow out of my body.
It's the comparison. What are you talking about?
A necklace do not grow out of my body.
It's the comparison. I bought this like you
don't
bought
grow
that
out of my
necklace.
body.
It's the comparison.
A necklace don't grow out of my
now
body.
Let's go back to what. Why don't you think we don't own shit? What are you talking
necklace don't grow out of my body.
What are you talking about?
Your hair grows out of your body.
Our hair.
Your hair grows out of your body.
You bought that necklace.
You have to buy someone else's.
What do you? I don't know who hair it is, but I bought it like you bought that necklace and that hat from somebody, from a vendor, right?
This doesn't grow out of my body.
What are you talking?
This is a piece of clothing.
You just said we buy our hair, correct?
Why would you need to buy someone else's hair?
Why do you need to buy somebody?
Why would you need to buy someone else's hair?
You feel like it makes you look better, correct?
All right. I'm trying to figure out if y'all gonna
look better, correct?
Why would you need to buy
that necklace,
hair?
that shirt? Huh?
Why would you need to buy someone else's hair?
It makes us look better. You feel like that chain makes you look better, right?
There we go, right there. It makes you look better. So let me get this straight. So y'all are up here giving black men lectures when you have an inferiority complex to the degree that you gotta look like another group of women.
It's not inferiority.
That is inferiority.
Our hair just does not grow like that.
That is inferiority.
It does not grow like the white woman.
That is inferiority.
It does not grow like the white woman.
That's exactly what that is.
No, all wrong.
That's exactly what that is.
Look. It's just for looks, just like that necklace.
That's exactly what that is.
It's just for looks, just like that damn necklace you got.
No, that's not the same thing. Not even close.
It's the same thing.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't, sis. No, it's not.
We don't own shit, though.
No,
is that what you were talking about?
No, it's not.
Okay, let's get off that because it is.
So
aunties and uncles, can we just
take away from the hair? What do black women own?
Businesses.
What do you mean? What do you own?
Homes.
Can we answer the topic?
Hold on, Nate. What do you own that you don't think we own?
I'm owning y'all in this conversation right now.
You're not though. You're not.
I'm owning y'all.
No, you're not. You're not owning nobody in this conversation.
I'm owning y'all in this conversation right now.
And that's how you get your Ross up on panels and owning women. No, nobody triggered. It's like, you coming up here, say something that makes
here comes the shaming tactics.
And if not, then don't say anything.
Shaming tactics. Is that how
no, it's not.
Is that how you get your rocks off?
It has to be. Is that because you sitting there saying I'm owning y'all like that's a badge on your coat.
You mentioned
a badge on your coat.
All right. Now
that goofy ass energy that y'all had up here for these other men. Why they were trying to negotiate with y'all's motherfucking ass?
Land the plane.
I thought I was gonna organize itself, but it won't.
Fuck out of here with that goofy ass shit.
The argument's over now, right? I think y'all got that shit off. Angry Man, what is your sentiment based on what you've been hearing in terms of black men not approaching?
What I've been hearing is the men trying to explain their position while the women are being disrespectful by telling the men how to talk. Every time a dude gets ready to give an example, well, don't say that, say this, say that. Why don't y'all get rid of y'all funky ass, fucked up ass attitudes? Because the shit ain't working. It's clear it ain't working. Stop telling men how to talk and stop telling grown ass men that are married what husbands are supposed to fucking do. You're not the authority of that.
Why are you hollering?
Because I can.
Because he's the angry man. Like what?
Because it's my house. I'm a grown man. I'm not owned by you.
I'm a grown woman, so I can talk how I want to talk.
Popular belief: black women don't own black men. You can't control my behavior.
You can't control ours.
I'm not trying to.
Apparently, you are. That's the first thing you came up here talking about.
Oh no, I'm not.
First thing that you said.
Oh no, I'm not.
You told us how to say it.
Oh no, I'm not.
Alex,
No,
that was
I'm
a
not.
wasted $20, but support.
No, I'm not.
Make your point. Make your point, and then shut the fuck
Who
up.
you talking to?
Make a point, dude.
Alex,
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Love you, Alex.
That shit will not be long last.
God damn. Alex with the 20, man. She says,
And you shut
please
the
get
fuck up.
angry man off because he's looking for a moment and disrupting the flow of the combo.
Yo, angry man got fans. He'll be back in 0.5 seconds.
He is disrupting the
Let me read
whole
the rest of
entire
these
flow.
Shit, that nigga. Yo, he gonna be back.
Ain't got no money?
Bullshit. They got money, man. They got money.
But he didn't come here to have a conversation. This is ridiculous.
Let me reset. Let me read the super chat. Rock the Big Gun said $2. Kick somebody for angry man. He sent that a while ago. Spoon Zaza with the $5 says angry man pulled up to put cases on all you witches. Caesar's Palace with the $2. Angry man for president. Salute. Joe Pinnagar with the $5. Imagine saying men having money is a good thing and then trying to shame a man who used his money to get something that works for him.
Shut up, Joel.
Double R with the $2. Gway got something to say. Drop angry man for a minute. Yo, come on, man. You can't get this nigga off. Yo, that nigga got 40 minutes worth, $40 worth for 39 because he said drop him for a minute.
Early. I'm broke, baby.
God,
ain't got no money.
Damn, man.
Ooh, shit like that.
You're going to need at least $40. $41 to drop angry man.
Look at them sour pussies up there.
God,
Did I
damn.
ruin the fun?
Tell him that's what power is.
Thank you for the super chats, y'all. Thank you for all the super chats. We appreciate it. That's fine. But I will say this.
Oh, you got $80 worth of credit. That's all. He said double. They all the same thing. Double up, double up, double up. Bring Angry Man back. Doughboy X. You know what I mean?
And that's fine. Let him stay up. He can stay up all he wants to, but it's not going to be a conducive conversation. All he's going to do is scream and insult.
You can do is scream and insult
and be a child by sitting there making.
All right. So is there another? Does somebody else want to talk? Does Trigger Mike want to?
My bad. Y'all can go back to berating the men. My fault.
I wanted to talk because I gotta go.
I got
you like that, nigga. Sit down.
Now, straight, but you gotta be present for the back and forth. Again, I hate when people make statements and then they gotta go to sleep. So
I can hear the rebuttals. I don't mind, but I'm not gonna be here until 2 a.m.
Yes, you are, nigga. I come, boy.
DJ Hep. So, but what I was saying is the way of the AK-47 man that's shooting his shot at everybody in the club. I think those ways are gone. I think men are more snipers. They, you know what I'm saying? They understand that not only they want to shoot at something, they want to make sure they hit something that's quality on what they're hitting. So that I'm going to holler at 30 people in the club. I think men are just not thinking. That's why I said let it come to you, not let the women come to you. Let the shot come to you if you understand about shooting.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think a lot of that's rooted in fear of rejection. But let me get Sway in because he had it. But we can finish that conversation, E, for no doubt. But Sway, what you want, man?
Go ahead.
I think this issue is multifaceted. I'm not going to make it personal on the ladies because I don't know how them personally. One, our society doesn't promote men to approach you guys. The idea that women think men are toxically masculine if they exhibit a level of attraction towards you guys. Men are kind of playing more on the cautious end. Men still approach, though. It's just not cold approach. We're walking on the street, we see you, and then we just meet a random person. But they'll approach you in a workplace setting, a social setting, school environment, anywhere where they can kind of commingle with you, where the intentions isn't always, hey, let me get your number. They have a level of out if they necessarily feel the vibes aren't there. You know what I mean? They can play it cool and see if you actually have an intention, and they don't want to build your interest up. They want to see if you have a little bit of interest just by having a conversation with them in a social environment. That's one. So they will approach you. Two, the men that y'all talking about, right? To eat a man's point, they approach women, but they approach certain women. They're not going to approach most women, even though most women want them. They're not going to do that. They're going to approach them now. The options of social, online dating or social media. They don't have to go to talk to you in person necessarily off the street to necessarily get you to their house. They can just hit you up on Instagram, send you a Facebook DM, match you on Tinder, whatever the case may be. Especially living in a major city, a lot of women are sexually liberated, and if you don't have any value or you're not bringing in any substance outside of sex, like your personality is so and so, you value the things you value, and you expect us to value the same things, and men are saying no, we are not going to do that. And so unless you show a little bit of interest in the things we value in, the only thing you guys are giving to us is sex. So we're going to use you either for sex, or we wait until the woman that does bring the value to marriage. And most of you guys don't bring that in our brains. You're not going to get approached for that. You're going to be DM'd, you're going to be tendered, you're going to be, maybe a slide from a friend of a friend, but you're not going to get cold approach. But women do get cold approach.
So can I just ask a question? Are you saying it's easier for men to approach women when there's like some sort of familiarity, like their co-workers or
HAMP, check the back chat.
In terms of breaking the ice of that's trying to pursue you sexually or in relationships, yes.
So wouldn't that lend to, because it's interesting, I really legit had this conversation with a family member. So wouldn't that lend to like some social awkwardness, like in a sense, like you're afraid.
No.
You're afraid of the rejection part. So
I don't think it's not about back in the day when it was socially acceptable for men to approach women, then you could say if you're not approaching women, then you're afraid. But now that it's not socially acceptable for men to just approach women, then you can't put that they're afraid anymore. They're actually taking cautions to not do this, to put themselves in a vulnerable position that women have been doing nowadays. They've been trying to flip the script on a lot of guys for just approaching them. As weird as it sounds to a lot of you ladies, I give it to you, but the fact that it's happening, men are taking notice, and most men that don't know if you find them attractive, they're not going to do it.
Sway, what year would you say that change happened? Just so
it's going to be around that 2010 to 2014 range.
Okay, so I would disagree, although it be anecdotal. I thought maybe it was a little bit more recent.
Nah, I think it bloomed around that area, in that era. How I saw like the flip of women use, because this is, bro, as weird as it sounds, women used to throw the twerks when I was in 4th or 5th grade. On dudes, right? And then at some point they just started throwing twerks on each other, and they didn't accept dudes just coming up and dancing with them. Only certain dudes, girls would throw like, don't dance with him, don't talk to him. They'll like have these little keys, they'll just move away. Back in the day, it was just they didn't care. But then at some point they're like, no, I'm very selective, fuck these niggas. And then and more men have become more noticed to that, let alone that's just on the black side, but it's socially. It's more so the Me Too and toxic masculinity side, where I think a lot of men are being a lot more cautious on the women they date. They don't want to be put in a vulnerable position.
So, Sway, you think,
or deemed as a creep, weirdo, any of these other things?
But do you think that it was just the pool of men that I was around? Because I've never, especially back then, I did not. That wasn't one of my concerns.
What?
Like just the whole like Me Too stuff and all that. And if they's dancing in a circle, dancing on women or not, I'm jumping in the circle. Sis, no, I used to pop lock and all that.
But you're not one of those. You're not one of those types of dudes. Hamp. We was talking about that before. It's a twofold problem. Okay, so on the one hand, you got young men that don't want to approach because the advent of social media has made people less social in person and more social over media.
Yeah.
So they have awkwardness. They have social awkwardness that makes it difficult for them to approach women. Then, in addition to that, you also have the women doing certain things that kind of exacerbates that problem. You got women that want the rights to first refusal, which is the chicks that get a kick out of rejecting dudes. So if a dude approaches her and he, tries to talk to her, if she rejects him in front of a bunch of other people, in her mind, that gives her a higher sense of value. So you have some girls that will reject dudes just for the sake of rejecting them, where they might have given them a shot, but they just decided to reject them because they think it increases their social value. So what happens is you have guys that recognize that, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to approach at all because she's not going to embarrass me to get her ego up. You feel what I'm saying? So you got that.
Damn.
In addition to the fact that the Western world has just made the whole concept of dating and courting extremely toxic for men.
Can we agree that not approaching is mainly to average women? It's not for above average looking women. I don't think they're the ones saying we're not getting approached.
Above average women?
Yes.
Yeah,
above average women definitely say they don't get approached
because ain't nobody going up to them because they above average.
Women don't get approached.
Yeah, they complain about it. There's actually.
So you're telling me when they complain that they can go outside in sweatpants and a hoodie and still get approached by guys? Y'all don't hear that?
That's cap. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right?
What?
Here's the thing. First of all, you got to recognize that.
Ladies, y'all don't. Men.
Hold on, bro.
Men don't approach you regardless of what y'all wear.
Hold on, bro.
But that's women though. But we're saying the epidemic of men not approaching is hitting all women though. I think.
I'm saying the women that get approached, they get approached regardless. The women that don't get approached, typically they gotta get sexually, do all the sexual stuff, either overly sexualize themselves. They feel like because they're not getting approached regular.
Sway, you're missing one thing though. You're missing one thing. When you're talking about above average women, they don't count the dudes that they're not attracted to.
That's not. I don't give a fuck what they count. They lying. They still get approached.
No, listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen, but see, we're talking about the woman's perception. We're talking about how she looks at it, right? So when I'm referencing these women that are above average complaining that they're not getting approached, they're not talking about the average everyday dude. They're talking about being approached by the guy they want. You see what I'm saying?
Not all women, because I wouldn't agree with that.
Wait, don't let him speak for us. That's not the case at all.
Yeah,
you got
I wouldn't.
We can answer for you because that's not it at all. Go ahead.
That wasn't.
No, I think.
Case.
Okay, well, first of all, that wasn't my opinion. That was an article that was done where they surveyed women that were above average, and that's what their complaint was. Their complaint was that they weren't getting approached because of their looks. That's what they said.
I heard women saying they won't get approached because of their haircut. Knowing damn well we did in another breath, we'll say men will fuck anything.
Yeah, you know why?
I don't care how they compartmentalize. I don't care how they why. Hey, AM. The question is, why am I not getting approached? That means, however they're compartmentalizing it, is not actually the outcome or the reality of it.
Sway. You know
why not lean on the women to answer to understand the sentiment? The women are sitting right here
because they're not interested. Hamp, they want to talk to each other.
They do. They want to talk to each other.
Oh my God! Did you have a cookie today? You need a cookie.
All right. So what's the question? What's the question so we can answer?
Initial statements. Everything I said was to the ladies.
I know. I'm talking about that particular back and forth. So Angry Man saying that women aren't being approached, whether they above average or not.
No,
that's an issue.
The average chicks are being approached. That's what I was trying to explain to Sway. The average chicks are being approached. The ones that are above average are complaining that they're not being approached, but I think they're complaining because it's not the dudes they want. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so Angry Man. The reason why I deduced that it was both is because Love also shared that same sentiment. She getting approached, but not by men that she wants, and I think Sis may have nodded to it. I'm not sure if Nay or Dana did or Gray did.
Well, that's the thing. See, in what Love said, it's not the dudes that she want. The problem is, for most guys, they don't know how to gauge that. They don't know how to gauge that, because for the average guy that's approaching a woman, we guys now understand that whether the woman is attracted to you makes the difference between you being a guy with swag or you being a guy that's creepy. So that right there stops dudes from approaching, because they know if they approach you and you're not attracted to them, you're going to be called creepy and all these other goofy things.
Okay, ladies, is there truth to that? Gway? Jay
Yeah.
Huck said, "Let Gway speak."
I'm not 100% in agreement to that. I think it's some women that do that, but I don't think it's most women that are calling them creepy and weird and all of that other extra stuff. I just think that women are getting approached. I just think that they're not happy with the choices that they're getting at all. The type of men that are approaching them are not the men they want. So I think because of that, sometimes some of them can be very rude and disrespectful to them, which is not a good thing if for other men. But I don't think like all of them and above average women are getting approached 100%. But I think also it's not the type of men that they want.
So let me ask the ladies this question then, to all the ladies on the panel. What is an acceptable dude to approach you?
Yeah.
So I would think that most sorry. I was gonna say I think most was gonna say a confident guy, not the one that's just sitting there and socially awkward. Like kind of like how CT was describing, like those men that are just sitting there in their house and they're just watching corn or something.
Angry Man, a tangible example of your question, I told him like I'm like a 4, but I'm like, if I approach, they'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool.
You hamp. Of course they gonna say that.
That's
shit
not
like
true.
that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Like, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And so, but we're asking for the woman. This is the one. You asked the question, right?
Can I say something to him before you say that, please, ma'am? Yo, first of all, you're saying a confident man, but that also is perceived as an asshole or a jerk.
Yes, 100%.
You think about all
toxic
women think that?
masculinity?
Is that what you feel all women think though?
No, what I'm saying, no, it's not about what all women think. If you're a guy and you happen to approach a woman that's a decent woman that's not on that bullshit, cool, everything's gonna go well. But whether or not you're approaching that type of woman is like flipping a fucking coin. You don't know. That's the problem. The dudes don't know what type of woman they're approaching. That's the problem.
Love, let me ask you guys a question. I want to understand this. So you got Angry Man approaching with his attitude. You got E-Man approaching with his attitude. Not with everything that just happened, but keep it real. Sis, now you know I know you, nigga. Keep it real. Which one is more? Hold on, love. Which one is more attractive to you, sis?
You asking me a real question? I go
goddamn right.
Angry Man all day. I think his Angry all day.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
but
that.
I'm talking about how he come across. Like we I'm just saying,
yeah.
like let's be real. Love, what say you? And I'm not saying
Okay,
different.
Right, no, I get it. Yeah. But excluding everything happening tonight, I would absolutely pick him like all day without question. Over E, yeah, all day.
But here's the thing though. In all fairness to E, right?
And that's not shade to E.
It's not about E. It's not about E.
It's not about
in all fairness to
it's
E,
a little bit about E.
I'm not.
No, it was about the confidence and the bravado that angry man.
It's the bravado because E is confident, but it's the bravado.
Right, it's the bravado. And that's why. No, E, it's not about you. I don't care what the other men are saying. It's not about you.
Listen,
I'm talking about the bravado that angry man has.
It's okay,
because it was stated that men don't want assholes. Well, it's not about being an asshole. He just comes with this bravado, and
he's an asshole.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely an asshole. But
I think y'all gotta understand. Like me and Hamp was on a panel, and a woman chose me. It's their preference. Why would I get offended by who they choose?
Yeah,
but see, here's the thing. But here's the thing, Eda, man. Like it's still something that's extremely subjective. That I don't think women understand that when guys first start getting into the dating world as teenagers and young men, they genuinely don't know. Like, unless you just naturally have a charisma about you and a little bit of swag or whatever, they don't know. Like they start becoming, they start sweating, they start getting socially awkward and all that. And the reason why I know this is because I have sons that are drastically different. My oldest son is socially awkward. My second oldest is more like me. He has the charm, he has the charisma, all of those different things. So he doesn't have that much difficulty. But my oldest son, it was a little more difficult for him because he genuinely didn't know how to go about it or what to say or what to do. And that makes it even worse when you don't have the confidence of knowing what to say. Makes it worse.
That's exactly why I kept talking about social awkwardness, because everything you just described, I have 2 boys, and it's kind of the same thing. So I feel what you're saying a little bit.
Yeah.
So, but I want to talk
Mike
about
should be good now, Mike.
All right.
I like it. So DJ Hamp, what you was talking about, I don't think it have nothing to do with fear. It's just I understand that I got choices. It'd be different if I didn't have a choice. So when you start talking about, oh, you ain't talking to 15 women or 20 women at a time, or you're not trying to shoot your shot at every woman. If you got choices, you don't have to do that. And that was kind of the point that I was making, as a sniper versus an AK-47, like the old guys.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that point. I'm just saying I think that a root cause of that is the apprehensiveness to approach. And maybe fear is too strong a word, but there's some hesitancy there. That's what I'm saying.
But when you talk to someone like me who's in sales, who get rejected 7 to 8 times a day, typically, it's not a fear of rejection. I don't have that.
You're not getting rejected on how you look when you're selling cars.
Actually, I think you are getting rejected. If a person look a certain way, it have a lot to do with how you look. A certain person in the sales world, if you get rejected, I'm talking about face to face. I'm not talking over a phone. Some people are not really buying the products; they're buying you because they trust you. They want it.
I agree.
You.
I sell also. I agree.
Have you ever played Call of Duty?
On story mode.
Okay, well, there's a game mode now out called Warzone, right? And the bigger map it takes, for whatever reason, takes forever to load in. You're like pretty much between games, it's like 10-15 minutes. You can die off a spawn, and the matches can be 45 minutes just to get to the end. You can die off a spawn, and you have to wait another 15 minutes to get into a game. How many times am I going to die off a spawn to wait 15-20 minutes until I'm going to stop doing that shit, and I'm going to go do something else?
Yeah, I'm gonna go do something else pretty quick.
It's like, yo, so if like they say from the either I'm wasting money, I'm wasting time, I'm wasting energy, I'm wasting emotional connections, I'm getting used and abused, or I'm not finding whatever the conclusion is, they're not getting the outcomes they want, they're gonna go do something else.
So Sway, but that's the point that I'm kind of, I understand.
But I don't think it's fear though. When I'm saying
so then I just concede it may not be qualified as fear, although I think that is a component, but it's the apprehensiveness that they're coming with because of their experience is what you have to qualify as something.
So let me because I'm gonna drop down. Good evening to everybody.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, so I wanted to come at this from more of like a cultural perspective, right? And I think the reason women don't get approached is because the culture is different. The culture is that women aren't approachable on purpose. That's the culture now. So with my eyes closed before you let me up on the panel, just as an objective observer, let me tell you the characteristics that I witnessed from just women, any woman: arrogance, uncooperative, combative, rude, dismissive. If I was to ask any man in the chat, is this what you tend to come across when you are interfacing with your female counterparts? I believe they would say yes. These are not approachable characteristics, especially when men are seeking women in a romantic sense. And I think that is really what we're seeing now, because we can go back in history in 1950 or ask your father, your grandfather, whatever, what have you. Women made themselves approachable. They wanted you to let you, they made the shit easy. I don't know how else to say it. They were smiling at you, giving you choosing signals, all this type of stuff. Come over here, fixing their chest and they boosty, whatever that shit. Like, they're basically saying, come over here, because we knew that was when men did the choosing. Now we live in a bit of a different time. Women are like, I gotta find a husband. I want to look as agreeable as I can. I want to let him know I'm cooperative so he can choose me for a wife. That's so now that's not the time anymore.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. What's going on?
Damn,
Loud and clear. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, what's going on? Somebody already shaking their head. What's going on? Somebody already came in. Somebody shaking their head. Did I miss something?
Yeah, I came in. We hear you, so we shaking our head. Yeah.
Your mic sounds good. That's what they talking. It's just loud. That's all.
Yeah.
Tommy, what's popping? We appreciate you coming over. You heard?
Yeah. Thank you for having me over here. I was listening to what y'all was talking about. I was champing at the bit to get in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Trigger Mike, you want to finish that thought?
Nah, that's it, man. But yeah, just from a cultural perspective, man, I just think when dating is the culture, these are the problems we have. When courting is the culture, women will become more approachable. Because I think what it is that we're actually doing it the wrong way. We're out here dating. Dating is like glorified hoeing, if you ask me. We're not supposed to be interfacing with people or marrying people or getting in a relation with people we don't know well at all. It's not really supposed to be a cold approach. That's not the way most people are supposed to get to know the person they're going to spend the rest of their life with or invite the person over their house to have dinner with. You're supposed to get with people you know very well, people you knew over a course of a whole lifetime. For real. Somebody you went to middle school with, so on and so forth. But that's all I got.
Stop it, Mike. You from a culture where they arrange marriages.
God damn it, you're right.
Trigger Mike, how long have you been married again?
5 years.
Okay.
All right. Real quick, let me reset the room real quick. Omac with the $10. He said, "Drop Dana. That ain't enough." Omac. World Cloud just became a member. Shit like that. Appreciate you, good brother. Omac said, "Drop love too." He
Wait up. Pick your weight up, bro.
Baby. Bobby Vegas just became
Shit like that.
Yo, C, I appreciate you for the cash app. You heard?
Shit like that.
Tony Golden with the $2. If they're afraid, it's because of me too, not rejection.
Me too. I think it's me too. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
If they're afraid, comma, it's because of me too, comma, not rejection. Okay. J Hub with the $5. Oh, let Gway speak. Said that. Reese with the $2 said. Hold on, I got an echo. Tommy, I'm gonna turn you down a little bit. Let me see.
You think it's me?
Hold on. Check, Tommy. You don't got the stream running nowhere, right?
No, nope.
Okay, all right, we'll figure it out. Reese Anderson with the $2 says, "We know damn well modern women are unapproachable." See, this palace with the $5 says, "Why are we acting like 80% of black women are not overweight? Why should we care about if big women don't get approached? Lose weight first. This is crazy." T.O. with the $2 says, "E-Man had confidence. Y'all called it ego." Okay. Oh, that did happen. Rebel Rose with the $5 says, "Let's keep it real. In 2023, cold approach of women, you are risking being accused of SH. Being called a weirdo. Okay. Being called a weirdo, goofy, or laughed at on TikTok." Really?
I don't think so.
Double R with the $2 says, "Sis, close up cam." Why you always doing that to you, sis?
Hey,
then, how the fuck Tommy get a credit already?
Shit like that.
Hey, man.
That is another factor though. Nowadays, dudes have the misfortune of having their L's put on social media. So, like, if a dude approaches a chick and somebody recording it, they can repost it on TikTok and laugh at it forever.
That's lame behavior, though. That is so lame.
Real quick, y'all. I just want to say, because angry man know this. What I always like to make sure I give flowers. Whether you love, hate, you gotta respect the work and pain people put in. So for those who don't know, Tommy Sotomayor, along with Angry Man, built this space. Real shit.
Tommy.
And so we benefit from it. I think we learn from it. Sometimes we learn bullshit. They also created the incels, but shout out to them.
Now, see, I'm glad Tommy here. Tommy created the incels.
Oh, Tommy definitely to blame for sure. Tommy, we ain't gonna tell nobody else though. We ain't gonna tell nobody else.
Hey, Tommy, you're fresh and fit.
I'm telling y'all, y'all gotta let me in. Y'all gotta let me in on this subject. Y'all got to, because I'm.
Tommy, let me just make sure I do your count, Tommy. That's all. Tommy got another credit, and then got a credit from Lauren. So Tommy got $50 worth of credit because he showed up and breathed in the mic. You heard?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
What do these credits mean? What do these credits mean?
So basically, you could time somebody out. Minutes equal dollars. So right now, in order to time you out, it would take at least $51.
Oh, the people trying to protect me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because they know I'm about to say some fuck shit. They know what.
Wow.
Yeah.
What up, though, Tommy? What you got? So I don't know if you've been hearing or listening, but what you think?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank my man Trigger Mike. He always put me in on the good shit, and he
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yeah. He keep me up on what's going on because I don't really know what's going on in the world. And I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, I'm cocky and I'm an asshole. But I'm not light-skinned and I'm not handsome.
Wow.
And so I can tell y'all that it works differently. Some things that you do, just like awkward. There's a woman, and I don't know if y'all know who she is. I didn't know McClure. She's got these twins by this white man. Y'all ever heard of her?
She's an African woman. Yep. The McClure twins. Yep.
Yeah, she came over to my Instagram arguing. I didn't know who she was. And then they were like, dude, that's the girl that does sometimes. I was like, I don't know this chick. And then I saw a kid had like 2.3, her twins had 2.3 million followers, whatever. But she was arguing with me. And I was just thinking to myself, I said, I noticed, because I was talking about what I noticed that black women do, all this stuff that they're talking about of what kind of man, need a confident man to approach us. Isn't it funny that they had a video out there where a black woman was telling black women how to get a white man? And you remember one of the things, I don't know if you saw that video, but one of the things she said was you could approach awkward ass Brad by giving him a wink, a smile, and going and talk to him and tell him she didn't mind. I want y'all brothers to know that it's okay for a white boy to be a nerd. It's okay for a white boy to be a lame. It's okay for a white boy not have swag and not have confidence. They'll talk to him, but they'll tell you need to have confidence. You know what they mean? They mean fucking World War II confidence. They mean motherfucking Vietnam POW confidence. You got to go through a bunch of shit to get to a black chick. She might call you a motherfucking lame to your face right on video. She might put a video up and talk shit to you and put it on Instagram about how you took her to the wrong restaurant. She might embarrass you in front of your friends. You gotta have armor around yourself, and I'm talking about the armor of Jesus Christ.
Wow.
You gotta be ready, but when you a white boy, it's welcome. Come on in. Oh, let's say you an athlete. Let's just say you are an athlete, and they know you play in the NFL. You could walk in looking like Gollum, but you got on a chain, and you gonna have an easier time trying to holler than a regular cat. It's just the way it goes. I can tell you this, I'm not a handsome man, and I talk a lot of shit about black hoes. I do. But when they walk up to the front of my house and they say, God dog, look at that house. I fuck the motherfucking Uber drivers. I fuck the motherfucking Instacart bitches. I ain't lying. Let them fuck me. Why? Because of the house. They drive up and see all them cars in the driveway. Ain't you that nigga that talk shit about these hoes? I sure am. It's just a difference. So when they talking about they don't get approached, the difference is today, let's just be honest, fellas. The reason why it's a lot of men out here not having sex because there's a lot of women having sex with the same guys. You just saw Monica talk about she got her heart broke by C Murder. Bitch, you been married and done had kids by 2 different men while that man been in jail. How he break your heart? What did he do to break your heart? He didn't call you during his visitation hours? What happened? How did he break your heart when you was as free as a bird? But we don't want to talk about the shit that black women say, just ridiculous shit. We have a hard time dating them because they make shit difficult. Black women like drama and trauma. That's why this chick would get online and share that she got broke up with by C Murder. Who shares that?
Tommy, can I ask you, just because this is my first time meeting you,
Go ahead.
how old are you and have you been married before?
I am 47 years old and I've never been married.
Okay. I'm assuming you're not in a relationship.
Oh, no, I am.
Okay. How long have you been in a
There's a
relationship?
difference. Just like today I was talking about Georgia and said Georgia should be in the
How
Final
long have you
Four.
been in a relationship, Tommy? Hold on.
I would say 3 years.
Is she black?
I've almost 4. Huh?
Is she black?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was talking about the University of Georgia today, and I said Michigan ain't that damn good, and Florida State should have been in the playoffs. And somebody said, you Georgia fans are just butthurt. And I stopped them. I said, sir, I went to Georgia Tech. I hate Georgia. The only difference is I call shit down the middle. So I love it when people, and y'all notice it's one thing that black women tend to do. No offense, ma'am. But you asked me about my life, and I didn't ask any of y'all about y'all's, and I don't give a shit. We're talking about something. If it makes sense, it makes sense. You asked me if the woman I'm with is black, because the saying I say can't be with a black woman. Well, yes, he can be. Matter of fact, a lot of times when you talk shit about roaches, you know how you know so much about roaches? Because you have them. You know why you talk a lot of shit about a lot of shit? Because you know what it's like. People who eat bologna know what the fuck it tastes like. So if you listen to them talk about it, well, it's because they've had it. So a lot of men who talk about black women in a bad way, a good way, or indifferent way, it would be some shit if I sit up here and talked about white women. Then you said, have you dated a white woman? I said, no. Well, how the fuck would I know so much about them? I would know a lot about black women because I fucked them, dated them, and fucked some of the damn Instacart drivers. I'd like some of them white Instacart drivers to drop their shit off and be impressed by the house, but they don't. But the black bitches, yeah, they're sucking dick. They're doing that shit. They don't really give a. Let me tell you something, ma'am. I've had more black women put their lips on my dick than they lips on my lip. That's not a lie. And I'm not the only black man that's had that happen. There's a lot of black men that's had more black women suck their dick than kiss.
Do you have a question for us, sir, Mr. Sotomayor? Do you have a question for us, anyone on the panel? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there a question that you have for us? Do you have a question for any of the women on the panel?
No, ma'am. I'm just
talking. You just want to come up here and just talk? I'm just asking. You just want to come here and just talk?
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on a second, ma'am. If I pulled out my dick and start pissing, would you ask me, am I pissing?
This is what this has turned into tonight.
You see me pissing, so you should be sure that I'm pissing.
He just came up here for the dick riders to keep dick riding.
That's what it sounds like. Dick riders.
This is apparently what he do.
Yeah, this is
what he do. Let him do what he do.
This is his open mic night. I get it. Go ahead. You got it.
Somebody told me you had to come up here with questions, and I shut the fuck up and ask questions. Please, I don't want to be rude. Tell me what the fuck I was rude to anybody, ma'am. Please tell me. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what you get from black hoes. This big nose up here just trying to be smart with me, and I ain't said shit to her. I've been hilarious, and you don't know nothing about it. You don't know nothing about how to make a crowd laugh and think at the same time. That's all I did. I wasn't rude to you or nobody else, but you hoes found the chance to be rude to me, and nobody else has.
I just wanted to know.
I was not rude. I was not rude once. If you didn't like what the fuck I was saying, you should have shut the fuck up. I wasn't bothering you.
And don't ask me because you're on a women's POV.
Do you have any questions? I don't see none. When I see some ladies, I'll ask.
Shit, nigga, shut the fuck up.
When I see some ladies, I'll ask. I ain't gotta shut the fuck up. Y'all need to lose some weight.
Shut the fuck up because you sound ignorant as hell.
Lose some weight.
Only one laughing is angry man.
But Tommy, my question is, what we gonna get out of going that way with it though?
I wasn't going that way. She came at me. The people were laughing.
She asked you because you're on the women's POV, my nigga. Like what?
Excuse me, ma'am. She can ask me a question. She asked me to ask her a question, my nigga.
No, I didn't. I said, do you have a question? Like, this is so corny. I said, do you have any questions for us?
Laughing. No. He came here to get these dick riders to continue dick riding.
And
Let
that's
them,
why
let
he's
them dick
excited.
ride.
Yeah, they're
Let them
excited.
do
Go
that.
ahead. Let the dick riders
let's
go
mute.
off.
Let's
Oh,
mute.
yeah.
y'all dick
I'm
ride.
on
See
mute.
that?
Go ahead, y'all
The
go. I'm
first
on
thing
mute,
they
y'all.
do is turn to gay comments about black men, and y'all wonder why? Y'all wonder why?
She wanted
Y'all
to
wonder
know
why?
if you wanted
You can't
to
even
engage
get
the
respect
women
out of
on the
these black
women's
women.
POV
You can't.
panel. That's
They
it.
can't respect
Nobody calling you gay.
themselves.
Wasn't nobody rude to you? She asked if you wanted to engage the women because you're on the women's POV panel. That's
No,
what she
she didn't say it like that, and you know it. Just like how you asked me about who I'm with. That's none of your business either.
Okay, it's clear that you don't
It
watch our
wasn't.
show, but that's okay.
But I
I'm
answered
gonna
your
let
question,
you go
didn't I?
Go off.
Very respectfully.
So let's ask a premise. So we understand Tommy's premise. How do we improve it? Whose fault is it that men aren't approaching, Tommy? Is it women or is it men?
It's women. You look at it like this. If men say anything that they don't like black women, these motherfuckers become vultures. Who talks to people like that they don't know? If someone's talking, you listen. You hear what the fuck they're thinking. You know who they are, and you don't have to even ask them a question. They'll let you know who they are, whether they're an asshole, a dick, broke, or whatever. You listen. But there's a reason why a lot of motherfuckers don't have shit, because they don't know how to listen. And if you watch a lot of black women, they're quick to talk, but not listen. You would know everything you need to know about somebody. If they're willing to talk, sit back and listen. That woman said, "Are you just up here to talk?" Well, that's what I was doing. You have any questions for us? I didn't ask. Everything she asked, she already had the answer. So she was just being sarcastic, just like the other one. Is she black? Why would it matter? I don't know what anybody up here is dating and who they're dating. To talk to people is to have a level of respect. And if you have somebody up here to say to these other people, because y'all didn't do anything wrong, I'm apparently the one who did something wrong. Why did y'all become dick riders? Because y'all didn't do what they wanted you to do. Let that sink in.
No, it was just apparent. It was just apparent what's happening here. It was very clear, homeboy.
That y'all were listening to me. Y'all were dick riding. Yep, it's very clear. Dick riding. That's how a female has to talk.
Listening.
Your queens talk like
Didn't
this.
you want us to listen? We were listening. We weren't dick riding. All that fake laughing was dick riding.
Well, I wasn't dick riding.
What if it was real laughing?
The shit was funny. It was funny.
Like,
I'm sorry. The shit was funny.
What if it was real? It was actually funny.
You weren't even laughing.
So
that shit was funny. You know it was funny.
One of the questions that was posed, I don't know if Angry Man answered it either. I don't know if anybody who came up new answered it. Was this: men are opting to masturbate as opposed to deal with women's bullshit. To sum it up, Chaotic Truth kind of presented that argument. So even successful men, regardless of insults, are saying, "Yo, I'm a jerk off and go to work," as opposed to get a potential headache from dealing with women out here. And the women were saying that is not realistic. Was the sentiment that was taken from that.
Well, why would that not see that? That's another interesting double standard. Because if a woman decides to be celibate and just, have a little party with her rose or whatever, right? That's not viewed as a knock to her. But if a guy decides, oh, well, I'm gonna be celibate, I ain't dealing with these chicks, I'm gonna just jack off, then all of a sudden he becomes a loser.
He's right. And again, it's this idea of, even watch how they talk to men. Women will go at a man goes back at him. What will they say? He's sassy. So what the fuck is she if she went at a man? So it is strange that our women are combative when you even ask, well, what do men think? Tell them what you think. And how many times are you going to get argued at? That's why you rarely hear a man say what he really thinks, because he's just trying to smash at best. And then he moves on, because you can't have a conversation with a group of motherfuckers who are waiting to jump at the first thing they hear that they don't like. How can you ever hear someone say something that's meaningful and from the heart if you scare them into saying what you want to hear. White people who still say nigger, they just don't say it in front of your face. Don't mean they don't like your black ass. They just figured out not to say it in person. That's it. You haven't changed what people think because you haven't allowed them to. It's the same reason why people are afraid to say things about gays, but it don't mean that they still don't say it, that they still don't think it. You just don't want to get fired. Black women have made it to where people are afraid to speak to them because they go to Popeyes, and if you say something wrong, they're going to throw the chicken at you. If you go to this DMV and it just think being sourpuss face all the time makes sense, you wouldn't have a panel of white women just sitting up here pissed the fuck off. I wouldn't care what I said. Just to want to be mad? Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody in the comment section said it's late. People wanted to have fun. Hell, I got a drink in my hand, laughing. I got a black bitch upstairs that just cooked and she's chilling. He don't give a fuck about what I'm saying. And if this bitch don't, why would a motherfucker I don't know be pissed? Just let that sink in. You wake up to be pissed?
Yeah. So what's going on here? So he's just gonna talk like that, and he's gonna make assumptions and throw them out there, and that's just what it's gonna be.
What assumption I made?
This is nuts. This is nuts.
What assumption I made, ma'am?
This is nuts. Just do a show with him.
What assumption did I make, ma'am? Let them know.
Why do you think someone is pissed because we're responding to you, or because we sleepy? What are you talking about,
ma'am?
I think you called us dick riders.
I always look like this around this time, sweetheart. I always look like this around this time.
Like you just drank.
I don't give a fuck about nothing you talk about. I'm not mad. I always look like this around this time. Trust me.
So is there a reply or rebuttal to what he's saying?
No, he's making a bunch of statements, hurling insults. He's old as fuck, and he's talking crazy. I don't know older men his age that would get on here and talk to a group of women like he's talking. Why is he interrupting me?
Ridiculous what that woman just said.
Tommy, let her finish the point.
How old as fuck, man?
Let her finish the point. Let her finish the point. Let her finish the point, Tommy. And then you can jump in. Go ahead, sis. Finish your statement. Go ahead.
Just saying, I don't know what man would get on here and just start talking out of his mind like that. That shit sounds crazy. I know men your age, they don't even think about the shit you talk about. They don't have time for that. They doing things for the community, doing other shit. They're not talking like that. They're not referring to their own women as bees and other chicks as hoes for no apparent reason. They're not doing that. They're just not doing that, especially at that age. I don't know if you would like somebody talking to your daughter like that out the blue, out of nowhere. I don't know.
Now, just to be clear, so he's
gonna jump in and help this nigga out.
Just to be clear, I haven't said anything yet.
I thought he would stop her from talking over you like he did me, but I'm wrong.
That's
I haven't said anything yet.
I thought he'd stop her from talking over you like he did me.
You're literally
time out. Who?
You told me to hold on, let her finish.
Yeah, I said let her finish. What?
And I did.
I'm not, but what you talking about now though?
Then he started talking. She won't let him finish.
So this pause thinking that you were gonna jump back in, like I said, right? And then Angry Man jumped in, and then sis was saying that.
Hold on, sir. She didn't ask me.
What I'm telling you is, I thought you were gonna go back in. You understand? What I'm saying is, good brother, listen to what I'm saying. I said, all I'm saying is, I thought you said, listen to what I'm saying. 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 I thought you were gonna go back in. Angry Man chimed in, and that's why she said, "Is Angry Man sticking up for you?" That's all that was. What I'm saying is, it was actually your turn to rebuttal. That was the discrepancy there. That's it. That's why I didn't say anything.
Okay, then let me rebuttal then.
Yeah, well, that was sis was saying.
Rebuttal her saying I came up to insult when I didn't insult any of them because I didn't know them. Then she turned around right after saying it, saying, "You old as fuck." So in the black community, somebody gets to tell you old as fuck as an insult. Now, mind you, this woman who got the sour puss of the year, once hearing back old as fuck, said, first smile, And have y'all noticed that a lot of black women's first smile is when they're insulting you? When they see some brothers fighting, they will smile. And what they tried to do was encourage brothers to fight. And let me explain. First words out of their mouth was y'all dick riding. Because if you didn't go at me, I'm going to make sure you do. Then the second thing was Angry Man just jumped in and said, well, let me try to explain something. That's all he got out of his mouth. I know you ain't taking up for this nigga. Well, nobody would have said that if some woman had said that to her. If somebody had said, well, let me tell you what I think. Nobody would have said, I know you ain't taking up for this bitch. Then want to talk about men in the community, but can refer to a black man as a nigga. But then if somebody calls one a bitch, that's a problem. See, black men, what y'all need to understand is just like my man from the Steve Harvey show, Mr. Santana, Merlin Santana. You can end up dead very easily dealing with these women because they really will ask you to jump out the window and fight a cause that they're upset about. If you hear something I say that bothers you, you will go to the crowd and say, y'all ain't mad about this? Well, why do we have to be mad? Because you're mad. Somebody can call me Crispy and Blackie all day. You don't have to be mad because it bothered me. You don't have to be mad because they call me old as fuck. So what I should do now is elicit all the other people like Angry Man because we the same age. We old as fuck. And anybody else that's listening is old as fuck. But you got a ridiculous ass black bitch who's smiling and thinking it's fine to say dumb shit like that because her mom and daddy old as fuck too by that logic.
Who's
and
the
only
ridiculous ass black bitch?
The age at which
Who's
you
that?
got is a problem. As a matter of fact, I'm old as fuck, bitch, and I'm rich as fuck. So both of them should let you know something.
Okay. Okay. So he just nasty.
I'm out.
He nasty.
Yeah, I'm out too. Like I'm not dealing with this. This is stupid. This is nasty, and no, I'm good.
So she can call me a nigga, but I can't say bitch. I did not call out her name till she called me a nigga.
You did.
You don't call me out my name.
You refer to us as hoes. You don't recall?
No. You don't call me out
memory
my
missing,
name.
isn't it? Your memory lacking.
That's
Memory
fair
lacking.
treatment.
You see now. You
That's
called us.
fair
You
treatment, man. You don't call me out my name. Don't expect me to call back out yours.
Stop back
I don't
and
have
see
no
now.
respect for y'all black hoes because you sit around trying to be mad at people that ain't bothered.
We ain't gonna be too many more black hoes. Like, what do you think we're gonna sit up here and lie, sit there and say bitches and hoes that's on this panel? I'm not trying to upset you. What I'm saying is, it won't be tolerated. I'm about to log off.
So, hold on, let me see. I just want to understand.
But they can't take it.
So, Tommy, question: what is your overall objective?
In what?
Like when you come up with the presentation, I think it is very charismatic and entertaining, right? But I think you also have a way of antagonizing what you know to be true. So, what is the objective, though? Is it just to be entertaining, or to convey a real message to people that want to listen?
I do both. When I came up here, we were talking about a subject, and I wanted to talk about that subject. I watched what everyone else said. I listened to what everyone said. I wanted to jump in on why it is that a lot of women are thinking that men aren't approaching them and why men actually aren't. And that's what my line was when I came in. My whole speech was that. You can go back and listen. That's all it was.
Okay.
Was talking
And
about
so-
both sides and how it seemed. Now, someone gets upset at how you present your side, but I don't know them. And as I presented it, guess what I got? Questions about my whole personal life. Because you can't be with a woman or a black woman talking like you talk. But then they were wrong. But I didn't mind because I know what people do. If they don't like what you say, they personally attack you instead of attack what you said. Tell me what I said that was wrong, but they won't. It's the personal attack. You old as fuck. And I know men who help in the community, yet you got men on the computer right now at 12:12 at night, and they ain't helping the community. They sitting here talking about nothing on YouTube. Let's call it what it is. Ain't now Negro up here on the community. We on the line.
All right, Tommy. So, do you have any solutions? Like you've already stated the issues. Do you have any solutions?
Give me a problem, I'll give you a solution. I promise. Give me one.
You already talked about all the problems with black women.
No, that's when you tell me one, and let's go back. Let's so the audience can understand. You give me one that you said
about them. You talked a lot about the issue. I'm just asking, can you now have a discussion about bridging the gap, about solution?
Yes.
That's all I want. Please present that.
And that's why I asked you, hold my feet to the fire. Present me the problem. I'll present you the solution. That way the audience can follow it. Can't just tell me, do I have solutions? That's a cop-out.
We've been talking about the problem all night long. You said you were listening.
Tell me one of them. If you won't present me with one, then I can't present you with a solution. If you've been talking about it all night,
present a problem while you were talking for the past, I'm asking, didn't you not present a problem for the past 20 minutes?
If you're not going to present it, then I'm not going to present
it's
a
credibility.
solution.
Hold on. Let me, because now that we on a solution, I want to
hold on, Mike. Hold on, just hold on, Mike. That's all. So Tommy, do you think that a key parameter is the fact that one thing that you said that stuck out was like the women are just, for all intents and purposes, black women are mean. That's kind of one thing I gathered. Do you think that would be a catalyst? Like if they just changed their disposition, do you think that we would have much more success in our relationships?
Yeah, but it's funny. In my diatribe, which I will call it, I did offer a solution. I said, if people started listening and took the emotion out, I said, when people are talking, hear them, see where they're coming from and why they are saying it that way. And if you don't know, ask them. Instead of even characterizing what they say, why do you say that? Force them to explain why they say the things that they're saying. See, I'm a guy who has this thing called a psychology degree. And in the process, sometimes you do things to get a response, to elicit a response.
Yes.
And what I do is this. If people are trying to say that black women don't have an attitude, do you know what I did? Came up here to see if I can pull it out. Because if they didn't have one, then I'd be wrong. And then you look and say, see, he tried to trigger us and it didn't work.
Yeah.
He's the one making things up. Just like the first time I started working at IBM, they thought I was a dumb country nigga. And I understood that. I didn't have a degree in IT. I had a degree in psychology. But when I started talking, just like if I don't know how many of y'all saw this last Friday, I was on Fox News Network.
Mm-hmm.
You saw me on there with Jesse Waters, looking good. You stop laughing. I was on Fox and they was asking me questions and I'd be killing it. Or if you seen my movie, A Fatherless American, you say, oh my God. Or you see me with Russell Simmons or you see me with T.D. Jakes and you say, that ain't be the same man that just called them bitches hoes. Well, it's not. That was the environment. See, I was raised by a pastor, but I still cuss. And I cuss, and as soon as my mom walk in the door, I'll stop cussing.
So wait a minute, Tommy, you're saying the environment up on this panel is, because you say a lot, I'm just trying to really piece it together. You're saying, so the environment on this panel caused you to start to call black bitches and hoes and whatnot?
At what place did I say that?
Earlier, you actually addressed.
No, I said, at what place did I say the environment on the panel made me say something?
No, you said the environment. No, you said the environment.
Listen, I said that I wanted to either show that the.
I heard that part. But you said it's also about the environment.
So if you heard that part, you understood when I said I came to elicit either that would happen or it wouldn't. So it would either prove my point and everyone else's point, or it wouldn't.
You did say that, but you also said the environment, you're reacting to the environment, because if you're on Fox News versus if you're on T.D. Jakes, it's the environment that pulls something out of you, correct?
No. I know these people. I know my mom. So when my mom walks in, I know
what T.D. Jakes and Fox News. When you're on
T.D. Jakes, him personally. Didn't hear me. I know him. Just like when I went on Jesse Waters' show, I know the show. I know the format. Just like this, I know the show and I know the format. Anybody, just like my man Angry Man or Trigger Mike, they literally know. That's why the people sent money before I spoke, because they knew.
How do you, but we don't, but you said you know the show. You haven't even been on our panel.
No. So, all right, let me answer really quick. If he was watching even for 20-30 minutes, if he saw when Angry Man came up, he knew what type of time it was, right? And so what he did was he tried to elicit a response to show the reason why we are so far apart in our relationships. And he used that tactic and it seemingly worked.
But
That's
here's the thing. This is what I was gonna say earlier, and I'm not dick riding, number one. But what I was gonna say earlier is that you guys didn't realize it, but the whole reason why I came up on the panel to give some support to either man and the rest of the guys is because y'all were being really disrespectful. You just don't think you were. You may not have been calling people out of their names and stuff, but you were stopping guys in the middle of their sentence. Like, do you have a point, or are you going to say like it was disrespectful?
I was asking if there was a question, because typically if you come up here, you're trying to engage the female panel, and that's what I was asking. Is there a question? Because he did talk for quite a while.
Well,
and
no,
I was
love.
literally asking, is there a question you have for us?
Well, no, love. That's not the instance I was talking about. I'm not talking about the back and forth you just had with Tommy.
He's talking about me, love.
I'm talking about earlier when either man was given an explanation for something that was asked, y'all were cutting him off and telling him how to answer, how to speak, like you were frustrated with him talking. And I'm like, why are y'all doing that? That's the whole reason why I came up here hot the way I did, because it here's the thing with the whole social dynamic between black men and black women, right? Y'all may not see it because it's a norm, it's a cultural norm, but black women talk to black men as if we're children, as if we're little boys. Like you have to constantly stop us mid-sentence, or if you don't agree with what we're saying, you try to shut us down instead of allowing us to express ourselves and say what's on our mind. And it's really annoying. Now, not every guy is going to react the way I would or the way Tommy would. Most black men are conditioned to accept that. And so they'll sit back and they'll adjust. They'll adjust to whatever it is you're trying to get them to do. You see what I'm saying? But the guys like me or Tommy, we're not going to do that. We're gonna push back, and that's when the blow up happens. That's when the why are you talking to all of that stuff? You feel what I'm saying? And y'all don't realize when y'all are being disrespectful. You don't. But you're quick to call out men when you think they're disrespectful.
Is that a woman thing or is that a culture thing? Was that men to men, women to women? Is that a culture thing or just women?
It depends. It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing where you see it a lot in black women, but now because of the fact you have so many boys raised by black women, you see it in the men too. You see it in the men too. So it's become a cultural thing where you can't have, like, if you see two black people out in public somewhere at the gas station or something, and they get into a disagreement, you got to wonder if somebody going to start shooting, because they don't have the ability to speak to each other in a respectful manner or engage in actually
healthy debate.
What's it called? Not healthy debate, is conflict resolution. You don't see that. You feel what I'm saying? Because
we don't know how to de-escalate. We don't know how to, like the brother right there, the DJ. It could have went left. He de-escalated the situation between me and him when I was talking about what Angry Man said. And we moved on past it. Nobody even had to acknowledge it. Think about that. He wasn't happy with what I said.
I watched the Weaker Vessel podcast, Angry Man, with you guys. There's a lot of older gentlemen up there. And you guys just did a horrible job, with communicating and letting each other speak. And some of y'all were crying, going back and forth with UT. It was just all men up there. So I just wanted to point that out. That
goes back to what I just. Let me interject this really quick. But what Tommy was just talking about was the example that we want to perpetuate. So to go back to that, like, why not let Tommy finish that point? Because that could have got volatile, right? There was so many things that could be taken the wrong way. Like, remember when I dropped him down, he could have felt some type of way about that, et cetera, et cetera. But he know what we trying to understand intent. And I think that's why it can get to a place of here.
Well, as a man, I knew what you,
really talking
you,
to
had, you
angry
had to do
man.
what you had to do.
Okay.
As a man, I knew you had to do what you had to do. And as a man, I also respect it's your platform. Remember, it used to be a thing, and that's what Angry Man was trying to say. And this ain't me dick riding him. It's when sometimes when men agree, and I think that's a problem in our community, that they don't allow men to agree. Black men, have y'all noticed when y'all agree, y'all dick riding? But when women agree, we never say they clit riding. We allow them to agree if they agree on logic. Men, if you agree but you disagree with that woman, you're somehow a fag, sassy, or whatever word they want to use, but they're going to challenge your manhood because you're agreeing with a man that disagrees with them. Right? Angry Man said the reason why he argues with a lot of those men that you brought up was because a lot of those men were raised by black women, and hence you get that. And what DJ Hamp was trying to say was, if y'all ask me specifically for, do you have any resolutions? Well, when a resolution was presented, you went back to where a resolution wasn't. You didn't say, well, that is true. We could all live in that space of where we may feel a little disrespected, but we could all take a step back and see how and how we got here, and let's see if we can move forward. I can tell you one of the friendliest faces I've seen since I've been here, and I don't know why. And I've seen her cringe when I say some things and shake her head when I say some things. The woman named Taesty. I don't know her, but I pay attention to faces.
It's Tay. Did that to me.
How do you say it?
It's Tay. Hamp did that to me.
Tasty.
That's
his name.
Hey, Tasty.
Yeah, but she, some of the shit I said, she was. Some of the shit I said, she was.
Yeah, and sis, the show, The Weaker Vessel, yeah, there was a lot of disagreeing, there was a lot of arguing, there was a lot of back and forth, and I had a headache after that show. But that was a prime example of what I was just talking about, how it becomes a cultural thing. And I'm not saying I'm exempt from that. I was brought up in the culture too. So I have to fight against doing that, but it's hard to fight against doing that when you got other guys on the panel that are also engaging in that, when there's no voice of reason, to try to bring it back. Hamp did a pretty good job of bringing it back a few times, but even after that, a lot of the guys, we still were able to come to some sort of resolution and not be, just cursing each other out and shit.
Yeah, but let me add to that.
About it. While they saying you dick riding, wasn't it a point when me and you was at each other?
Oh, we was at each other, yeah.
As men. But have you noticed, and they look at something like this, you and I acted like nothing fucking happened after it was done, like it ran its course.
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey was asked why her and Whoopi Goldberg don't get along. She didn't know and remember. She just knew they hadn't talked in 20 years.
Exactly. But that's the point, though. That's the point. That was what I was going to say. I think when women, like this thing that we do where women will throw what men do back, this is what the equality narrative has done. Men, you'll realize we always come back to general consensus. On the congressional floor, they used to come to blows, arguing their points, but they'll come back the next day. You see what I'm saying? That is the nature of men. What we do when we talk to each other and we're jousting and our aggression is natural. It's how it comes out. It may even come out as physical aggression. That's not natural. In the same.
But that Trigger Mike, that's why on the Weaker Vessel show, and Hamp probably remember this, I said, I see what the problem is. We all need to be in person so we can just fight.
Yep.
Now, I didn't say that because I just want to be violent. I said that because sometimes that's what men got to do in order to finally respect each other. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. You
know what?
Jeff
Brown was on one of y'all show. Jeff Brown had told a story that I was going to kill myself over a white woman tried to embarrass me over a lie that he told on Corey Holcomb's show. He finally came onto that show and said, you know what? I just did that because I was cool with Corey and them. And I said that to try to make you look bad. It was done with me. And that shit happened 10 years ago. And for 10 years, he had people saying, Tommy tried to kill himself over a white woman. It was a complete lie. Just like how Chingy had his career ended because a dadgum transsexual went and said that him and her had a relationship. And it wasn't true. We do too much of that. But I'm one of those people, I don't hold grudges because I don't know these people. I tell people once I turn my camera off, My real life is here. I have 2 black daughters, and I love it when people say, you can't raise no black daughters. I got one going to college and one about to go to college. I got one I've never heard her say a cuss word. She still look at me like I'm crazy when I say a cuss word. Dad. I always make fun of her, how she talk. Everybody's heard my daughter. She sounds like she way older than she is. The oldest one, she sounds like she way older than what she is. How does she sound like that? Because she was raised by a father who told her, just because the world might say something racist, don't mean they're racist against you. You treat people how they treat you, not how a group tells you you're supposed to feel. So you don't make people that nobody can tell you that you dick riding somebody if they're right. And nobody can shame you into agreeing with something that's true. And we do too much trying to shame each other in the black community instead of correct each other, which is why you have a sexy red out there leading a generation, which is why you have Blueface mom talking about she's doing her OnlyFans, and YMW Melly's mom saying she's doing the OnlyFans. And when you got a black woman, and again, me and Trigger Mike can understand this because we from the our family's from the motherland and we got trouble. We're not trying to act like we don't have trouble. We got our women over there doing the same thing y'all doing, where they putting anything on their head instead of their natural hair, where they doing all kinds of stuff. And it was one woman, she put a lace front on an infant because she wanted a cute hairstyle. And I sit and said to myself, and that was the argument I was having with that McClure lady. I told her, I said, why do you have on all these weaves and wigs, lady, but your mixed children don't? Why your mixed children have so much better than yours? It ain't because they better than mine. I just want to switch it up. I said, but you don't want your kids to switch it up? I said, see, it's that kind of stuff that y'all won't listen to. You want, and then I watched all the black women sit there and say that they forgive her boyfriend or her husband, even though he was saying the most racist stuff against black folks. But a black man is a coon if he say anything about you wearing a weave. There are problems throughout the black community. And one of the 12 steps, the first of the 12 steps in alcoholism, is you have to acknowledge that you're an alcoholic. And the reason why we're having the problems that we're having in black women leading STDs, kids out of wedlock, health, the death from heart-related diseases and obesity. One of the biggest ones, you're the most evicted in the United States. And yet you get online trying to call somebody else a coon or he hate himself because he point that out. You will never solve a problem if you don't acknowledge the problem exists. And the biggest reason why when you date white men, you don't carry this baggage that you carry to us, you don't carry that attitude, because a white man don't have to deal with it because you can't tell him he hate himself because he don't like your attitude. The only reason it works on black men is because they were raised by single moms. Every black man that's raised with a father doesn't listen to that crap of you hate yourself because you don't like my attitude, that you hate yourself because you won't allow me to put weave on my head and our infant child to make our infant child hate themselves. Now I know it sounds weird.
Okay. Jesus.
One. Who I got an echo? Can I hear that echo or no?
Yeah.
There you go. Check. One inquiry I had, I need to read these super chats. One inquiry I had is E was pretty cordial, right? E usually stays in that type of frame. And he was being, cut off, things of that nature. Like we wanted him to get to his point. And then Angry Man comes on, right? And he's angry, or right? I mean, I'm just using his name, right? Angry Man was angry, right? Just to sum it up. And then we don't like that, but then we also say Angry Man's attitude is more desirable. Yeah, we said we would take.
Yeah, but it wasn't around. That wasn't around the context.
I said based on, huh? I asked the question. Remember, I said, who would you take based on their attitudes?
You said, but
there's an action. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I was just doing this, but what I'm saying is there's also an certain level of attraction there too. So it wasn't all just his bravado and all of that. He's attractive.
I know. Unfortunately, my question was based on the attitudes. Who would you pick? That was
I
my
know,
question.
but all of it was encompassing in my mind, so we picked him. Period.
And I honestly thought you said excluding what happened earlier that night, like excluding the interaction that he and I had. I thought you said excluding that. If you were to see them two side by side, who would you pick?
Based on their attitudes is what I said.
Right, but I thought you said it. I could have sworn. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought you said
I digress because now I asked a straight up question to go refer back to it, but now it's being spun around. So
Well, we go back to attitude. I'd still pick him. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, but you see, I'm now it's like I didn't say that. I mean,
I'm broke, baby. Ain't got no money. Oh shit,
brother. You understand? You're nicer than I am. You're still getting the same.
Smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Super chats real quick. Drop Bino with the 50 ball.
Parties. Shit like
that. Tommy is the GOAT. He is the reason why I'm married.
Wow.
Tommy the GOAT. He is the reason why I'm. He said that shit twice. Rebel Rose stood out. He just laughing. This at 11. This is at 12 o'clock. So that's when Tommy was on his diatribe. Rebel Rose said $2. He said, "Call me whatever." That shit was funny. That's when I think they were called dick riders. As Ava the $10 says, "You black men are being laughed at by white men. Do you think 19 Keys would ever speak that way?" Who's that? Spoon Zaza with the $5 says, "They claim they look like this because they're tired, but they literally look like this all day." See, this Palace with the $2 says, "Tommy never went after the ladies on here first." That was at 12:12. Sway producing with $2 says, "The intellectual integrity has dropped." That's a quote from Lil Podcast. Double R Films with $2 says, "Tommy, please apologize to sis for the B word, sir."
As long as they have rap songs that say the B word and women call themselves a bad bitch and all this, I will not apologize for using a word that they use to themselves. Just like black folks, if we want people to stop calling us niggas, we might need to stop calling ourselves that first.
Caesar's Palace with the $2. Double R. So black women can just say anything disrespectful. World of Clout with the $2 says, "Oh my God, the RP Menace is here. Great show, Hamp, no doubt." Lauren Mack with the $5. Shout out to Hamp and AM for bringing the combo back on track. Discourse can always be a teachable moment. Hank with the $2 says, "Hold your head up, Eater Man. Dana was dead wrong." That was at 12:30. Double R Films with the $2 says, "Caesar's Palace. That's besides the point, man. Shit." Reese Anderson with the $2 says, "Big up Sotomayor. Been a fan a long time.
Stop dick riding."
Lauren Mack with the $5 says, "No need for contention if what is said don't apply." AD Truth with the $5 says, "Love and sis roll their eyes every time the men agreed. Dang, sad." Reese Anderson with the $2 says, "Tommy, you from Panama. You ain't from the motherland."
Panamanian, well, let me explain to him. I try to let him know. The Panamanians, we're from Ghana. We just came there by way of Ghana. They dropped us off there. So I'm not one to hide from my roots. A lot of people don't do it. A lot of people don't acknowledge where their roots are. That's my roots. We're Ghanaian. We just speak Spanish. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Reese Anderson says Panamanians are Jamaican and Bayesian descent migrants.
Panamanians from everywhere, man. My wife is Panamanian.
Mm-hmm. Hell, I know a lot of people when they were like, they thought he's trying to be white, saying he's Panamanian. Most American blacks didn't even know that blacks were Panamanian. That there's so many Panamanians are black.
They black, dark ass people that speak Spanish. Like
Tatiana Ali, Panamanian.
She fine as shit too.
Stop it! Don't be talking about my sister like that.
you know what I think, y'all. The thing is, we're not acknowledging. Angry Man had spoke on it. It's not only that they treat us like boys, right? I believe black women are conditioned. Like I always say, when we call ourselves leaders, I want to ask black men, who are we leading of? Because in order to be a leader, we have to have followers. Black women have not chosen black men to be their leader. So the people that they chose to be their leader is the government or the white people. So when us sitting up here trying to get these women to understand their behaviors towards us and try to get them to comply with us, that's just a losing point because they don't see us as they don't look at us like we on the same team. I have never been on a team, a basketball team, football team, or a team in drawing where you got to have this much pushback from your own teammates. If we are teammates, it won't never be all of this. Let's face it, and let's be real to ourselves and stop trying to relive and rehash stuff that was in the 30,000 years ago. Black women is not on your side no more. She's not on your team. She comply with everybody else and be a good team player with every other race of men but you. Now, the only time she will tolerate you is when you agree with all her bullshit. When you do not call her out on her bullshit, when you tell her sweet nothings, give her all of your money, just be this yes man to her. That's when she use you as collateral. But all of that trying to make these women try to just think about it. Like if black women was really on your team, why is it so hard for you? Why is it so hard to when you telling them like, man, hey, this one y'all went wrong at, correct this. Why you get all this pushback? Stop looking at these women like they're your team. That's where black men is failing at. Stop kissing black women in the ass and call it for what it is. We gotta work together. We can't depend on it.
Jay Prince been reading my manifesto.
JP with the man, that was dope.
All right. So let me see.
JP done took some Paxil before he came up here. You done took some Zoloft. Look at you up here just making sense. No,
I always talk like this.
Let me ask the ladies a question. So that seems to be a sentiment that's shared and agreed. Tay, all right, the gentlemen agree with that sentiment. What is your response to that? Are the men wrong? Why is it like this? Is this why you ain't getting approached?
I can't say that y'all are wrong. It seems like you got some very valid points. And honestly, it just makes me sad because I know I'm not. Yeah, it makes me sad.
Damn. So you saying you don't know?
That's the correct response. If
One question. Hold on, Tommy, just real quick. One question in terms of that response. You're saying you're not saying that the men are wrong, but you're not necessarily agreeing. You got to do more, like you got to get more understanding.
I mean, no, I'm understanding. I'm following the conversation. There are some points I don't agree with, but overall the sentiment, I mean, I get it. I'm open to the conversation. I hear
Are
y'all.
you guys our teammates, Tay?
I mean, collectively, I can see why you guys would think that we're not. But again, I just think we got to do a better job at making y'all feel like we can be.
Okay. So are you guys our teammates, Tay?
I say yes, because that's my goal, but I can't speak for all women. But yeah.
Can I add something to that, Ham, before when you asking about are they teammates?
Yes, sir.
Well, so Tay, when he asking you, are you teammates, and what can you do to prove to us that we on the same team? I think all us men could name a few things off the top of our heads of what could be considered that you are on our team. One, stop trying to push the men away from raising their children. Stop using a system that's on the opposite team as us, using the opponent's team. I mean, the opponent's devices that was used against us black men, and stop using those devices that was used to defeat us as a weapon against us. That's one. The marriages, no fault divorces. What else?
Well, JP, leave. Yeah. Let's let those marinate. Dana, what do you think about JT's sentiment? The use of the system against us shows that you guys aren't on a team, even if you say you are.
I don't think that he's wrong in saying that. What I don't care for the sweeping generalizations I feel like the sentiment this evening and a lot of times when men are expressing themselves about their discontent for their female counterparts is that everyone is blamed for the actions of a few. And so we're looked at and we're disrespected and we're degraded and we're seen in a certain way because of how a few behave and how they respond. But JP is right in that particular sentiment that it is weaponized specifically against Black fathers. So I'll give him that.
Go ahead, Tommy. You want to reply to that?
I always talk about this when we're
My bad. Yeah, I got you. Mandrell, what's up? Go ahead, Tommy.
When Black women will say, well, they don't like the sweeping generalizations, and I always point out to them, they seem to have no problem when Black men say Black women are queens. That is a sweeping generalization. They accept it. Black women have the best bodies. That is a sweeping generalization. They accept it. Black women are intelligent. That is a sweeping generalization. They accept it. So if you notice, they accept the sweeping generalization of them. Black girl magic is a sweeping generalization. They accept it. Black girls rock is a sweeping generalization of them, and they accept it. So if you're going to accept, it's like being a quarterback in the NFL. You get more credit than you're due, and you get more blame as well. It's a part of the position. So if you're going to sit here and claim all these good things and accept them, because most of the women who agree they got the best bodies got a shitty shape. Most of the women who agree that they're beautiful ain't cute. Most of the women who agree that they're educated dropped out of high school, but they accept it. So you should accept it when people are talking, because it's if you're a CEO of a company and the people who work for your company are telling you the reasons why they don't like working there, even if it's a sweeping generalization, they're speaking for someone else. Someone else agrees with them. And that's how you handle the problem. Because if you're a parent, if one of your children say, Mom, you get on my nerves, you don't think one of the other children feel the same? They're just afraid to say it. You deal with it that way.
You're not wrong, Tommy, but it just feels like it's always more negative. It's always tearing us down. It's always anti-Black women, Black women this, Black women that. This is what you're doing wrong. This is why nobody wants you. This is why you're gonna be single. This is why yada yada yada. So it's just a constant tear down that is exhausting. And we get it from all angles, you know what I mean? So but for us to constantly get it from you all, when we feel the exact opposite, I feel like toward y'all, I don't feel like we're supported. I don't think that we're seeing the same. Well,
okay, slow down, ma'am.
Hold on, hit a nerve.
Y'all be on the internet talking about niggas ain't shit
No,
all day.
I'm just curious because
finish your thought, Dana. Finish your thought.
It's fine. I'm done. It's late.
Can I just say one quick thing? If Dana's done,
yeah.
I think the overwhelming majority of Black men cannot compete with their actual male counterparts, so they choose us, and that would be the white. That would be the white man, and they choose to pick at us because they can't compete with them in no way, shape, or form.
Sis,
So-
let's-
I told you they was on the same coin.
No,
Hold on.
The darkest skin women,
the Black woman and the white man.
I got you guys. I've been quiet for a minute.
This is amazing.
Hold on, I got you. So the interesting part, if I was talking to Tommy about a man, I'm going to address the man issues. I'm not going to talk about why women ain't doing things. It's this thing that we try to deflect off of the subject.
Y'all been deflecting off of y'all for months now. We've been putting up with that shit. But one thing y'all don't talk about is male to male combat and making comparisons with white males. That's one thing y'all never touch, but y'all love touching, talking about Black women. Y'all don't generally want.
See,
you don't want Black women. So why continue to dog and compete with us when you really should be competing with the white male, not a woman?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead and let E go ahead and make your point.
See, DJ
Right.
set up the conversation where we're talking about why women are not getting approached. That means we should be talking about the women. And then when we start talking about the women, it's a problem. They want us to talk about the men. Like, but
Wait,
I
let
have
him
been on
finish. Let
plenty,
him finish.
I have been on plenty panels when we was talking about the men. You know, we talked about for 3 hours what was wrong about men. So this idea is just they don't like it because it don't feel good when somebody's correcting their wrong behavior, and that's what we see.
Look at the question. Look at the
But
question.
hold on. Sis, hold on. I think you need to slow down.
Hold on, Mandro. Look at the question scrolling. That's actually for a freaking man to answer. How the hell do we know why a grown-ass man is not approaching a female? How do we know what y'all got going on in your minds and why y'all are not approaching?
Because just like tonight, ma'am, we were giving you the answers and you refused to accept them.
Can any of you answer my
We're
question?
giving you the answers to that question right now. All night they've been doing that. And this is the end. And this is the end. That's why I was saying it was amazing. This is the conclusion you've drawn after everything these guys told you. They've literally given you the answers. Black women are the only women I've ever observed who can be given the answer to the exam and still find a way to fail. I don't understand it.
Bro. We heard this over and over in every which way.
I don't get it. I really don't.
We've heard it. We've heard it. We're over it. We're over it.
When are you going to implement
now
this
we
into your
want to
lives
know
and
why
change?
you guys are at the bottom of the freaking totem pole.
So
And
wait,
why
hold
y'all
up. I'm
are
not.
Wait. I can answer
Why
that.
y'all
not.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get in there. Let me get in there. Let me get in there. Hold on, y'all.
We're not the lowest. Can I please answer that?
They're literally giving you guys the answer.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on,
We
y'all.
don't
Hold on.
have the largest
Hey,
amount
sis,
of kids out of wedlock.
hey, sis, I can answer that.
We don't get kicked out of houses the most. You do. We
No,
don't
I
get.
don't. No, I
It's
don't.
y'all
And I don't know no
It's
hoes
really
that do.
you.
No, I
All
don't.
these
No,
stats
it's not
you're talking
including
about.
me,
Who leads in
Playboy. It's
STDs,
not
ma'am?
including
Who?
me.
Ma'am,
It's not
who leads
including
in
me.
STDs?
You don't know
Who
what I
leads
got.
in them?
It's not including
Man,
me.
sis, who leads in STDs? Who?
I have. That's made
You
up.
don't know?
Ain't
Why
nobody
don't you
taking no.
know?
That's
Ain't
not made
nobody.
up.
You just
Nobody's
said
taking
we're
a
at the
poll.
bottom. You said
No
we're at
one
the
is
bottom.
taking a
No,
poll.
ma'am, you are. You are. You're at the bottom of
No, you
how
are.
much a
You
person makes per
are
year.
compared to
You
the
are at
white
the
men.
bottom. You are at
compare
the
yourself
bottom.
to white men.
You
You're
are
at
at the bottom.
Hold on,
You
TS.
sit
Let me
right
get in
there
there.
on
Let me get in
television
there.
every
Nigga.
day,
You're
not
at the
begging
bottom.
for a role.
You're at
You
the
don't see
bottom.
us saying we're not being portrayed as
All right.
kings on the cartoons
All right,
and
so-
Disney.
Wow.
We don't do that. You do.
Unreal.
Hold on real quick, TS. So let me say this because if back to the question of
Let
why
me go right
women
after you, Trigger Mike.
why women aren't getting approached. I think tonight just watching the response and the interactions and
Yes.
all of it, it's a master class in that the answer is in that, because what it really amounts to is, what do women get approached for? I would believe most of our women, if they say they get approached for sex, but I know everybody knows that we don't judge a woman by the men she can get. Most of the time we judge her by the man she could keep and the man that wants to keep her.
Married men talking about
Well,
approaching
hold on.
women.
I didn't interrupt you.
Shut
I didn't
up.
interrupt you.
I'm out.
Hold on.
Y'all go compare yourselves to white men.
Yo,
Stop
I make
talking about
more.
black
I
women.
make more.
If you like to do that, ma'am, I can.
Now what?
If you like to do that, man, I can.
Sis,
I
question.
make
Why
more
don't
than
you?
I
Why don't you?
make more than a Spanish man. I
Sis,
make more than a
sis.
white man.
Right.
Sis,
There's
sis,
no Hispanic who can.
That's
Watch
what she.
that, man.
One mic,
Alright,
y'all. One
no,
mic.
hold on,
Because nobody can hear none of y'all.
I do want her question answered. And let's be
Can I
concise,
answer?
because I do want to hear the answer to her question without us taking up too much time to answer it. Trigger
Can I
Mike,
answer?
finish your thought, right? Because hold on, J Prince. Trigger Mike, finish your thought. Let's make it suspenseful and concise. Because I do want to hear us answer that question.
What's the question exactly, so I can make sure?
Well, did you finish saying what you were saying generally, in terms of what you were saying just now?
Yeah.
So Sis's inquiry, hold on, J Print. Sis's inquiry was, okay, they've been hearing black women told why they ain't shit and they not getting the results they want. She's saying, why don't we measure up to our white counterparts, men, black men?
We do.
Can I answer?
God damn, JP, let me go. You got it next. You
But
got
just
it
be
next.
sharp with it. Be sharp.
I have this is the interesting part about it. So what separates a black man, a working black man, from a working white man is less than $10,000. So y'all threw the black man out. for less than $10,000 a year. So let's get that straight right now. I make more than white men, Asian men, all them niggas. Okay, because when we come from a good home and we prioritize family, we do the same or outperform our peers. So who the hell are y'all even talking to?
Me and Mike don't have the problem y'all talking about.
Wait. So if I had to ask, and throw the question back,
we don't have
why
that problem.
are black
We're the
people in
highest
general?
educated.
Hold on. Why are black people in general all not willing to disassociate themselves from the lowest ranking members of their group? Because I know who I'm talking about. In my circle, I got all high achieving men. I got all fathers to take care of our kids. Why are our women so prone to fraternizing with niggas they want to talk shit about on YouTube? That's y'all problem. It's your problem. Nothing you say about black men will help you at the end of the day.
Bottom of the totem pole, nigga.
Okay, sis, can I answer
What
him?
totem pole? I'm not at the bottom.
I don't know.
So wait. Let me.
Nigga Mike did not disrespect her at all. That she go calling him a nigga again, but
Now-
y'all thought it was just me.
Now, here's the thing. Tommy made a hell of a point about sweeping generalizations. Mike spoke anecdotally. Okay, so she's asking a question, so we need to stay on par with what Tommy painted in terms of generalization. So that's what she's asking for an answer to.
Can I answer?
So I like how Tommy put that. That made perfect sense. So we can't now go the other way with it.
Can I answer the question?
Yes, sir. Concisely.
Okay, sis, when you talk about black men standing up, white men, at one point when you look at the positions that black people are in today, where we got all of this freedom, we got the abilities to work and vote and all this other good type of stuff, that did come from black men standing up to the white man and fought many different type of fights, civil rights fights, all Muslim fights, Black Panther fights. It wasn't until they removed the black man and we was raised, I'm part of that child that was raised with a mother who feminized us. So now the black men that you are speaking on, you're not speaking on the black man present post. You're not speaking to the black man post before welfare days. You speaking to the black man that have been feminized by been raised, and they did that intentionally because they got tired of the black men that used to fight them and challenge their whatever they had going on. So they removed us from the home to allow you, as not you personally, but you as the woman, to raise us and feminize us, because to become a warrior class, you have to be educated by a man that's a warrior. The white man understood that a woman is not a warrior, so they didn't mind that. For us, that's why they removed the fathers. This is reason why we have black men is like come way out because they
land that plane, Jay Prince. Land that plane.
Okay, I'm finna land the plane right here. But sis, okay, real quick, sis, I'm about to land it. When you think about who was the biggest proponent, while you sitting up here saying black, basically like calling us soft, but yet black women was the biggest proponent of black men being gay. I think black women has been the biggest proponent.
We're not making you book other dudes in the butt. We don't got nothing to do with that.
Sis. Let's get all the answers first. Somebody help take note. Tommy, hell no. Tommy, you going last.
Hold on. Let me just say
this. Hey, Hamp, can we
mine's gonna be short.
No.
Hold on,
Jay Prince, hold on, before I forget. I'm forgetful. They removed you from the home because they could. You all were just freaking weak at the time. You say you a warrior. How can you remove a warrior from
They removed us because you betrayed us.
Hey, Prince, don't do it. Don't engage. Don't engage here, Prince. Don't engage.
How can you do that?
Sis, the amazing part is the stuff we're telling you about, like why women. Hold on, why women. The behavior we're talking about, as far as why women don't get approached, you're doing it right now.
Yes, sir.
How do you not notice it?
You don't know what I got in
right
my
now.
phone. You don't know what I got lined up, man. Drow. You don't know what's going on with me.
I'm talking about your behavior. I don't care what you got lined up, but you're doing it right now.
I'm on here fooling with y'all right now. With that said, Jay Prince,
she fooling, but I wasn't
from anything.
All right. I'm a quick Tommy. I can see your hand. I got you.
Mine's very short. I promise you.
Tommy, all right. Go ahead.
I promise you, it's very short. The men she say she hates and that are failures, I agree with her. And Trigger Mike and I agree together. But guess who raised these failure of a men that she's talking about.
I see it back chat.
Single black mothers. Yes, they're the ones who raised them. It is 100% true. 80% of black males who are in jail, you know where they came from? Single black households. That's right. So because these black males are coming from you, you're a failure. And guess what? White women who lost their husbands in 9/11, they didn't raise a bunch of failure ass kids because the man wasn't around. White women don't use the excuse of the man wasn't around, hence the kid ain't shit. They realize that they got to buck up and do a better job because they're just there. But black women wait on their kids to try and take care of them. Just like that little boy who I went on Fox News to talk about, the 9-year-old who's talking about killing men and sucking dick in his rap songs. Guess who's his manager?
Damn.
Mama.
But I thought you all just made the point that you are all only making about 10,000 less than white men.
That's
so
the
who
average
raised
working
those
dude.
black men who are doing that?
They
So
came
what?
from
No,
mostly came from two-parent
have
households.
you noticed? I will give her the stats because she doesn't believe in stats, and
You
I do
just
believe
said
in
it.
stats.
You just
Hold
said
on.
it, right?
She doesn't believe in stats. That's why I got the psychology degree, and maybe she doesn't. The stats show that people like me who come from international household, y'all call us tethers, we're grounded. Did you know that Nigerians make more money than whites in the United States? Did you know that, ma'am?
Okay, so
You
did he
did.
skip over the point I just made?
No, man, no, you said
skipped over
who's raising them.
Okay.
Did you know that Nigerians make more money than whites? Because you brought up how much money whites make.
So
Did
now
you
he's
know this?
differentiating Africans versus Black
I
Americans.
asked you a simple question,
Is that what
ma'am,
you're doing?
and then I will explain it.
Go ahead.
Everything you asked, I'll answer it. But when I ask something, you won't answer it because there's a point
Told
behind
you,
it.
all blacks ain't black. Look
Did
at
you
him.
know that?
Why you split this up?
If you didn't know it, just say that. Why do you keep filibustering? It was a
No,
simple
listen,
question. Did you know?
If that's
Right.
what listening and responding to
So
what
I
I
guess
want
you
to
don't know.
means,
So
then that's what I'm doing.
Hey, y'all see how this? My point's been proven. I asked this woman as a discussion. Did you know something? She didn't say yay or nay. She went on to her own thing.
Tommy, I know you make.
Said, did you know XYZ? I'd say either yes or no.
I'm sorry, Tommy. Say it one more time.
Tommy, I know you're using this as a reference because she
You
is
don't
the
want to
perfect
say, hold on,
specimen.
man.
To be honest,
I'm sorry. I was
She
talking
said,
come
about
on,
Tommy.
she is the perfect specimen. But come on, man.
Say it one more time.
Why be difficult on purpose?
I don't understand it either. I don't know.
No, I heard
let
something
them
you
just
said.
finish the
She's doing a good
dialogue.
job of it.
I heard
There's no
something you said,
dialogue
Tommy.
there, Hamp. There's no dialogue here.
Right,
She's a
I'll
person
put you in
that
the
we
back.
should not be engaging in.
Andrell, I'll put you in the
being
back so they can hurry up and finish so you can ask your question then. All right, just chill for a second. Just chill for a second.
I heard something you said, Tommy, and it triggered me. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead and ask the question.
I said, did you know that Nigerians make more money than whites in the United States?
No.
Okay. The reason I'm saying that is because Nigerians believe in a thing of a culture that doesn't include sexy red, and they believe in an idea of being married. They believe in an idea of family, and education is important. That's why Trigger Mike was trying to tell you. He and I, like on my Instagram, some white guy told me, he asked me to come on his show, and I told him it'd be $500. He got mad and said, did Fox pay you in bananas? I ain't paying. And I told people, I said, I put the post up and I said, it doesn't affect me. I said, black folks need to stop letting someone saying things like this, calling it racist. I said, that white man who said this to me is broke. I'm not. He understands that you can get a black person to believe a white man is superior. Whenever we use the phrase of white supremacy, you make a regular white person that work up at Popeyes feel supreme to you because he can use the N-word to you, and you get bothered. Do you think a rich white person get mad that you call him male? Did Taylor Swift get mad when all y'all black women were talking about her, calling her unseasoned chicken?
No one called her that. We didn't care. We didn't give a damn. That's
No,
not
I'm
us.
saying, did she get mad? Yes, they did. They had a whole damn
That's
post
not
about
us,
Caleb
though.
Nicole.
I don't know nothing about that.
Do you understand? I asked the simple question of the people who did it, ma'am, not you. I didn't say you. The people who did it, did she get offended? No,
I don't know.
because she understood those people are below her.
How do you
can
know
call
if you got
white people
offended or not? How do you know?
because she didn't express it like how you're doing, ma'am.
Okay. Now,
I wouldn't know you were offended if you just sat there and did this.
I don't want to. Why would I do that? And I'm here.
God, I didn't say that. Jesus, you are the most difficult motherfucker to talk to on earth. You just want to be difficult. I know nobody's doing anything to you. And you don't even see it. The black women who were sitting there were on your side in your comment section. You could look at it. Don't understand why you're doing this. You're being difficult for no reason.
Can I ask you a question?
Can have it, ma'am.
Please
Enjoy
don't.
it.
Don't ask anything else, sis. Don't.
Can I
No,
ask you a
please
question?
don't. Please don't.
No. Can I ask you a question?
No,
Did you
because you're
just
gonna be
separate?
difficult. So
Hold on.
if I answered your question how you're doing, we'd never get anywhere.
I answered your question.
You're a dick for no reason.
Did you?
What the world? Okay.
And then and notice, it's more confusion she causes.
I told you,
every
DJ
time
Hemp,
she's
it's not
trying.
going anywhere,
Notice
dude.
the more confusion
Hemp,
she
move it
causes,
on.
the more frustration she causes. A lot of black women are like her. Them motherfuckers will have an orgasm at confusion. They were fucking just damn near nuts off of confusion. You ain't never seen her one time here, ladies and gentlemen, try and stop the confusion. She's not one time said, let's all settle down, guys, and let's see. Not once.
All right, let me see. Go ahead, Mandrell. Did you want to answer that question? Why we are?
I forgot. What
we
question?
are.
No, he good. He good. He good.
So
wait. What was the question?
So for me, sis, in terms of that, I'm not.
Honestly, what was the question?
I'm gonna answer it quickly. I gotta get Blue Jay in. Blue Jay was popping.
Yeah, she been here a while.
But for me,
you,
you got so many successful men, sis. Mandrell, E, Tommy, myself. I'm not leaning on shit that happened from the past. I understand it. I research it. I study. I know, but I'm not gonna repeat that shit. And I'm going to be as great as I can be. And I'm putting enough pain in to do so. I'm not making no excuses. So anecdotally, white men aren't doing better than me. However, you have to lift as you climb. So I give back. I coach, as you know, high school football, et cetera, to be an inspiration so that those boys don't perpetuate the bullshit as much as I can. Now it just take the men in on this panel, the men in the back, the men in the chat to do the same. And then we can galvanize the whole community.
Hey man, my daughter. See, you want to? I love how my daughter. When I go to my daughter's school, all them white kids know her dad, and she's so impressed by it. Because when you say black men are below white men, there's a house in my neighborhood. You can look it up. It's online. My house is big. Is damn near twice as big as anybody else's house. Right now, I could turn around and show y'all how I'm having the shit rebuilt.
Can I say something to that?
What I say is
this. We believe you. No more bragging. We believe you.
Can I say something to that?
What my point is this. You say a lot of men are in a situation, and I can agree with you that a lot of men are in a situation. But we have to talk about it as a collective. So if men accept, like when I live in Atlanta, I'm not gay, but I know a lot of women say it's a lot of niggas in Atlanta gay. You know, I've never gotten offended. I've never gotten offended because I understand why they think this if they don't know. But I also understand that I'm not that, which is why white girls don't get mad when y'all say they don't have no butts, because there's a lot of white girls who do, and they don't really give a shit that you think they don't.
We don't say that. We don't care enough. Shut up.
Can I say something to that?
No,
real quick.
Let me reset this and read the super chat, man. He said Black Flag. That's your shit, right, JP?
Yeah, Black House.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Angry
that.
Man said, got a dip. Thanks for having me. Salute to Angry Man. I appreciate you, good brother. Mrs. Wilcox says, Tommy was popping. Boom Zaza with the $5 says, or Canadian says, the women on the panel that agree with the men are afraid to say it because of the sisterhood. Hink with the $5 says, JP, do you still find your theme attractive? Wow. As Abe with the $10 says, Tay is wanted, right? Why the men who tryingly know her don't want her? You black men are no judge. White men don't whine like black men. These men are all in the community, but are not all in the community by far.
Well, that person there doesn't know any white men. As friends, colleagues, nothing. They don't know. They don't talk to white men.
Nav with $5 said, Nav with the $5 says it's not tearing you down, it's correction after decades of being out of order. Jay Hub with $5 says the white man don't want you, Shaka Khan. T.O. with the $2 says sis proving Jay Prince point. UT was popping, my boy, with the $5 says Dana, it's because you are doing crazy shit and you get blamed for what you do. That was at 12:50. Almond Eyes with the $2 says sis just take the correction.
Please do.
T.O. with the $2 says so should we compare black women to white women? T.O. with the $2 says Trigger Mike Najee no they carry I don't know what he's saying. Yo, that's the first time you ever. I don't know what you were saying. Cute.
You gotta say it in the accent.
Nah. Q on the keys with the $5 says sis gets triggered too easy. She makes it personal when she doesn't like a statement. Quick to tell a man to shut up or insult. Shaking my head. UT with the $5 says this shows exactly why women don't get approached. This type of behavior. It's not a mystery. Y'all just too combative to listen. Lauren Mack, she said, "Oh, Ham, have you been drinking water?" Nah, I've been drinking this Branson. By the way, check your Cash App because I'm annoyed. So she hit Jay Prince with the honey bun, but J Hub brought him back. He said, "If bravado was popping," with the $10 says, "Hamp, take a deep breath, brother." No, I'm just listening. I'm just trying to get it right. Blue Jay,
Hi.
what up, though? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, man. What do you think, man? What's are you talking now? Let me see.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Is
What
it
you
slow?
think? What's your summary judgment of what you've heard? Men approaching, not approaching, the reasons why, etc.
I don't know. I'm totally off the topic because I was just listening, but I just want to read it. I didn't intrude. Like I did invite. I feel like an outsider right now in this conversation, but so it feels anyway about like men approaching. I think they don't because we don't give them like a signal that we want them to.
Okay, so they need a bat signal.
No, just even like eye contact. I think like for me personally, like I'll like look like kind of away purposely or something if you don't want. But
Do you date white men, black men?
I just don't lately. I just date period. Don't
Okay,
like it.
see, okay. So your last relationship with white dude, black dude, Asian?
I've dated like pretty much every race of man. Like as far as like not like a bunch of each one. Like I've dated black men, two black men. So not a ton of experience with black men, but white men. I've had Asian boyfriend before, and then
Okay.
that's like
So your last situation was black, white, orange, black dude. Okay. Do white men complain about white women?
Yes.
In what regard?
Tom Likas.
Like what you hear, like what you hearing on the panel. Like y'all don't listen, y'all got attitudes, y'all ain't smiling, y'all ass is flat, shit like that.
I don't. I mean, I think on an individual basis, yes.
But if you had to speculate, like, you know what I mean? We just what you think, what you see, you talk to your girlfriend, shit like that.
I think they just talk about whether they like got laid and like I don't think they talk about like problems with the women necessarily. I think they're like, just kind of like talk about football. Like I don't know. I've only seen my husband like with his friends, my ex-husband, so I don't know.
Okay. How was your experience with the black dude?
It was good. I mean, he was cool. We were like really like close friends. He was a little bit like in and out, he's like kind of a mystery man a little bit. And just I don't know how to explain it. Just a little bit unreliable, but that's just his personality, I think. But
okay, so that was more like a situation shit.
Well, it's for like 2 years. Yeah, I wouldn't say we were like going to each other's family parties or anything like that. But I mean, we know everything. We did hang out like almost every day.
Can I say something before I go down?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Back to sis, when you think about the progression, when you speak about the progression of black men,
oh my fucking god!
No, come on, man, Drill. When you think about the progression, you also when you think about like black feminism, when you think about child support, when you think about no fault divorces, all of these type of systems, and been raised by mothers. The reason why I believe that black men have been behind the scrimmage line, because I hate to say this, black women have been tremendously in the way of the progression of black men. From our progression by the belief of not even think it's very important. All other races of women believe that it's very important and very vital to have their son's father in their lives. Yet black women do not believe that. They shows actions. They never believe that black boys having a father is very important. So when you think about the progression of black men, we haven't got that. Us black men that was raised by y'all haven't got that that black manhood. Like, for an example, when we file our taxes, right? We'll spend all our tax money on some dumb shit.
That's not a question. You said you were going to ask a question.
All right, y'all go ahead. Good show though.
No doubt. I thought you got a question for her though, JP? I thought you had a question.
Yeah, I was trying to respond to her statement earlier when she kept talking about the reason why black men is below far as financially and all this other type of stuff. We cannot just always ignore the fact that the way men raises their kids, raises their boys compared to women raising boys, is going to be a big difference. Most times when like being raised by our moms, they tell us go look good, go buy clothes, go do stupid shit, because that's what they do. Women get money, they go buy dumb stuff, whereas men when they get money, when they get money,
he's right.
They put money, they try to flip that money. So what, man? Let me make my statement.
Did you ask a question and then start talking?
I said I was responding to Sis' point, man.
Okay.
God, y'all always want to be the motherfucker.
Yo, okay, so Jay, I get it. So you talking about financial habits when you're raised by women? Are you largely consumer based, right?
Yeah, I truly believe with all of the freedoms and assets that we have.
The shortened version is blaming the boys for what they got from women. They're blaming the boys for the behavior that they got from women.
Yeah, if we would have been raised by
my
our fathers,
daughters
we would
are
have
whores.
more financial
If I said my daughters are whores, what would y'all say in response? They'd say, "What did you do?" They blame me as the father. Yeah. Why is it these girls are saying these men are failures, but they're not blaming the fact that 76% of them are raised by them by themselves? And if you got complete autonomy, huh? Go ahead.
Your daughters are whores while you're raising them. I would say they're making those choices. I wouldn't just outright blame you. They just nasty whores.
So
if I told out to the world my daughters were whores, nobody would say, "Well, those daughters are making their own choices." They say, "Sir,
you failed them."
Yeah, they would say, "I failed them." I can't believe you said that. You know full well.
Not from how he explains his life and how it's set up. I wouldn't blame him. I would say they made those choices.
Listen
just like you guys were saying about T.I.'s son.
Ma'am, hold on one second.
You all were saying about T.I.'s son.
Listen to my premise, please.
He's choosing to go against the grain.
Please listen
about his
to
daughter.
Premise. Please listen to the premise, and then you can say it. If I was online saying my daughters that I raised are whores, people would question me.
Yes.
So, Tay, can I ask you a question?
Because people aren't questioning T.I. for the way his son is behaving.
Yes.
I got you. Hold on.
Yes.
That's
you just proved my point. She literally just proved my point. Listen to what she said.
Not questioning him. They're saying he was raised right and he should be acting different. That's what the overwhelming majority is saying about his son.
No, they literally are, which is why T.I. had to step up and the mother had to step up and say something because they were questioning them.
I got you.
No, they're not. They're not blaming nor questioning them. They know how this boy was raised in that instance. So they're not questioning.
They know how he was raised, and they're saying
they're blaming him for his behavior. Is my point.
Then why are they acting out? Which is why the mom stepped in.
They're not asking the parents. They're asking
the boy.
Which is why the mom spoke out. Why did the mom speak out then, ma'am? Why did the mom step up and say
it
you weren't
happened
raised like
publicly.
this?
It happened
Why
publicly.
did she say that?
Because the
Y'all can
incident
argue.
happened
Hold on one
publicly,
second.
and they feel like
Before
they
I
have
go,
to
That's a moot point.
hold on, Tommy.
to
1
know.
second. I just want to ask Tay a question, and y'all
You're
can
not making
argue
a
after
point.
I leave. So Tay, I just got this question. So earlier, sis, she made a statement about black men doing worse than white men, right? So my question to you, the black men that have worked hard and they're doing a lot better than white men, and they're doing they're the cream of the crop. Do you think that women should give them special privileges for the hard work that they've done?
Do I think that women should give black men special privileges?
Yeah, so
the black men that have excelled, should they be treated? Should they get special privileges from women because they've outdone themselves?
I don't see why not. What do you mean by special privileges, though? I guess I need more context on that.
Well, so earlier, sis was saying that she was saying that she was talking about the guys that wasn't competing with their counterparts. The ones that are competing with their counterparts and destroying them from a financial point of view, would you think women should actually give them special privileges? And
No, she wants to know what you mean by She gets that. Everything you just said, she understands.
What are those privileges?
What is special privilege? I'm with her. That's the same way I came in. I was like, you need to explain to me what the fuck I'm answering. She wants to know what is the special privilege.
What are those special privileges? What do they entail?
Certain level of attention, certain access to the woman, certain I can go on and on and on, but they should not be
specific.
They should not be treated.
Let me help you. The reason I say that, because I'm a man of means and I'm very specific at what the fuck I'm asking for. I am very specific. And most times if you have something, I don't know if you have ever went to a restaurant that costs a lot of money. When you do, aren't you very specific in how you want it made? And if they don't make it made, so what she's saying is, if you're saying this man has reached this level, that's fair. Specifically, what does he want?
Okay, I got you. So when we talk about the attitudes, the frustration, the rolling the eyes, the rejection, we say, okay, if we agree with that from the lower guys, but the upper guys, should they be treated different because they have created a new space for themselves?
Okay, so you're saying the special privileges is like basic shit that you should just be getting, like respect. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're saying?
No attitude.
Because I'm like, that's not a special privilege. That's just how you.
It is today. It is today. For some
And
reason.
that's the sad part. Like, man, what Mandrell and E is saying, the sad part is, as black men, we have to become supermen just to get treated like regular men.
Oh, I see.
And here's the thing: when you're Superman,
notice
and
that
then
notice I said nothing wrong, and notice that the young lady Tay was listening to me. We've all just been having a regular conversation, trying to see where we people are coming from. Notice what sis did when I said that.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
this
is just a mean-spirited woman. She's just a mean-spirited woman.
I'm actually listening to y'all niggas, and I actually got some shit to say. These Tay don't just never just.
Notice how the white woman didn't come in being real crass, but you did.
What'd you say?
So
notice the white woman hasn't been crass, but you can't stop.
You said
Tay.
the white woman. Is that what
Tay.
you just said?
White lady in here, she hasn't been
You
crass.
compare
But
me to the white woman?
Well, Tay hasn't been crass.
You compared us to white men earlier. What's the problem?
I'm asking him. You want to compare me to this white
Tay, you're
woman?
fine. Tay, you're fine.
You compared us to white men.
You compared us to white men all
either,
earlier.
right?
What's the problem?
So, Tay, you know how I would define it, Tay? Is almost like the man of means is treated like that lady knows she got competition. Right? When you're in a competition, how do you treat or how do you act or what do you do to win that competition? But it seems like men that are average are treated like there is no competition. You ain't worried about it, and they get talked to like dog shit. And that's the problem. Like I feel like you don't have to compete for these men or something.
Yeah, I don't.
You know.
Yeah, no, it's hard out here. I don't know who told y'all that. Definitely compete.
But that's what I'm saying. Like it's a competition all the way around, but women just assuming like these men are just whatever. Like that's how it comes across. You know what I mean?
That is how it comes across, ladies. And then you run into some who they see how you're living. They see that you're clearly more successful than any guy they ever dated. Then they got the nerve to come with attitude. And then when you correct it, and then I dismiss you, I'm the problem. I'm the asshole for some reason. I'm like, no, I'm just not going to take your shit. I don't have to. Leave. But can I get another chance? No, you shouldn't have done that the first time. That ain't going to be your last time doing it. If I let you get away with this time, I'm going to have to deal with it later, and I'm not doing that.
Is it Mandrill?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
So what happens to the lady without the attitude?
Oh, we're still together.
Oh, okay.
I like that answer.
That's what I was about to say. If y'all notice, a lot of these men will talk about what they see wrong, but it doesn't mean they haven't found right. Like, think about it. There are black men, black people in America who've been successful, but they still argue against racism. Should they not be able to argue against racism that they've succeeded? Or did they see racism and still know that other people are going through it? A lot of black men, even if they are married to a black woman and have found it, they know how tough it was to get there, like how tough it is for an NFL player to get a Super Bowl championship. So he explains it to other people and tell them how difficult a task it is. Black women tell us all the time how difficult it is to find a good man. And black men try to overcome what she's dealt with. He don't tell her daddy black, her brother black. He says, you're not dating your daddy or your brother. You're trying to date me. And if you're trying to date me, I should take into consideration what you've been through and what scares you. We don't even take, like, if you think about what women say, women always talk about that people don't protect black women and they don't care about black women when they're hurt. Yet you don't care about your fellow black man when they're hurt. When a black man like Terrell Owens talked about how difficult it was dating black women, do you know what they said to him? They didn't say, oh, he's telling us where he went through. They told him, nigga, you just want a white woman. When you talk to people who are telling you something that's hurting them, they would make the most horrible psychologists or psychiatrists, black women. Y'all go off on people for expressing themselves to you after you ask them to express themselves to you.
Right.
So you got a confused bunch of men who don't know what to say. That's what you have. And you want that for a man? You want a dude walking around on eggshells? You like punking men, calling them sassy? You enjoy that? Because no other race does that. Not one.
Tommy, we're not the ones who are telling you guys that you can't express yourselves. We're not the ones telling you to not talk to us. Y'all are saying that to each other. That's some bravado shit that y'all say to each other from a very young age. Or
Mandrell, is that what's happening?
Hold on.
No, I'm asking. You said
hey, Tommy. I said this earlier. I said this earlier. I've been on dates with black women, and they've told me to date outside my race. You should date a white woman. I'm like, wait, what? Why would you say that? No. Don't date a white woman. No, an Asian. I'm like, wait, what?
Well,
Why would you
did
say
Dana
that?
say? Dana, re-ask your question. Go ahead. Or make your statement. Go ahead.
It wasn't a question. I was just saying to Tommy's point, because he was saying that we don't allow y'all to have feelings or to talk to us or to open up or whatever. And I'm saying that's not something that we try to stifle or keep y'all from doing. Y'all do that to each other as men because that's some bravado shit.
Oh, no, man.
Have you not watched this shit?
That's one of the number one complaints y'all have about all these single black women raising these boys is because we let y'all cry or you don't have the same reinforcement that you get from a kid telling him all of that.
You're talking to men telling us and we're saying that's not what we said, but you're still going to say it.
You misunderstand the message. You misunderstand the message piece with it.
Yeah, let me clarify. Dana, you know what happens though? You know when we'll call, we're up here and we'll call men bitch ass nigga this and qualifying men in that way. That's what shows men that it's not a good space to be vulnerable with these women. Cause we'll be up here, bitch ass nigga, this nigga soft, he puss. Like, that's not how you get that done if you want somebody to tell you that they feelings and all that.
You're a person I'm supposed to be able to come to. That's my piece. I'm supposed to unwind with you. All the stress and all the bullshit, all the phone calls and all the stuff I had to deal with all day. I come to you. You're supposed to make that wash all that shit away.
And so your significant other's calling you a bitch ass nigga
No,
and all this other stuff, don't
she ain't
suck it up.
that.
Suck up your woes of the world, toughen up. Yeah, like that's not something that we do. We embrace that. Y'all
Mine doesn't, but I've seen women do it.
Hold on. Ham says it all the time, and he uses his boys in football practice as an example. Am I wrong?
But that's man to man.
Can I please finish what the fuck I have to say, sir? Golly.
Go ahead. My apologies. Go ahead.
Our women cannot talk without being vulgar.
No, I cannot.
Just like you got up on here and called sis a motherfucker 5 times.
Ma'am, I said there's a difference between men, ma'am, and I agree with you if you believe that women are men. I agree with you.
Just like you got on here and called.
I agree, ma'am. I just even right then she couldn't even accept that I agreed with her. I said, ma'am, I agree with you if you believe women and men are the same.
It doesn't matter. It's disrespectful.
I disagreed with you. You don't have to keep trying to drill it down. I literally agreed with you. You don't like being agreed with?
No.
You know that the irony in that initial exchange. The irony in that initial exchange with Sis and Tommy, right? When I initially dropped Tommy down, I brought him back up, and they continue to talk. They've actually gained more respect throughout their conversation, even though Sis been pushing his buttons. I don't know. I'm just talking about like he hasn't used any of those words. Sis didn't run.
She can't help it though.
He didn't use
no.
She came up here to remind me.
He just called her that.
Hang out because y'all both assholes.
He just called her that 20 minutes ago.
Was it 20 minutes, ma'am? Because I'm sure it's been longer than 20.
I've been watching and listening.
It's been longer than 20 minutes. But we'll go to the audience. Audience, when is the last time I called anybody a bitch? Let the audience tell him.
And to be fair, Ro, Tommy didn't call her any names until she called him a nigga.
As you tried to call out
but
Dana.
Ladies and gentlemen, no, ask the audience. When is the last time I've used the word that called anybody any name?
20 minutes ago.
We're hearing here over an hour.
But the thing is, that's not the point I was making. I'm saying that they've been going back and forth. Like Sis tried to be respectful. Tommy did admit Sis was pushing his nerve, but he's still having a conversation. What I'm saying is, I'm thinking them two could probably hang out because they both assholes.
Listen, bro, they can't handle having the conversation because I don't care what that woman called me. It doesn't bother me. If I'm having a conversation, I would stop having it if I couldn't have it because she called me a name.
It doesn't matter to you. It doesn't matter to you.
Complaining about it later on.
It doesn't matter to you because you don't care about Black women.
Ma'am, it doesn't matter to me because I don't know you. Ma'am, no, ma'am.
Ro, who did you want to talk to, Ro? You want to talk to Tommy?
Like I said, it doesn't matter to you.
Don't care about Black women as
that you don't like Black women. So
ma'am,
all of this and what you're doing.
Okay, y'all, and you don't like diets.
Jerry.
Guys, come on now. Really? Y'all gonna keep saying that over and over again? The bottom line is
you don't like Black women.
You don't.
Wait, hold on. Okay, I agree with you, but I'm with one. I said you don't like diets.
Mean you like her?
No, hold on. I agree. And I said you don't like diets. Which one of us looks like we're telling the truth?
The problem. Y'all come on these panels and you want to crucify Black women. Your intention, as we talk about a lot of times, y'all talk about intention and you want us to follow you. We can't follow you if your intentions are not
I don't
good.
want you to follow me. You would get tired.
Here we go again.
You couldn't walk that far.
You're trying to make it about me.
You couldn't follow me because you get tired.
On this panel, and you came on here to spew your hate for Black women, and you are justifying it.
And it bothered you.
You're justifying it by coming on here and making it seem as if you are teaching us something.
I didn't say I was teaching a thing, ma'am.
You can't.
Did I tell you I was teaching you?
Any person that you don't like.
Did I was telling you I was teaching you? Did I say I was teaching anything?
Work that way,
ma'am. Did I say I was teaching anything?
No, but you got on this panel with the intention of telling us why men don't approach us. You can't do that, sir. You can't do that because
No, hold
you don't like
hold on,
black
stop
women.
it. Now you said I can't do it,
You
and yet
can't.
when I said my reasons of why men didn't,
You
there
can't
were other.
do that
Okay, I will
effectively
wait.
because
I will
you
wait
don't
for.
like
I will wait
black
for her to
women.
get through eating,
And you
and
need,
then
when
answer
you
the
talk
question she
about,
put
you
up.
need to
See,
admit
notice she
who
can't
you
do it
are.
without
You need
talking.
to admit who you are, sir.
I just did.
Admit that you
You
don't like
don't
black
know how to
women.
accept when someone agrees with you. You
Again,
have never
you
accepted
didn't
since
say
I've
that
been
you
up
don't
here.
like black women,
Every
and that's
time
my
I've
point.
agreed with you.
I need you to get on here and tell the truth. You
Notice
don't
how
like
she
black
can't
women.
stop talking. I
And that's
agreed
just
with this
it.
woman, and she still won't shut up. I
Again,
agreed.
Tommy,
She said,
you can play
can't
that game with
do
other people,
something
but
I
stop playing
actually
with me.
did. She said, you can't do it. I did it. She said, you don't like black women. You won't
Again,
get up.
you
Came up
can
here.
get on TV and play
No,
the
you just
clown.
did.
I'm being what it is.
Hey,
You
DJ, have
don't
a
like
good
black
night,
women,
brother.
and that's what it
So
is.
go ahead. I'll wait for you to finish.
No, you go ahead, sir.
You said that I came up here to spew my hate. I sure did.
Okay.
And you, are you going to go back and start talking?
I'm responding to you.
I didn't need you to respond. I didn't ask you a question.
Again, you can't tell me how and when.
I didn't tell you anything.
Go
I
ahead and
stopped.
speak your piece,
Ma'am,
and we'll
I
move
stopped
on.
because people can't hear two people at once.
I'm not
know
talking.
you
I
girls think
answered.
that's normal, but I'm stopping so you can
Go
talk.
on.
Do you see this? This person doesn't make any sense. I literally stopped because I understand people can't hear two people talking at once. That bothered her. The point behind it is she said, you can't say why people or why women aren't getting approached. Apparently I can if there are men who are agreeing with me. So it's not just me who hates black women. If there are others who agree. Now, if it was just me saying it and no one agreed, you'd be right. But just like I think smoking crack is crazy. If a guy got up here and talked about how he gets high and it's enjoyable that he smokes crack, and people in the comment section said, I get the same feeling, then now I got to deal with crackheads. And maybe now you got to deal with blackheads, black guys who hate black women. Since you want to say that, I agree with you.
Okay.
There's a truth in some of what I'm saying because a lot of people are agreeing with it. Because if it weren't, no one would.
As I said before, your point is either you are trying to agree with the masses and bring out this information, but to resolve the issue, the question was, why am I not getting approached? Why did you come on this panel? Are you coming on the panel to teach us why we're not getting approached? Or are you coming on this panel to continue to create a sense of hate? Because if you're continuing to do that, no, your answers and your justifications are not going to be validated. You are just going against the fact that you don't like black women and you have people agreeing with you. And that is where you coming on this panel makes no sense. It only makes sense for you because you are trying to get attention. It doesn't help us because we're asking the question, why am I not getting approached? That is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting until you finish so I can answer some of what you said. Because I did the same thing. I let you answer. I didn't try to overtalk you or make long discussions. You said, why would I come on the panel? Number one, this is YouTube. Anyone can come on the panel. 1. 2, if you're waking up every day to try to find solutions from a dude you don't know and you believe already doesn't like black women, common sense would be you close him out. Either you listen to his BS or close him out. But lastly, again, I pointed out that there are other men who agreed with what I said. So no matter how you feel about me, you'd have to ask, why are there millions of people who follow this man? Why are millions of people doing this? If there are millions of people joining the Nazi party and you're a Jew, you better pay attention. If there are millions of people who are joining the Klan and you're black, you better pay attention.
So what
And
are
I
you
want you
trying
black
to say,
men to
Mr.
understand.
Tommy? Are you is that a threat? What are you trying to say? You're not making what are you saying?
DJ, do you see what she just did?
I didn't do anything. You named a bunch of hate groups.
They're trying to
named
be
a bunch of hate groups.
Now, yes, I'm
You
threatening.
named a
Yes,
bunch
I'm
of
making
hate
a
groups,
threat.
and
Yes,
told
ma'am.
those
I'm making a
that
threat.
they
I'm
hate
going to bring
to
Hitler.
watch out.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what
I'm
you
making a
just
threat.
said.
I'm going to bring Hitler back.
But
I'm
that's what
making
you
a threat.
just said.
Just somebody to be that slow is insane.
No, I'm not slow. I see what you're doing.
No,
And that's not
slow.
the panel.
You may not be slow, but your metabolism is.
Okay. Come on. Continue. Continue
so
with the
corny.
fat jokes. Y'all
Since
so
we can't
corny.
have a
It's
regular
always
conversation, I'm gonna turn it
stupid.
into a
It
comedy
don't make
skit.
sense.
I've never seen anything stupid like that to you.
It's
I
stupid.
listen
Don't
to
make
you
sense.
talk.
You sound dumb.
Are you
sound dumb. You sound
Are
dumb.
you threatening me, Ro? Ro, did you just threatening black
No,
men?
you threatened us. We
I
better
threatened
watch out. We better watch out because you got millions of viewers. Is that what you
nobody threat. Stop doing that, man.
I'm not
Come
doing anything.
on.
That's what he said.
Oh, nobody threatened you. Come on, bro. I mean, come on, man.
No, ain't no come on. He sat up here and said, if you're a Jew and I'm a Nazi, you need to watch out. When people are doing shit like that, you gotta
better listen.
That's what he said.
I said you better listen. Just like I said, if you're a black person,
listen for what reason?
Because listen.
If you're not on here for the purpose, if you're not on here for the purpose, if you're not on here for the purpose of us learning, then it makes no sense for you to be on here. Now, if you're just on here to be a clown,
I was trying to tell you why.
then that's what you're on here
tell you
for.
why, and you don't want to hear.
I
listen
don't.
for what? And I'm
But
trying to tell you why.
said why you're on here. You already said it.
Ma'am, why don't you leave? Since it bothers you, is it your
No,
show?
I'm not going to leave because this is a
No,
woman's point of view
I'm here. I'm here because I can be.
And me
and
too.
If you don't like it, either you kick
and
me
too,
or you leave.
Because I'm on the panel.
Okay, and I've never asked, why are you here?
Because
You're
I'm
here
on the
to get the
panel.
fucking link.
I'm the woman's point of view.
Energy. It's crazy.
No, you're the heavy person's point of view.
This is crazy. This is nuts. He's so lame.
Yes, and you're so fat.
Yeah,
so
your mama.
But you angry.
Your mama's fat. Bitch, I'm shaped. Don't play with me. You don't know what I look like, bitch. You don't know me. You don't know me in real life. You don't know me in real life. You ain't fucking with me. And neither is your bitch in real life. In real life, you don't know what's going on over here, honey.
As if it bothers me.
You don't know what's going on in here.
Typical black.
You don't know what's going on
over
here.
It don't bother me. If you compared yourself to a 75-year-old woman, have at it. Yo, mama, I thought you was a black woman solidarity.
Bald-headed bitch, shut up.
I'm a bald-headed bitch, and you's a fat one.
Yeah, your mama, bitch. But
See
I'm
that?
telling you, a lot of bitches ain't fucking with me. You don't know what I look like, bitch.
Did I not prove my point?
You don't know what I look like.
Did I not prove my point? Yeah, mama. Just over there lonely and heavy. Just breathing. All kind of diabetes. Girl, you better get your Jardians to get your A1C in check.
That's what you think. You don't know what's going on over here. You don't know what's going on over here.
I know what's going on when you need an insulin shot.
You don't know what's
Girl,
going
go
on
ahead.
over here. If anything, I'm
can't
eating
eat no
good.
cake after
I'm
9
eating
o'clock
good,
at
bitch, but
night.
nobody got to brag, bitch. You don't know what the fuck
let
I
me,
look like.
I never said what you don't have. I know you're fat.
Shut the fuck
You're
up.
fat.
Let me
Why does
read.
fat bother you so much? You let yourself
Your
get
mama's
that way.
fat, bitch. Your
You
mama's
let yourself get that way. You had control over that.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm eating good.
Ooh, look at her. You sassy. Look at your sassy over there.
Let me read this super chat.
I done hurt her feelings, y'all. Look at her. She hurt.
All right, Jeremiah with the $5. Said earlier, white men look up to me. If your credit cards got numbers displayed on the front, miss me with that white man crap. As Abe with the $10 says, you black men need to understand when men of other cultures, different tostadas themselves from you, African American men, when the rubber hits the road.
I'm trying to help, and I got nothing.
Kevin C. Oh,
right?
Kev, what's popping? He said, black men like T.I., but also generally agree that King's behavior is due to a lapse in his father's leadership and guidance. He slipped on this one. All right, let me read this one last. This is a question. Service King with the $5 says, I take anything other than American as disrespect. Unpopular Truth with the $2 says, Ro, you crucifying yourself with your behavior. Lawrence Vertano with the $5 says, "Is it art? Is Mrs. J joins the panel? Who, Japrice? Yeah, I'll get a link to Japrice. We ain't about to get out of here, but Crown Life with the $2 says, "Hold that L, Tommy. You not with us." LaShawn with the $5 says, "Ladies, I'm not attacking you all, but when the panel speak negative on black male or joke them, it's not attack. However, when you guys do it, it's an attack." Crown Life says with $2, like, "We don't want to hear you, bro." LaShawn, thank you. I appreciate the love. You heard? Crown Life with the $2 says, "We love thickness, you weak weasel." Rebel Rose with $2 says, "This is sad, Hamp." Hey, they conversing. Hopefully get something out of it. George Soros with the $20 says, "Ro got a shower curtain over her chest." So, George Soros, imagine. So Will said, "Question for the men on the panel. From your observation of men who come to these panels, would you trust them to lead your daughters?"
Hell no.
Men.
A few. But these ones right here, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm scared to even know if they got male children out there for my female child. Because that's a scary thing. That is a scary thing out here. I would give Beans and Hamp their props because, again, respectfully, we could tell that what they give, they care. They do it in care. They do it with good intention. But some of y'all, no. Hell no. I would never. Never. It is scary. It is sad and it's scary. It is sad and it is scary.
Well, you know, Ro, I would agree with you. I haven't seen many people. I have a sister, like a lot of people know, and I told people flat out on these panels, I would not let you date my sister. No, I would not be okay with that. That's a lot of people out here. I feel that way about. But not all of us. There are a good number of us out here who actually mean well and actually do, just like I've seen tonight, give people the answers. Like tonight, the ladies had questions, and I watched men literally give them the answers to the exam, and they just didn't want to. I was amazed. It is amazing to watch it when you see it in your live and in color. It's like, yeah, but he just told you the answer, and that is the correct answer. It's like no. I'm like, we can't help you. You don't want to accept it, but the answer is what the answer is, ladies. You know, it's just like it's amazing to watch. You always get the answers, but then still say no. Help me understand that.
It's not even that we're saying no. It's not even that we're saying no. It's just some of you come up here and we know for a fact, like Tommy, we know for a fact his ass don't like black women. We know that.
You know for a fact that I have a large penis.
We know that for a fact. We don't have to debate it. We don't have to quit. We know for a fact he does not like us.
And you know for a fact that I have a lot of people who feel the same way too. So those two things can exist.
Like I said before, you don't care.
Ro, question. Is it black women or black women's conduct?
Ooh.
That Tommy doesn't like.
I think he doesn't like us. I honestly think that. I think, and I say that Hamp only because.
So why did I give one woman above you credit?
Tonight he did a lot of generalizing.
Anything mean to the woman above you?
Number one, tonight he did a lot of generalizing, and number two, we all were swept up. But then when it was brought the question to a man, when a man was asked his question about whatever he does, it's I think it was Trigger Mike that said it. Oh no, I'm talking about people around me. I'm talking about me.
But remember, I stopped them in.
You did. But that's the thing.
What Trigger Mike is saying, ma'am, is we don't get offended by generalizations. They don't we hear, as men, we hear sweeping generalizations all the time. We hear niggas ain't shit a lot. We hear niggas don't take care of their kids a lot. They don't affect us. We don't get mad and go around because somebody said it.
I think that
can I answer the question? I wanted to answer the question. Namely,
And only because of the conversations I've had, of course, because I know HAMP, yes, if I did have a daughter, I would entrust her to him in terms of leadership. And Hank, just because we've had more than one conversation with him. But the rest of you guys, I'm sorry, I don't know y'all like that. I can't trust my babies to y'all.
And she's right. Because when the question was asked, DJ, I kept thinking, it's like when people say, would you trust your kids with Puffy? I don't give a fuck. Why would you trust your kids with Puffy? I don't know this nigga, whether he was in the tabloids or not. We say silly stuff and ask people the question. And it's sick that somebody would say, I have, again, 2 daughters and they raised well. I don't trust my daughters with none of y'all sons because I know what I was when I was 17. I might be a good dude, but I was trying to fuck. I know that, but I also know I don't want my daughters to come up pregnant by somebody who ain't ready to be no daddy. And I don't want her to be up in child support court trying to put somebody's young boy in jail because he can't take care of it. I don't want none of that for black folks. So I may be a person that don't like black women, but guess what I don't do? I don't do anything to them. I don't hurt them. I don't steal from them. I do nothing to them. And every black woman that's ever been in my life, unlike Ro, who's ever dealt with me, guess what they say? Because if I was such a bad person, I only date black women. And guess who you don't hear online talking shit about me? I got 2 babies mamas. And guess who you don't see online talking shit about me? Nah, because they driving nice cars and live in nice houses. So they watch me say all my stuff. And you know what they say? That's my baby dad. They don't sit up there and say, he hate black women. So I got a woman who don't have a kid by me, who ain't never met me, who ain't never got a check from me talking about he hate black women. And yet I got black women who have saying none of that. So I ask all black people, never listen to someone who don't know someone tell you about someone. Always listen to people who know them.
Ro, do you just I'm asking a clarifying question. We asked that question to people that we don't know. Would you have to go by like results?
What do you mean? Yeah, I'm clarifying.
So like because I've never seen it, and I'm not the greatest in the YouTube streets. I kind of stay in my lane, but I know who been here before. You know what I'm saying? So take Tommy. I've never seen that with his baby mothers. The daughters, for all intents and purposes, are doing well for themselves. His woman is black. His house is big. Pause. That sound kind of whatever. You know what I'm saying? But if you took that, would you say, okay, this person potentially has a good trajectory? And then I looked at this row. Drabino, who's 32 years old, said this, and he has no reason to. So I'm just thinking, like, is it what Tommy says or how he says it? Or do you think it's too much vitriol in it for you to trust that he actually likes black women?
I think what he says and how he says it, it projects hate. It is not an intent to assist or guide or help. And when you come in there like that, and people can say I'm triggered, I'm not triggered. Even women that talk like that about men, I feel the same way. People come and they have these conversations and they go in here and they just don't even realize you are spitting so much hate. I've sat and watched some of these men on this panel during the midday, and they can talk, and I've said it before, they can talk amongst each other and make some great valid points and not spew hate. And it comes out hateful. And I think he comes out hateful. I do not think he cares. I don't think he give a damn. I think what he does is he comes on these panels and he talks. And there are people that do it. He come on here and think it's a woman's panel, so I'm gonna bring my point of view out. And the fact of the matter is, if he really was intentional and wanting us to really know and learn, he would have not come on here just to entertain, because that's what he came on here to do.
I will point out something to her. You notice she used the word a lot, this one word, think. Now, I don't know if she's married or not. I don't know if she's in a relationship or not. But I'm pretty sure that when she was in a relationship with somebody, she thought that would last. She probably thought when she was young she wanted to be something and ended up being something else. Thinking doesn't make it true. And I was invited here. So I didn't know what was going on, ma'am. I was invited here. So apparently I was such a good person that someone wanted me here. So I didn't go looking for the black panel, because let me tell you what I could be doing right now. Running my own show with 2,000 people watching. But because I care a lot about black folks and black people who are cool with me, if they ask me to come do something, I do it because they ask.
Hemp asked you to come on?
Huh?
Hemp asked you to come on?
Hemp? I said I was asked to come on.
That's what I thought. The moderator and owner of the show did not ask you to come on, correct? Somebody else.
Wait a minute, ma'am.
Somebody else asked you to come on, correct?
Okay, ma'am. Why did you say the moderator didn't ask me? What was the point of that?
My point in that was somebody that is not the owner of this show or the moderator of this show or any of us on this regular panel did not invite you. It was somebody else that usually.
Okay, let me point something out to you. Don't shows get big because somebody who's watching the show tells somebody?
So it goes back to what I said. You're on here for the purpose of building a show, and you're here.
Even now, I'm just trying. Even now, whatever you say, I'm talking to you as a gentleman.
So I'm talking to you as a woman. Am I
being combative to you?
I'm not being combative.
You are if you're saying I think over and over again, and all I said was after you finished all that, I said, "Ma'am, I was invited." Did the moderator invite you? It
that's not how I said it, and that's what I mean by you being over exaggerating.
It wouldn't matter who invited me. My statement was a fact that I didn't just show up trying to do something to anyone. I was invited because someone valued my opinion. And a lot of people value my opinion. And my point was, when you tried to make it be a threat, if you have people who value an opinion that you disagree with, you might want to pay attention to why people value that. Because if we live in a world where we only hear what we agree with, we will never know the potential of other people out there. White people learn how to take over blacks, Indians, and everybody they took over. You know how they learn how to do it? By being amongst them. That's what Thanksgiving was. Being amongst them. Black folks, the only people who believe if you don't like a motherfucker, don't listen to them. Everybody else believes if you want to get to know people, you got to get to know them. That's why we the only people who sit around in America and barely can speak English, but can't speak another language. Yet everybody else speaks another language because we think our small bubble is enough and we'll only be around people who agree with us. And I think he doesn't like black women. And I think. And while you think, you should want to find out. That's what being a scholar is. You might think something, but you want to know at the end.
So let me just, damn, check. So somebody, and then they went about it the correct way. They asked me like, "Hey, can I send this link to Tommy?" And I say yes at that juncture. And make no mistake, I mean, people have put in work, whether like Tommy said, whether we love them or hate them, right? So it'd be foolish for me to deny the invite, and that's where you humble in terms of business, marketing, et cetera, et cetera. And when I'm listening to Tommy, now I'm not great at due diligence in the YouTube streets, but he can have a hell of a message in the delivery, but I'm just listening for what he's saying. And I'm not disagreeing with what he's saying. I think the delivery of the information for a lot of people, it can be, not their palate, but the information is what I'm looking for. I'm not overall sensitive. Now, to be candid, ain't nobody calling me out my name either. But also to be candid, I ain't calling nobody out their name.
That part.
That's the part right there.
Again, I don't know if that was done to him, but from what was being shown on the show, calling your sister a motherfucker 5 times throughout the show, that's a lot. That's a lot, because I don't think many men that have been on here have ever did that. So if that's like the likes that you're trying to get for this particular
No, bro, that's another thing that people do, right? We try to use buzzwords like your sister and your show and what you trying to
that's what it is.
That's not a thing, right? So you guys are having back and forths. What I don't really like is when we think the back and forths is too much, then you'll be like, so Hamp, you ain't gonna say nothing. I'm like, well, where do you want me to start and stop the back and forth? And then if you cutting people off and saying because you think, I think what happens is we'd be like, nigga, what you trying to say? And then what is the appropriate response to nigga in that connotation? And then y'all try to loop me in there like I'm supposed to just like boom, stop, don't do this. Like that's an unfair role. If you don't want that, then stay in a particular energy. Even if Tommy came on with that energy, you can stay here. But then don't meet him here, and then he use a word that you don't like, and then y'all want me to just stop the nigga. Like how do y'all expect me to navigate that when you feel some type of ways when I need to cut it off?
This guy.
So I'm just trying to understand like how y'all want me to understand that. So don't you and your possessive pronouns, because you see sis ain't even say shit about it. She stayed up here and went back and forth with Tommy because she knew what type of time she was on. Come on, man.
And see, that's the part that I'm telling y'all. A lot of brothers have lost their lives.
You the GOAT.
A lot of brothers have lost their lives.
What you say, Beans?
I said, is this the point where we supposed to admit that you the GOAT?
No, man.
Yeah, it's just slick, bro.
Look at you, dick riding. Just kidding.
Jesus Christ, Dana.
No. I got it, Hamp. I got it.
Come on, let's call back to earlier. That was a joke.
No, it's cool.
Yeah, it was from back then.
So you say I'm dick riding, right? So let me. So first of
no.
all,
that was a joke. That was a joke.
It wasn't no motherfucking joke. No, it wasn't no motherfucking joke. I know a mother.
Hold on, let me get. I gotta get your
point of if men give each other any kind of credit, we're going to say it's dick riding. She was a very good joke.
Yeah, no, that was a good timing, Dana. Miss Morty,
stinking ass.
Miss Japrice, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
God damn, you got that. Your husband African, right? You got that African internet, I think.
I'm sorry.
First of all, your internet
African
messing
what?
up, which is pissing
Internet.
me off.
Okay, give me 1 second.
You gotta turn the lights off.
Your video
Shout out-
taking selfies.
Shout out to your TikTok though. I appreciate you for your TikTok though. Your TikTok proves that melanin wins all the time. Absolutely.
Who's Japrice at TikTok?
Absolutely. Melanin.
Japrice, turn the lights off, Japrice.
Absolutely. Tired of these
trying to do
light skinned
everything.
niggas winning.
Don't hate.
Wow.
Don't do that, man. Come on.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, let me see. Because Japrice often got a different perspective.
So is it better now? Was it too much light or you couldn't hear me?
No, it's just we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
All right, you just going in like you taking like this. You like a robot. Go ahead. We can hear you though. Go ahead.
Really?
Yeah,
No,
you
I
probably
don't want
should
it
just
to sound bad. I can drop down and then come back.
No, yeah, we can hear you. All right, well, try that. All right, try that.
Okay.
I'm gonna read the super chats until you come in. Steve O's with the 2 what is this, euros?
Yeah.
She can't hold a conversation. You prove this point. Ro with Trigger Mike with cells. I thought he was going to bed. Ro, no one cares.
Give us free.
MG with the $5 says $5 more for that damn shower curtain on Ro chest and 2 black eyes on sis. John the Baptist with $2. Women are living in their choices. See, this pal with $2. Really trying hard to follow what Ro is saying. Almond Eyes with the $5. This is the exact conversation Tommy should have been invited to. Being triggered by his response is not productive. Bravado. Sorry, bro. That this might be risky is a business, and Tommy is a big business with having over 1 million subs on various platforms.
Him coming here will help the business of this might be risky, regardless of like or dislike. And Trigger Mike with the $2 says, chill with the nope.
Yeah, nah, absolutely not.
Is there a cash app? I was just wondering. Is there a cash app? Because I appreciate y'all having me here, but I can't send money through this thing because y'all know I'm banned on YouTube. So I can't send money through YouTube. So I can only send cash app.
I'll put it in the chat, Tom. It's DJ Hamp 1. So it's my name with a 1 at the end.
Yeah, put it in the thing, because I appreciate stuff like this.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, and I actually DJ. That's why the DJ is there. Yeah, I got you.
You don't want no smoke.
Who DJ? Man, I'm telling you. I'm nice. All right, Japrice, you there?
Yes. Is it better?
Okay. You turned on that. You turned on that American internet, huh?
Sure.
Okay. All right. What you got, Japrice?
Are you Mr. Hampton?
What the?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You had a daddy in your life. I see you.
Damn, that's
there. Messing up again.
Japrice.
Yeah.
All right, just don't laugh. Go ahead.
I didn't laugh. No, Lawrence wanted me to join. I'm guessing it's because what you guys are talking about, I think something differently. Or maybe he wanted me to get bullied. I don't know.
No. Yes, it's because you think differently.
Okay.
So what's your thought, Japrice?
Well, I came in when Ro and Mr. Tommy was going back and forth.
Okay.
And ladies, I agree with Tommy. So it just pretty much like the back and forth with Ro and Tommy, it just kind of proved his point a little bit. So yeah, take it how you have it.
And what point was that she furthered exactly?
Tommy,
appreciate you.
That pretty much Black women are very combative. They can't like take a back seat. They can't shut up and like it's like their ego is very like Black women's ego is very huge. So
and Japrice, to clarify, where is your daddy from?
My dad is from here. He's from America.
Yeah. How about your mommy?
My mom is American.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because you keep saying Black women, they may assume, whatever.
Well, I mean, like Black women, if I'm in it, then I'm in it as well. But Black women,
yeah.
We're all brought up the same way. I may not exhibit those behaviors, but they represent me and I represent them. So if Black women are combative as a whole, then I guess I'm combative too. Even though I don't personally possess those traits, but
yeah, no, I hate
as a whole, yeah.
And that's why when if I can say this, when she asked why am I here, that's why, man. When you're trying to get people on your side to go against someone, that's why I was trying to say earlier. A lot of Black men are in jail. My grandmother used to say Black men end up in jail or in hell dealing with Black women. My grandmother was Black. She talked about that mentality of if you don't agree with me, I'm going to try to get people to turn on you. We could have had a back and forth, but there was no reason to try to get the other people in the crowd to dislike me and then call them a name if they like what I'm saying. When the point of a panel at all times should be to hear the sides. And I don't mean to lead anyone. I don't want people to think like me. This is one of my favorite sayings. I don't want you to think like me, but I do want you to think. If you see something, you hear something, at least think about it. Take what you have as facts. Use it. That woman said the same thing I say. I'm a Black man, but I know I get painted with a brush because they look at us the same way. That's why when I went on Fox, I knew not to portray myself a certain way, because if I did something that made all of us look bad, then they would have an excuse to say, look at what they do. So even if I'm saying something, this was the perfect time for you, ma'am, you, Ro, and the other woman. If I say y'all are combative, you know the best way to beat me? Make me look like a fool by not being.
Yeah. We had a talk before, just real quick. We went on another show, and I talked to some of the ladies like, yo, don't get out of frame, strengthen your arguments, stay away from some of the ad hominems, right? Now, did I tell them not to use some of their tactics in debate? No, I didn't tell them. So they deflect a little bit, ask confusing questions, but for all intents and purposes, we took that W, but they stayed in frame though. But this is a genuine conversation. I just fear, are we strengthening our arguments, or are we falling into the trap? Because Tommy set a trap on purpose to prove his point. And unfortunately, we played into it. And Rose saying no. So you're saying what he said didn't, you saying we had to respond in kind to his energy when he came on?
I personally, I just think, as I said before, I don't see what the point is. If we're doing this from a woman's point of view and we have men come up on here and talk about everything negative about us, not one positive thing about Black women, I don't really see the point.
Well, you wouldn't have anything.
Bro, can I ask you a question
why am I not getting, think about it. If you ask why am I not getting hired, why would they say nice things about you? If you ask why am I not whatever it is, if I ask why am I not getting pussy, you think a woman would say nice things about me? Serious question. Why am I not elicits good things? Why don't I have an A in the class? Do you think the teacher would tell you good things? It makes no sense. You put them in a trick bag. You proved it. If I ask why won't women talk to me, I promise you I'm not going to get them telling me how handsome I am.
So he absolutely wrote. He absolutely took the point, the question that I was about to ask you, the same thing, right? If you look at the topic of the show, there is not one good answer for that question.
Y'all do this every week.
Okay, but Ro, right now, we're not. I'm not. Wait, Ro. I'm not debating you, so you don't have to use any debate tactics, right?
You're not debating. I'm telling you, you do this every week.
I'm not here every week.
This one topic, but you got to do this every week.
I'm not here. Like, Ro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I literally try my best not to come when y'all here, because I don't want to do this with y'all.
Why you here? That don't make any sense. Why are you coming on here then?
He freeze.
Bro.
Not Tommy. Why you want to argue with me? I haven't said anything disrespectful to you all night long. I'm trying to give you my point of view and look how you talk.
You're talking the talk right now, because what you're saying is you try hard not to come on here, but you're coming on here.
No, I said I try hard not to come on here when y'all here, because I don't want to do this with you, right? Because I actually do love and rock with Black women. I don't want to argue with them. Right. So this was my point earlier. You made a point to HAMP. You said that you can't remember a time that a dude came up here and talked to the women like Tommy said. Is that like Tommy did? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you remember a time where the men have been talked to the way Tommy talked to people on the panel today? Yes or no?
I don't understand your question. What are you saying?
Are the men talked to? Can you remember a time when the men were spoken to the way that Tommy spoke to people today?
I'm saying that there are times where the conversations get heated and they have just to answer your question.
But by your own account, the men don't talk to the women that way, but the men get talked to that way. So this is what I'm saying. When you put a title up to say, why am I not getting approached, which literally elicits all negative commentary. That's all it elicits. And then the fellas come up and they give the negative commentary that the title is asking for, and then they get pushback and criticism and all of the tropes about what Black men are and aren't and why they shouldn't even be talking. I'm asking you, as a person who I believe is intelligent, do you think that makes sense?
I don't think that makes sense, but I also believe, from me being on the panel majority of the weeks, that y'all very rarely come on here and say anything positive about Black women.
So I'm no different. So wait a minute. So what she's saying is, after she went through this whole charade telling people I did something that nobody else does, she didn't turn around.
I said like how you did, where you are cursing them out.
Right. Yeah.
Well, when I started off, but when I started off, I was cursed. The woman even said it. I was just on a soliloquy. I wasn't cursing anyone out. They got upset at my soliloquy.
But the point is this. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick.
Go ahead.
The point is this, bro. Like, I even appreciate you include me in a comment that you made earlier about HAMP. I didn't expect it. And it meant a lot. I intentionally try not to argue with Black women. I do. That's why I don't come on here with y'all, because I don't be wanting that issue. Right? So I just want, what I really want is for you, right, to give some of the guys a chance to understand that a lot of the time, some of these guys, I don't want to speak for nobody particularly, even though I want to say unpopular truth for some reason. Some of these guys really want you all's attention. And I don't mean that like in a sucker simp way. I mean it like, man, can some of these women, can some Black women, you are on a panel, we got all these people watching, can somebody hear us out? Can somebody hear our cries? Can we get one woman? This is what I always wanted from women on my panel, Ro. If you on my panel and it's a man up there saying, man, these women be talking to me like this, and they be acting like this, and they be behaving like this, and they doing this with my kids. What we want from the women is to go, you know what? Sometimes the reason why we doing that, because we be feeling like this, and we be thinking this, and we be going through this, and we probably have experienced this, and it's carrying over to this. Not, well, what about the men? But y'all ain't shit. Y'all don't even make no damn money. White men doing way better than y'all, right? To prove that I'm balanced, though, do you know what made me hit the link? And if Hemp don't mind, he probably can still see it. It's in the chat. You know what made me hit the link? Because this nigga Tommy, and I don't mean nigga disrespectfully, but this nigga Tommy says 70% of Black boys are raised by mothers alone. That shit triggered the fuck out of me because it's absolutely untrue by a mile, right? And I'm like, why the fuck do we always say stupid ass shit like this on these panels that's nowhere near true, that make Black people look fucking bad? But I just came up and I let things play out because I didn't want it to seem like I came up to attack Tommy, because we technically have a little bit of history. You see what I'm saying? But that's why I came up, to say that is not the truth, to defend Black people, Black women, Black children, Black fathers. So we not all the same. So sometimes when guys are telling y'all what they think, it ain't to fucking be on some black women bashing shit. These guys literally have experiences, and we want you all to be the voice of reason for us, because we might not have that in our own lives.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Beans, I think that you make some solid points. And I appreciate you being here this evening. So
thank you, Dana.
I've learned two things tonight. Okay. The first thing, y'all as a whole, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, and I don't mean it condescendingly. Okay. You guys sound very hurt as a whole, as a gender from us. Okay. So I get that. But along those lines, when we're saying to you that we're feeling hurt by you, and the perfect example was given by Tommy by saying, I'm going to tell you guys why you're not getting approached. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to do things, and I'm going to say things to elicit a response, to trigger you and have you come out of pocket. And then when you come out of pocket, see, that's what's wrong with you Black bitches. Like, we were cool. We could have just had a regular conversation, but instead you were made to look, or made to be triggered, or made to whatever, specifically from y'all. And that shit hurts too, because then there's this rampage, and there's a fucking 4-hour long conversation about how our conduct is wrong, how we attack you all. And it's like, we could have just had a whole, like, that was so unnecessary, and I don't appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation and the banter that followed subsequently, some of it anyway, but it just created dissension for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Because if it had been that, it never would have gotten, he wouldn't have gotten that response.
Okay, so let me be candid real quick. Tommy was the fourth battle. That he wasn't the first battle. So like, and here's another thing that we have an issue doing. And I talk to Love because we do a lot of planning extensively. Like, you don't have to refute every single thing that's said, but we get caught up on these fucking rabbit holes. So if somebody says something that we don't like men are jerking off because they won't want to deal with your mouth, you can say, interesting. Okay. And then you pose a question that makes the men stand on something why they not approaching. Absolutely. But instead, we want to say, oh, these niggas ain't jerking off for real. They just pussy and don't want to go. No, understand it and say, okay, well, you think there's fear somewhere in that process? And then men can say, because what I'm thinking is that niggas is scared to approach. But we didn't even get to that part because we telling niggas that they jerking off because they scared of pussy. Like that you have to argue the points.
Yeah.
And it, and I just think we get so caught up on what we don't like to hear or we don't like how it's said. And I'm just like, we don't further our conversations.
Dana, did y'all watch the show earlier? Did y'all watch the show from earlier, Dana?
No, I had to work.
Man, y'all see, look, y'all would have tell it. They would have had all the ammo in the world for rebutting the men on why we are not getting approached. Because HAMP set up a whole little test thing, right? And I think if I remember correctly, only me and Hink passed. All the rest of the guys failed. Y'all could have used that shit against them.
No.
Well, let me tell you why we failed though. Because I thought Hemp was asking us, was we funny, trying to be funny. I didn't know he was trying to like spit some game. I thought he was like, be funny. He's telling me tell a joke. But I get what you're saying though. That made sense. They would have had a lot of ammo. Y'all would have had a lot of ammo.
Absolutely. Because he specifically said, because you niggas ain't funny, what do you do? Right? So he wasn't trying to get you to be funny. He was trying to get you to talk. And them niggas wouldn't even talk, Dana.
So real quick for context, everybody who listening, Tommy, Japrise, Jarbino, we had a show earlier. And I'm like, what do ugly, non-funny niggas do to get women?
Hold on, Tim, you say ugly.
Oh, my bad. I put some sauce. Okay, I put some sauce on it. Okay. Average niggas, what do they do if they not funny, right? And so Tommy, Japrise, Jarbino, I had them go in the middle. Like, yo, what do you corny niggas do? Right? You know what I'm saying? Because me and Beans, we got like a funny delivery. So we can get away with being decently unattractive. You know what I'm saying?
Shit like that.
But what do y'all regular ugly niggas do?
Right.
Like, I can tell you this.
I've been flirting with love, by the way, Dana. We was flirting with love.
Yeah, they were using love.
I've been unattractive for 47 years of my life, and I know what it's like. I've learned how to navigate that unattractiveness. And there's a couple of things I did. I became funny, but even when that didn't work, I just became a person who got some money so I can give it to her. I said, well, you know what?
Yeah.
This I don't try to make no jokes with women no more. I just tell them, I say, how much is it? That's my game right there. How much is it?
But that's fun. But see, so Tommy, so what would have happened on the earlier today? I would have excluded you and I excluded Beans because you got that gift to be funny. You know, but Dana, Beans' point is we had the men on the hot seat like, yo, they was talking shit like this, Dana. They said, I go up to a group of 6 women and talk to all the women except for the one I want to talk to. I'm like, nigga, that's gay.
I'm trigger Mike, man.
I'm like, that's still some shit that don't like. I'm like, what? So we didn't even get to that part because we were so focused on a little bit of the jabs that we got.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Hey, you teach that. Don't forget. Have you guys noticed that men have to deal with way more than women? Like, we have to deal with your dick too little, you didn't fuck long enough, your money ain't long enough, you bald, you whatever it is, we have to accept it. You ain't 6 feet. We literally are used to getting rejected so much that we're not going to sit around argue at that fact somebody didn't call us a king or somebody says that 70% of black men do this or whatever the fuck. We're not arguing because we say, you know what? I have to overcome every day of my life obstacles. I go into work at a job and I got to overcome these white people think I'm stupid. I go into get pulled over by the cops and I got to overcome that this cop might think I'm a thug or got a gun. We overcome almost every day of our lives. And black men will tell you this right now. We do. So
You do.
we can't sit
You
around and just
absolutely
be that triggered that a woman groups us as black men. We just overcome it. If you think niggas from Atlanta gay, I'm gonna overcome it. If you think niggas under 6 feet got little dick, I'm gonna overcome it. I'm not gonna beat myself up against the wall. And if a woman just doesn't like me, who I am, you know what I'll do? Go to one that does. I'm not gonna say that your daddy black, therefore you should like me. Because let me tell you what, a lot of y'all women who are asking for men with 6 figures, your daddy didn't make 6 figures. A lot of y'all women who are asking for men who over 6 feet, your daddy 5'3". And we don't sit up there and get to tell you, your daddy had a little dick, so you should want mine. And yet you tell us, your mama black. Just because my mama black, my mama fucked my daddy, and I wouldn't be with anybody who fucked my daddy. My mama titties is on her lap. I wouldn't want a woman whose titties is on their lap. These are ridiculous things to say, but you try to shame a person instead of do what black men have to do every day. Convince a person.
Tommy, I understand what you're saying, and you make a very valid point. But to go back to Ham's point and go back to some of the comments, like the conversation this evening went left. It didn't start when Tommy came on. You're absolutely right, Ham. The conversation went left when Either Man was up here and he was trying to tell us why we're not getting approached. And he was like, have you ever considered the fact that some of y'all are just ugly?
Absolutely.
That's where shit went left.
Absolutely.
That's where shit went left.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
But
so
can that not be a fact, though?
Hold on. Then I responded in kind.
Before I came up?
Absolutely.
Yes. And then so I responded in kind. You're not the authority. You don't get to tell niggas that they're ugly when you look like somebody's baby mama. And then here come Angry Man. Don't disrespect that black man. But it was
This is before I came. Hold on. Let me get that.
Time during the day. I said this the last time during the day. When we come at y'all,
I didn't say no shit like that.
Reaction. It's normally a reaction. He said something. He was coming for us. I clapped back. It was a reaction. Didn't nobody tell him to shut the fuck up?
Hold on, Dana.
I cannot let Dana do that, man. Dana, you cannot do.
Is that not a
Hold on, Tommy. Let me
Wait
get
a minute.
that.
Is that not a fair thing? Because remember, DJ Hamp said that he had a whole show where he said, what do you average to ugly niggas do who ain't funny? And they stepped up and didn't get mad and say, who the fuck you talking about? They stepped up.
He actually asked us to rate ourselves on the scale of 1 to 10.
I'm curious. I really want to know this. Why is it that why is it that all black women apparently are beautiful? Where did that come from?
That's not what it was. It was, so I wish you had been here, Tommy, to see it, because it wasn't just that he was calling us ugly. He was saying things like, my jokes land with white women. My jokes, what did he say?
Why would that bother you?
All the thing, wait, all the
why would that bother you? What if that's true?
Hold on. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But why can't it just be that white women like my jokes, so they think that I'm funny?
Why tell someone? Wait a minute. Why tell someone how they have to present?
Yeah, you did. Let her finish though.
It's a fact. If a woman tells me I've never had a white man who don't pay for the first date, why would I say you ain't got to compare me to white men if what she said is
the
true?
Puerto Rican ugly?
It's also that nigga's ugly, but that's not the point. The point is, it's not the fucking point. The point is,
somebody said you called the guy named World Class ugly unprovoked. Is that true?
You called the Puerto Rican ugly?
No.
Wow.
No. It wasn't
Yes, you did.
Never.
Yes, you did.
So
That's my point. That's why I need to get in here. Because you lying.
I wasn't even here last week.
First of all, you up here playing the victim. Hold on. First of all, you up here playing the victim. You are the main one that be talking about men. You are the main one. And you always try to play the victim talking about men talking about you first. That be the damn lie every time. Men do not come up here talking about you first. You the one that take it left every time.
I just demonstrated it right now, UT. I just demonstrated it. I said he came up here talking crazy to us about us, how we ain't shit and black women don't do X, Y, and Z, yada, yada, yada. And have you ever considered the fact that some of y'all are just fucking ugly? So then I responded. I didn't come at that nigga first. He came.
But you're not. If you're not ugly, why did you respond?
He asked
you. Ugly, why did you respond?
I can only hear one of y'all yelling at me at a time.
How did he come at you?
One of y'all yelling at me at a time. I can only hear one of y'all yelling at me at a time.
Now remember, I gotta get I gotta get Drabino in. He been waiting patiently.
Just give me 1 second, please.
Nah,
Please, Drabino.
let me
Okay.
just
give
go.
me 1 second. Just give me 1
Come
second.
on.
To get to your drink.
Beans,
Because I want to
condense
respond
your
exactly to what she
response.
just said, because that matters,
But
bro.
condense it though. Condense it.
Absolutely. But see, Dana, and you know I love you. I was watching. What I'm saying is there's no way for you to prove that when he said some women are ugly, that he was talking about the people on the panel, and then that stuff that he was saying about himself didn't have anything to do with you, with the women on the panel or black women in general. He was basically self-deprecating, if you ask me, by saying that he can't get black women to appreciate his jokes and stuff. So it's no way for you to actually facilitate or prove that he was talking about y'all. I think y'all take that personal because y'all know that man don't even got a black woman, a black wife. And it's like, how you gonna talk about black women when you married a non-black woman? I think that's really where that comes from, but I could be wrong.
Said, have y'all considered that some of y'all, I don't know, he's not talking about the women on the panel, he was talking about black women generally. Have y'all just considered that some of y'all are just
Well,
ugly?
that's a true statement.
Fine. Maybe it is true. It is true because right before he said that, I said the same thing. I don't respond to some of y'all because maybe y'all niggas are ugly. That's fine. But it wasn't just that. And we're not going to make it out. Y'all got to go back and roll the tape because that's not what happened.
Hemp, I got to talk to you because she obviously, this is sickening. I'm gonna be honest with you. This shit that Dana is doing right now, she is up here calling the pot that's calling the kettle black. She is literally the damn pot. She the pot. She be on here. She do the same thing. They just like she kept on saying earlier. She was saying to me, we could have had a one-on-one conversation, a good conversation. But she the main one that does this all the time. She can't play the victim on that shit, and she the main culprit.
I'm not the victim.
You shouldn't even have said that shit. I don't even know why you got the balls, got the ovaries to say that.
Why you up here talking? Come on, UT. Come on, UT.
You shouldn't even have the ovaries to say that, bro.
You and I don't have to say it.
All right, this is an argument.
Go ahead, I'm done.
Go ahead, Drog. Go ahead, Drog. We about to
All right.
out of here.
All right. Tommy, I've known Tommy for 15 years. I don't know if he still remember me or not. The last time we talked was during the pandemic. You remember when the pandemic started? But I'm gonna tell you the reason why Tommy led to me getting married. You know, Tommy said that it's a lot of things that he said. He said, if you want to get married to a woman, let that woman listen to you, listen to Tommy. So I went on a road trip with my wife for over 5 hours, and he listened to Tommy and did not say anything. And that's how I realized that women have sense. Anytime when you see like a lot of these women, they get offended by what Tommy is saying rather than listening to what she's saying. And then after that, when we came back from the road trip, up to now, my wife do not straighten her hair. My wife have changed a lot of things. Even to the pandemic, when I started talking to Tommy, because me and him, we used to talk. I'm mad that he got off YouTube. Yeah, we used to talk a lot. And then I'm mad that he got off YouTube. But it's like the last time we talked, he was like, there's a Sierra Leonean girl you want to get married. And my wife was like, yo, you need to call Tommy back and tell him that you got a girlfriend. So I wanted to tell Tommy that story. Like, thank you a lot for what you did. A lot of these people, they don't understand what you're doing. You're doing the Lord's work.
Listen, there's so many people, and that's what I don't go out and brag. Like if I donate, I don't brag and tell somebody how much I donate. It's up to them to do it. If I help somebody, I don't brag and tell. It's up to them to do it. I do for people because I think it's right. When I have somebody like that young lady who was up here, the two row and the other one, when they're telling me you ain't doing this, I always tell them, I know I've done more than you, but I don't say it. I just let them rattle it off. I have so many people who told me they've gotten married because of that simple thing that I told them. Let them listen to one of my shows and see how they respond. See what they say. A combative woman will do, and it's no offense to Dana, but Dana, you found a reason and people have to keep telling you that's not true. If people have to keep telling you that's not true, maybe you should think before you speak. But Black women don't have to because they can shame the people they're speaking to. I had to listen because I didn't know. that I was the one who started the drama. There was no drama before I came. It was kumbaya if I listened to you. But they had to tell you, no, that was the fourth argument. But you made me feel like crap. Like before I came, there were tulips and everybody was tiptoeing through them. You can't do that to people because I never said, whoa, it's when we speak like that, we try to ruin a point that's being made. I tried to tell y'all, there's a reason I'm with one. There's a reason why I'm raising little black girls and then I got babies' mamas who ain't talking shit. I have to be doing something right. I have to. For me to be going out saying the crap that I'm saying, and I got a mom who's a pastor who comes on my show and say, I disagree with you, son, but I'm proud of you. Somebody thinks that I actually do give a shit because I'm not one of the passport bros or let me get a white bitch bro. I got a black one. And I love black women, just like I love the 49ers. And when Brock Purdy put us on a 3-game losing streak, guess who was the main one talking shit?
Shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that.
Guess who was the main one saying we need to get our defense correct? Me. Because that's my team. And I want them to win. And you know how I feel about black women? That's my motherfucking team. And I don't want them in the basement. I don't want them missing the fucking playoffs. I want them motherfuckers winning a championship every year. And if you you know your coach don't sit up there and brag about you when you win one game that year. You know your coach tell you we got to get this shit together and y'all suck and y'all need to practice more. And that's why I don't listen to women tell me what I'm saying is wrong, because any man that's ever had a father know your father don't sit there and pat you on your ass when you getting C's. No. He tell you I demand better for you. And do you know why I demand more from you? Because I love you. And if any of y'all follow the Bible, what does it say? What does it say? Out of chastisement is love. You chastise that which you love. If a motherfucker sit there and kiss your ass, and every one of y'all women know this, the men that kiss your ass and smile the most, they fuck you and never call you, or they fuck you and you find out they're lying. They don't care. They don't care what you say on a date. Because they just trying to screw. They don't care if you got blue hair, gray hair. They don't care most of these men don't even care that your pussy stink. They just go tell their homeboys, her pussy stink. But he don't tell you.
Shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that.
And Tommy, to piggyback off that, my father didn't say this shit to me when I made straight A's because it was expected. One day I actually asked him, why don't you say anything to me when I do something good? He said, Why should I congratulate you for some shit you're supposed to do anyway? Ooh. It's expected.
I expect. Thank you.
Balance, but you have to have balance.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, it's expected. So I was like, what can I say?
Dana, that's the thing for
what
me.
What can I tell him, Tommy?
See what happened was, Dana, real quick. What happened was, Mandrell added to Tommy's point, which he's not wrong.
Right.
But what happens on YouTube is points also get stifled when people add on to them. When Tommy made that point, we should have let that bitch marinate a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. To give it time to sink in. You know what I mean? Right. But Mandrell ad-libbed like he Puff Daddy without all the
he just come in. It should be crazy.
That's a bad example, man. That's a bad example.
No, but what happened was UT. Now what happened was on that one, Mandrell, UT stepped on my point. You see how that worked? I didn't even get to finish my point.
I ain't been able to talk all day. I'm sorry.
UT with the bad mic stepped on my point, and then I couldn't finish.
Say something. Can I say something to Beans? I want to say something to Beans. I'm gonna tell you out of the kindness of my heart. As I spoke, I stopped talking because I saw you shaking your head, and as a man, I appreciate that.
Nodding, right?
I don't mind telling you. I know, like you said, we've had our, but as a man, I sit up there and I said, okay, if Bean's shaking his head, shut the fuck up. Don't go too far. I said,
nodding, right? You mean nodding, Tommy, right?
I said, drop it right there.
He's saying nodding your head. Nodding your head.
Absolutely, right? Because as I've told people 100 times, I don't care if we beefing, if I don't like you, whatever. If you saying what's right, you saying what's right. I'm not gonna pretend like you saying something wrong because I might have some sort of issue with you saying what's right. You saying what's right, and I'm gonna stand next to you as long as you're right. It is what it is. We can deal with our issue at another day. But in that moment, bro was kicking the facts. And like I said, everybody who know me know. Like I started all this in this space, not the whole woke space, but in this space, I started that black woman is God shit. Nobody was saying that over here before me. Absolutely. I support the ladies. You know what I'm saying? I want to see them win. You know, I'm like Tommy, I want to see them win. But at the same time, we got to hold them accountable. That's why I talk about my relationship openly, because I want people to know these things they saying, they are real. I am with a woman who is half of everything these niggas talk about, and it drains the lifeblood out of me. But at the same time, I ain't got the bag, so I can't get rid of her.
Damn.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Hey,
like that.
real
Shit
quick,
like that.
man. We about to wrap this shit up. I want to.
Talking because it's it's
he
a
been
drink.
drinking.
I feel you. This motherfucker.
Liquid courage, baby. Liquid courage.
That's that Paul Masson. Hey, I just want to say real quick, we're gonna get it, final thoughts from everybody. Tommy, I will say, I feel like I wish clips like this of this last 10 minutes of you would be more viral.
Clip it, nigga.
I'm gonna clip it.
You can't clip it.
I got you. I'm gonna clip it.
Good.
But you know what I'm saying? Because it's always the incidents. You know what I mean? That goes.
They do this on purpose, though. They purposely.
No, I know.
Do a 2-hour show, and it'll be beautiful. They will take 5 fucking seconds just to show he's an evil person. And here's what I try to tell black folks: FBG Duck, King Von, all of them have killed each other. They rap about fucking hoes and killing niggas. YouTube keeps it up. Black women don't ask for it to be taken down. Why is it that I am such a person that we got to take him down? But all I do is say black women look better in their natural state than with weave. How is that I hate myself or I hate them? All I say is black women, we should be married and having families with each other. How is that I hate them? They never point out that my movie, A Fatherless America, which if you go look at it on Amazon Prime, it is 8 out of 10. They never point out that that movie was nothing but showing how we need each other. All I do is say about black women, we need each other, but I can't tell you I need you if you don't find me of value. I can't convince you that we can work together if you don't value me. Can you get a good worker if they don't value your job if you're Popeyes? No, that's why they got shitty workers there. Think about it. If we keep calling you queen, but you view us as pieces of shit, nigga, and that's why I got upset with the woman earlier. You don't refer to me as no nigga. I'm not your nigga. I'm not going to let one white woman refer to me as that, and I damn sure ain't going to let some woman in anger of what I'm saying call me a nigga. So I'm going to give you a word that bothers you. It's the same way of why black folks think it's cute to say white boy and white girl, but then when they get mad and say nigger, you racist. Well, then why did you start with them? Leave people the hell alone. If people are coming in like the brother said, that brother didn't tell her she was ugly. You ate that ugly. He didn't say you ugly. I don't give a damn if a woman coming in here and y'all niggas with little dicks. I'm not going to get mad, and I'm sure not going to eat that one. But you spend too much time instead of listening at what makes sense. And I'm telling you, they'll feed you sexy red before they feed you me. Why? Read the story of Hansel and Gretel. They were fed till they were full so they could be slaughtered. Somebody better say that boy good.
You got to get that
Yeah, this mom.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Look
that.
at John hating. He talking about Tommy. You was cool till you said the 49ers. Yeah, all right, yo. I don't think nobody got a chance.
Going to win the Super Bowl, baby.
No, they're not. Tommy, come on, you're not in trouble. I was all right with you until you said that shit.
Who gonna beat him?
Everybody.
Why is he not his?
I'm a 49ers fan. Yeah, nobody don't got a chance in hell, man.
What? Why?
Oh, you guys
Why
don't
you
start
not
off
a fan?
football. Don't start off
You
football.
can't stop the run.
45.
Dana, who you go for? Hold on, wait, Dana, who you cheer for?
I cheer for sleep. I want to go to bed. Let's
All
wrap
right, we
this
out.
shit up.
Yo, damn, man.
Man,
Gotta work in
y'all
the
got a
morning,
quarterback.
nigga.
That young boy Richardson. Next year, y'all gonna be something serious. But stop running his ass because you don't run the quarterback. That boy gonna get hurt. Don't run him next year.
He think he a running back though, Tommy. It's gonna be hard, man. That's half his game.
And them white dudes be running them. They do the same thing. Look at what they did. They run those black quarterbacks and act like it's college. They don't run them white boys into them brick walls like that.
Yeah, Richardson, big boy though, too.
Look
But
what
that's
they
how
do
you.
with Jackson. They constantly running design runs for this boy.
Yeah.
They
Let
did
him
the same
pass
thing with
the white boys.
They used to do the same thing for Michael Vick. They designed plans for him to run.
No, they run.
Look what
They
they
run
did to Jalen
Richardson.
Hurts.
But they run Richardson like they run Cam Newton. That's like up the middle dive and draw. That's too much.
Yeah, you're gonna get the guy hurt like that now.
Them linebackers is just as big and fast. This ain't college. You know what I mean? So
Shit, they bigger.
Yeah.
You get hit by Dre Greenlaw, you going to sleep.
You talk about 260, 270-pound truck coming at you, running a 5 foot, running a 4.7.
I love talking football.
You know, his shoes almost 300 pounds running that fast at you. So I mean,
before y'all go, I'll say this. That's the one place I'm extra militant and extra racist. If you got a black coach or a black quarterback, I cheer for you. I tell you, I'm racist.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, Tommy, I just moved to Houston a few months back. I can't help but root for the Texans, even though I'm a 49ers.
CJ Stroud killing it.
Yeah.
And y'all got my boy from the San Francisco 49ers is a friend of mine. Y'all we got y'all got our the coach. The thing is, I love seeing shit like that. And I gotta say this before we go. No black coach better take the job in Carolina. Don't do it. They're gonna give you the Shouts out to my man D'Amico Ryans down in Houston. Shouts out to my man D. Stoudemire out in Georgia Tech. I mean, it's hard for us to get out.
Man, his plane had to crash twice, Tommy.
Do not take that job, nigga. Do not take the job in
Don't
Carolina.
take that job, man.
They're gonna give it to a black man so they can fire him. Watch. Take my word. They're gonna give it to a black man so they can fire him and say he didn't do his job.
Tommy, free my nigga me. Let me go. Let us go.
Tommy don't get tired, man.
I'm sorry. They talking to
me.
Tommy, you know what? It's your fault. You need to come hang out with us more. That's your fault.
I appreciate the end, Dana, better than the start. And honestly, to me, working things out always feel better than breaking things. So no matter how we started it, you have to remember, like the Alabama Crimson Tide is not how you start, it's how you end it.
Oh my God.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Leave Nick Saban out of this, all right? Nick Saban is God around these parts, sir. Okay?
Okay, man, Drell.
Leave Nick Saban out of this.
Hey, my man had all the final thoughts, okay?
Hey, Tay, any final thoughts, man?
Man, I just want to see us do better. Women are
Listen, man, Tay is available. If anybody want her information, email me. This might be risky at gmail.com. I'll do the vetting and set up your first date. Dana, any final thoughts? No, Tommy, you can't have it. Tommy.
Tay's cheeks are available?
See, Tommy, no, not for you. Yo, Tommy.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Dana, final thought.
First off, thanks to everybody who came up tonight. This was a very tumultuous ass night. I ain't gonna hold you, but we learned a lot. I learned a lot. But above all else, I think that I always say that we're better together too. But I think that we could be even better if we would learn to listen to each other more from both sides. So at the end of the day, we're in this together and we need each other. and let's listen more.
Indeed. Blue Jay, any final thoughts?
Shut up, UT.
Yeah. Thanks for inviting me on. Probably didn't know the conversation was going to go soft men because I kind of feel like I didn't have much to contribute, but hopefully I can come back and like talk to the ladies more.
Yeah. No,
But
definitely. We'll find it.
So thanks for letting me intrude on your conversations. I appreciate you guys.
Word.
Yeah.
Let's skip Tommy. Unpopular truth.
What?
I'll say this, and is one of what Tommy said. What people don't realize is I come on here. It ain't not of no hate, and I hate Dana might think that, but it's never out of no hate. It's really actual out of love, to be honest, because I'm the same way. I want us to be together, but a lot of people think just because we come out here and talk shit that we don't. No, that's the opposite. We actually do.
I don't think that
I never want y'all to not be.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let him finish. This is his
I'm
final
sorry,
thought.
Sorry.
I never want y'all to think that I'm like got bad intentions in what I be saying. It's always from love. I want, just like say, chastising is love. If I ain't kill, I won't say shit. But go ahead, that's it.
Word. Beans.
I just want to say shout out to Tequila. You know what I'm saying? And also,
That's what you rolling with?
and also, don't forget, I was the first one who warmed Love up earlier today when I was shooting my game. She had to come out her sweater because I had that
Shit like that.
Also, don't get it twisted. The finest chick that is on This Might Be Risky is married. So it's something to say about look. Shout out to Alex, you gorgeous mother. All right, that's it.
Tommy.
Hey, he shot his shot. I do appreciate this, and let me tell you something. And when you get to something like this, it's 2:49 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bed is calling me. I'm an old man, but I do enjoy being able to discuss things like this with people because hopefully a resolution can come from the discussion, not just we're wasting words. And I wish that we would start to try and identify with each other. We love to say how black is this, black is that, and we're a community and whatever. But it seems like there's a gulf between us to where we're not hearing each other and not trying to have not only sympathy for what we have, but we may need to look up this word, and it's empathy, to where you can put yourself in a person's position and you can feel where they are, even if you don't want to, or even if it's painful to do. And I think a lot of people say black women love to bring the word karma out, and they say people are dealing with karma. So I say this, dear black women, Tommy Sotomayor is your karma. Everything that you put out into the world, when you look at somebody and say, he out of line for saying that, remember, he came from a black woman. He was raised by black women. So you got to blame black women for me.
Word. The misogynist.
Yo, I came in late. I actually got up, man, because I heard Tommy. Tommy, I haven't seen you in a while, man. It's been what, about 3 years since I last saw you online.
Yeah, I've been in jail. No. No, in YouTube jail, they ban me from everything. Literally, I'm banned from everything. If you don't go to my website, you won't see me.
What's up? Okay. Jarbino, final thought.
Yeah, I've known Tommy for since 2015. I've known him, and when I first started listening to him, I probably had the same reaction like all the girls had. Like, why is he talking? But as soon as the more I started listening to him, the more I started understanding him. And that have led me to this result that I have by finding the type of wife. Because like I was looking at the result that I was having in the female that I was dealing with. And then it's like I'm not assessing them at first, and then going into a situation and then realizing, oh, why is this girl talking back to me? Why is all of this? But now I start listening to Tommy, and then he changed my whole perspective on how to approach things. And I'm really appreciative of what you did. And right now I'm going into my second year of marriage. So thank you, Tommy.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Man,
like
Dro.
I said, shouts out to Bean and shouts out to my man Beans and that Chicago Fit. And that's a hot ass hat. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro.
I'll say this, ladies.
I'm not riding your dick or nothing. I'm just saying.
Wow.
To be a part
Come
of the
on,
conversation.
let Mandrell get his last final thought in real
Yeah,
quick. Go ahead,
ladies, I'll
Mandrell.
leave y'all with this. Listen, because I hear other issues, other issues too. Y'all just got it all wrong. First of all, life is not about getting all you want. It's about enjoying and appreciating what you have. Because I see a lot of y'all have good men, but you piss them away with that bullshit over nothing. Nothing. And you get right back out in these streets and get used and abused by the same guys you were you're trying to avoid, but you got saved from, and now you complain about men again. Don't do that. Appreciate if you got a good man, work with him, build with him. Okay.
Word.
And second, the big thing is, ladies. I mean, hope y'all go back and watch this episode because before I came up, I was watching. It's your attitudes, and I consider y'all good women. It's your attitudes. It happens to the good ones too. It's your attitudes. Again, it's your fucking attitude. You make yourselves unpalatable and unappealing to good men. You push us away with that. We don't want to be combative. We're fine having a debate or a conversation, but when you're yelling at people and being disrespectful with the ad hominem attacks, no one wants to deal with that. So those two things, work on those.
Man, Drill made me wish I was light skinned because I could get away with the shit I say if I was light skinned and handsome.
I know you would.
Because I'm ugly and dark.
They come at me. I gotta be careful how I give it to them too. It's your attitudes, ladies.
Let Masai just get his point. Go ahead, real quick.
Yeah, my fault. I had to mute up, man. My dog started barking. But yo, I just wanted to give Tommy his flowers while he's still around. You know, I've been watching Tommy since 2011 when he had the red background and he had a hairline. You know what I'm saying? But I learned so much from
You gonna start talking about my hairline, nigga. I see what you did. Talking about when he had a hairline. You shut up. My daughter said the same thing.
Yeah, man, I actually learned so much off of you. You know, I actually even used some of your talking points, you know, in my debates. And for the most part, you know, I'm glad that you're still around. You know what I'm saying? You were like the big brother that always needed.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? I understand female nature now more because of you.
Then you're gonna make me cry up in here, and I can't do it because they'll circulate the damn video. So I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, you know, Fatty waiting. You know, Fatty waiting the clip sign.
Yes. Can't stand that nigga.
Go ahead, Japrice.
So I definitely came late, but I think that something that the Black women can do is to smile more. Every time I like watch your lives, this may be risky. The women do not look pleasant. Like they're not smiling. They're not. I don't know. I think it's just like Black women in general. They're always looking like mean. They're not like smiling. They always have this like scrunched face all the time. So maybe that can be something that Black women can work on to be more approachable.
Word.
You can smile. You can practice in the mirror. I used to be the same way, kind of, sort of. You just practice in the mirror and smile. Show your teeth. Get some braces if you're don't like your teeth. But yeah.
Word.
Priest, did you see that video of that Black woman telling the Black women how to get a white man? And she literally said, smile, leave the attitude at home, and be approachable. And I was so sad. I kept thinking, why would you say do that for white men, but you wouldn't do it for Black?
I haven't, but that's very sad. That's very sad. It's very sad.
Well, I want to say
that maybe they didn't have a thought.
You good, Japrice?
I'm sorry? I said it's probably because they didn't, like most Black women didn't grow up with a full-time father. So you know, it's not, they didn't grow up doing that. So, but I guess it's easy for them to do it for a white man because most of them have white male bosses.
Think about it. Black men deitize black women. Black women deitize white men. There's a disconnect.
Well, I think it's a lot more to be discussed. Certainly, I appreciate all the love and the support. Everybody coming over to have a conversation. That means a lot. We want to continue to further these and actually get to solutions. I definitely had a different take on it. I think niggas is pussy. They complaining about women's attitudes, and I think the attitudes are shit and piss. Don't get me wrong, but I'm gonna test the waters. I'm shooting. Well, when I was outside, I'm shooting. Goddamn it, I'm not running from shit. If I see it, I like it. I'm gonna try and go get it. I ain't, and if I get turned down, that's just a part of life. I think there's a lot of pussified niggas out here, coupled with these badass attitudes, and now we just further apart than ever. You know, not dismissing either one. I think that's the problem. We just ain't get to the men today. Feel me? But yeah, niggas talk like Tommy. Let me. I'm scared to ask you a question, but
ask it.
I know, but you know your answers. They 600 words or less. Dude, were you scared to approach women like when you was outside back in the day?
I can tell
30,
you
35.
Watch this.
25.
This is a story. When I was at Georgia Tech, I was the first time I was in downtown in Atlanta. And what happened was I approached a black woman. Like I had only dated white girls, and they used to say that I date white girls because I didn't like black girls. But it's because I went to a school with a high school that was all white. It was 3% black. What happened was I approached this girl at this place called Little 5 Points. I approached her like I approached black women. I said, "Excuse me, miss." And she kept walking. I thought maybe she didn't hear me. So I said it louder. I said, "Excuse me, miss." She turned around, looked me up and down and said, "No, you didn't," and walked off. That was my first experience with a black woman. I had never had a white girl, even when she was racist, talk to me like that. There was no reason for it. And that was the first time I realized that if I wanted to continue to talk to black women, I had to be a savage. You have to be the guy to walk up to them at the fucking gas station and just spit game and not worry about what the fuck happens. And that's not good, because you have to think about it. We don't start off in love when we even approach each other. It's a battle. Black women love a show called Scandal. The black guy loved the black woman. She told him, "I want a love that hurts, struggle love." You know how many black women like to fight? Like for it to be difficult? This is not something that I saw other people go through. So I am a person who had to be hardened and calloused to talk to black women. And it should never happen. We should be happy to see each other. And we're not.
Okay, that might be.
And ladies, I have a sister who's an actor. She's literally writing a script based on my dating experiences with black women. It's wild.
Yeah,
I've
but
had some wild rejections.
But I had so much success. That's why maybe I just can't see it through that lens. But Tommy, I understand your premise, because being from the East Coast, you have that kind of, you know, that stereotypical, right? So when we approach it is kind of like very forward, upfront. You know, you make,
I'm a Southern. We knew it was hit or miss. You have to remember, they had videos of me. I remember this one girl on YouTube was like, "Oh my God, he probably got a little dick. That's why he talk about him." And then some girl sent her a link because a girl had leaked this video of me out, you know, doing whatever. I ain't always been a Christian. She put a link to video, and the girl looking at the video and she says, "That's his penis?" Oh. And I said, "Why do you judge me based upon what I'm saying rather than based upon if it's right? Don't believe I have a small penis because what I'm saying is right. There are men with big dicks who get tired of that shit. Don't believe I'm broken dusty because I'm saying there's a problem. I'm not broken dusty, but there's a fucking problem. If I'm talking to you, that means I want a change. It's two reasons somebody's talking to you. Either they're trying to hurt you or they're trying to change you. If I don't know you, why would you believe I'm trying to hurt you?"
Word. All right, we about to get out of here. I think I'm gonna part 2 this shit tomorrow for sure. This been interesting. I learned a lot. Some shit I wish I didn't learn, but it is what it is. We will continue to have these conversations until we find more and more solutions that are palatable for everyone. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Tommy, thank you for coming through. I'm humbled. I'm appreciative. Much love and respect. Beans as always. Mandrell as always. Dana, I love you. Tay, I love you. Everybody in the chat, be safe. Do the right thing. You heard? Yeah. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.